before it's gone. When we in the house, you better get a zone. Catch it like it's game time, yeah. I'ma play it like it's game time. Catch it like it's game time, I'ma play it like it's game time. Catch it like it's game time, yeah. I'ma play it like it's game time. Catch it like it's game time, I'ma play it like it's game time. Locked in, know we about things. I'll be locked in while you be acting. Locked in, know we about things. I'll be locked in while you be acting. Catch it like it's game time, yeah. I'ma play it like it's game time. Catch it like it's game time, I'ma play it like it's game time. Catch it like it's game time, yeah. I'ma play it like it's game time. Catch it like it's game time, I'ma play it like it's game time. Players on the bench wanna dap me now. Ladies in the crowd wanna dap me now. Even your teammates wanna dap me now. I think that the ref wants to dap me now. Everybody on the court wanna dap me now. Everybody in this place wanna dap me now. Everybody in the dome wanna dap me now. Everybody that you know wants to dap me now. Catch it like it's game time, yeah. I'ma play it like it's game time. Catch it like it's game time, I'ma play it like it's game time. Catch it like it's game time, yeah. I'ma play it like it's game time. Catch it like it's game time, I'ma play it like it's game time.
I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust, now this time is through. My heart, it weeps for the love you shed. I gave my soul to the time you cared. These days grow tired, I walk alone with tears. I break the sounds of the darkened fears. My love, it weeps for the time we lost. I paid the price, my soul became the cost. All I asked from you was time together. All you gave was hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my We live under the city lights. We live beneath the towers. We don't ever read the signs. This neon jungle is ours. Can you hear us loud and clear? This is a new revolution. We're taking over here. This is the new revolution. The new revolution. This is the new revolution. The new revolution. This is the new revolution. Hear the thunder in the streets. Feel the wonder of power. There is nothing in between. This ain't the lonely hour. Can you hear us loud and clear? This is a new revolution. We're taking over here. This is the new revolution. The new revolution. This is the new revolution. The new revolution. This is the new revolution. Can you feel the crimson ray? Can you touch the velvet sky? Can you live without a name? Can you walk before you fly? This is the new revolution. The new revolution. This is the new revolution. The new revolution. This is the new revolution. It's in our hearts and our minds. It's time to start a revolution. Won't let this world pass you by. It's time to start a revolution. Daydreaming, the hours just started to add up. Self-fulfilling prophecy, will it be enough? Hate seeing the towers of pain in your eyes. Come now, baby, let's go, let go of these ties. Follow, forget the world, forget tomorrow. And you and me, we get in trouble. Can every day be a day that we 악기 토끼가 깨어난다. 숨을
뭐야?
귤을 돌려라.
남은 기간 안에 실버에 도전을 해보고 싶다. 로드 투 실버를 한번 해보려고. 아브라 이겼다! 저번에 정글러를 짠! 언니 어떡할 수가 없어요. 아 진짜 미치겠네. 저는 이제 뭘 안 할게요. 이거 실버 갈 수 있냐고. 포도주법으로 갈아입어도 될까요?
와 그래도 우리 벌써 5시간 경과다.
안 돼요. 바로 돌려도 돼요? 저 갑니다. 옷을 갈아입고 안경을 착용했습니다. 녹턴이다. 언니 바로 하고 있는 거 아니에요? 와, 이 녹턴 되게 세 보이네요.
저거 전설 스킨.
그니까 이 녹턴은 처음 보네. 오케이, 렛츠 고!
요네도 근접. 쩌면색도 약해서.
네네네.
셀때 상대하는 장은 저거.
6렙이어가지고 나도 6렙이 될 때까지 좀만 참아. 행.
오, 성장했는데. 게임 별로 안 한 것 같은데 벌써 2시네.
그러니까요.
아이고 빵댕이 아파라. 아, 엉덩이 지금 쉬는 시간.
와우. 이겼다. 나 뭐 한 게 없네? 지금 여기서 2판 더 이기면 오케이. 가보자. 나이스. 히히히히히. 제약골드 붙었어요. 350원이나.
성장했는데? 짱세 짱세.
지지.
예. 감사합니다.
고맙습니다.
A는 티모가 찍긴 하지.
모르겠어. 아니, 뭐 할 수가 없어. 아니, 나 티모 이제 안 해.
경민 실버 포기?
포기라뇨. 트위치 이상한데?
오, 센데.
트위치 짱 세. 16점인데요?
그러니까 수빈님 아니었으면 벌써 이미 브론즈.
이 시간에 게임하시는 분들은 주말을 제대로 즐기시는군요.
오, 사일러스.
나 학살 중이요. 정말 재밌는 게임이야.
응원가가 뭐가 있지? 응원해줄 만한 곡이 뭐가 있어, 근데?
게임 소리가 안 들려요. 진짜 왜 그래? 왜? 맛있으세요?
배고프세요?
아니요. 진짜 화나. 안 해. 짜증나. 아니, 시간이 너무...
칼바람? 칼바람이요?
지금 시간은 쏠린 시간이 아니야.
아니야.
갈바람 시간이야.
칼바람 시간이야.
와, 미쳤다. 와.
괜찮아요? 도전? 안 쉬고 계속해도 되겠어요?
저희 먼저 갈게요.
먼저 가셔도 돼요.
먼저 가도 된다고요?
쌤은 안 돼요.
아, 저는 안 돼요?
네, 저는 막판 이기고 가겠습니다.
저희 출사하겠습니다. 파이팅!
화이팅!
고생하셨습니다.
수고하셨습니다.
할까요?
네. 스타트.
마지막 촬영을 아레나에서 하게 됐네요.
되게 오랜만인데요, 저는.
관중석에 앉으신 건 처음 아니에요?
안중석에 앉아본 적 없죠. 저는 저기 선수석 6년 전에.
저도 저기서 티저 찍었었는데 혹시 보셨었어요?
아니요?
우리 같이 하는 솔랭헌터스 2였는데 티저도 안 보셨어요?
네.
아쉽네요. 제 입장에서는 첫 티저도 여기서 하고 마지막 촬영도 여기서 하게 된 건데 오늘 뭔가 선생님이 좀 예쁘게 하고 오셨네요? 뭐예요?
또 마지막이니까 예쁘게 한번 해봤습니다.
자, 그럼 저희 이야기는 이만하고
네.
아마 제 티어, 마지막 티어가 다들 궁금하실 텐데요. 최종 결산을 시작해보도록 하겠습니다.
오.
기대하시라고요? 와, 이게 엄청 여기
오.
멋있게 나오는데요? 되게 멋지게 됐다. 솔랭 등반 기간 총 87일이었습니다.
와, 3달 동안.
진짜 저 저녁 약속도 많이 안 잡았던 것 같아요. 건강한 시간에 꼭 해야 된다는 걸 깨닫고.
아. 근데 그러면 너무 사회랑 단절되는 거 아니야?
근데 다들 이제 이해해 주더라고요.
솔렉을 하는 걸 이해를 해준다고?
네, 열심히 해야지 하고 이해해 주더라고요.
아,
그래서
네.
총 많이 했는데요?
많이 했는데?
50%면
네, 50% 아니에요. 저거 읽어보실까요? 저거 숫자 뭐예요, 저거?
50% 정도면 이제 이길 때도 있고 질 때도 있었다 이거니까.
50% 아니라니까요.
가까운 45% 정도면 열심히 했다.
그러니까 열심히는 했죠.
아,
지표, 체급 뒤, 상위 93%. 호리호리하다. 멸치네 멸치. 본인 체급 그대로 갔어 지금. 헤드 2.48, 라인전 0.95. 팀은
조음? 이상하다. 그렇게까지 좋진 않았었는데. 근데 시야 점수가 엄청 높네요. 제가 이제 좀
이게-
두려워가지고
두려워가지고.
아들을 좀 잘 봤고.
두려움에서 나오니까 생존이 제일 높네 그래서. 원래
아,
겁쟁이가 오래 살거든.
생존.
그러니까 겁쟁이가 오래 살잖아.
그리고
네.
저의 최다 연승과 최다 연패의 최다 연승이 제가 아이언 4 바닥에서 브론즈로 다시 올라올 때일 것 같은데 한 4, 5연승은 그때 하지
4, 5
않았을까.
연승?
아, 6연승이네요. 이게
6연승.
레넥톤으로 엄청 승리가 많은 때 딱 올렸어요.
레넥톤.
브론즈로.
브론즈로.
그래서 최다 연승은 6연승, 최다 연패 캐넨으로다가 제가 9연패를 했습니다.
피카츄가 그냥 와우. 그렇게 왜 캐넨을 굳이 고집해가지고. 내가 다양하게 해보라
괜찮다고
했잖아.
하셨잖아요.
그러니까 괜찮다고 한 거는 본인이 하고 싶다고 하니까 통역해라 하는 건데 말했잖아. 다 다양하게 해보라고. 왜냐면은 저렇게 하다가 내 인생 챔피언을 발견할 수도 있어.
그래서 저의 모스트 챔피언은 뭐였냐면요. 캐넨, 레넥톤, 세라핀, 말파이트, 모데카이저. 아니 근데 저도 이거 보고 놀란 게 세라핀 승률이 되게 높더라고요, 제가.
세라핀 승률도 높은데
네.
다른 게 진짜 낮은 것도 되게 좀 신기하네. 특히 저 모데카이저 저 0.64 저거 어떻게 나오는 거야 저거?
아니 그래서
네.
그래서 멈춘 거예요. 레넥톤은 그래도 승률이 53%네요.
그러니까.
와 근데 늦게 배운 거 치고 레넥톤 진짜 많이 하긴 했네요.
진짜 인생 챔피언.
너의 인생 챔피언이네, 레넥톤. 그래서
네.
저의 최종 티어는 저는 근데 사실
네.
선생님 이번 시즌 2를 하면서
네.
가능성을 느꼈던 게
네.
저는 아이언으로 떨어지고 나서 제가 다시 못 올릴 줄 알았어요.
저번 시즌 혹시 티어가
아이언 3... 1도 못 갔었던 것 같아요.
혹시 저번에 선생님 누구예요? 누구예요 선생님?
아니 그게 문제가 아니었어요.
선생 차이 선생 차이.
저의
나야 나.
그래서 제가 어디로 마무리를
저
했냐면요.
골드 모양인데? 아니 근데 골드는 절대 그럴 리가 없는데? 브론즈 4 1점.
저 너무 놀랐어요.
아니
딱 점수가 나왔는데 브론즈 4? 1점인 거예요. 아, 이게 나의 시즌2 티어겠다. 어떻게 딱 브론즈 4 1점으로 딱 점수가 나왔는지 너무 신기해가지고
아이언이 99점으로 딱 끝나서 코스프레 하는 게
저는 다시 아이언 갈 생각 없습니다.
내년에는 꼭 실버 가면 좋겠다 진짜. 시즌 4에는 골드 가고 점진적으로 성장을 하는 거지.
어쨌든 아이언 탈출을 또 했다는 점.
야.
너무
오아레드
감사합니다.
저번
아이언
시즌에서
탈출을 만들어주셔서.
아이언에서 탈출을 했다. 많이
그래서
성장했네. 그래서
시즌2를 우리 저희가 함께 했잖아요.
그쵸.
정말 3달이라는
그쵸. 짧다면 짧고 길다면 긴.
이제는 말할 수 있다. 댓글들이 정말
네.
많이 달렸었거든요. 자, 전적 보고 세라핀 버스트 한 줄 알았더니 집도 하셨네. 이게 아마 승률이 좋아서 세라핀으로 점수 올린 거 아니야 하셨는데 이제
네.
제 레넥톤을 보시고 놀라셨죠? 그랬을 거예요. 서포트하면 실버 금방 갔을 것 같다는 댓글이 있는데
근데 저거 혹시 지인분 아니죠? 댓글 쓴 거.
저는 제 지인분들이 이걸 보시는지는 몰라가지고
네.
그래서 나랑 제일 잘 맞는 포지션? 탑 해야죠. 탑 원딜을 하면서 이 게임을 훨씬 더 많이 알게 된 게 사실이거든요.
그쵸.
약간 다른 재미인 것 같아요. 다 할 수 있어져서 이제 좀 기뻐요. 근데 큐베님 피자 꼬다리 안 먹는 거 해명해야 하는 거 아니야?
제가 꼬다리를 안 먹을 리가 없잖아요.
아니야.
아니 제 뱃속을 뭐 보여드릴 수도 없고 이거 뭐 똥으로 뭐 증명을 해야 돼요 제가?
안 보고 싶고요.
저는 꼬다리를 항상 치즈 크러스트 같은
그때
거다
치즈
추가해가지고.
크러스트가 아니어서 남기셨구나. 그런 거 되게
나 진짜
예민하시거든요.
남겼어? 주변에서 이렇게 말하니까 내가 진짜 남긴 거 같아. 난 분명히 안 남긴 거 같은데? 악마의 편집이 좀 들어간 거 아닌가?
그리고 이거 되게 많이 궁금해하시더라고요. 대본이냐고. 어쩌라는 거예요? 쌤이 저한테 그러셨었잖아요.
내일은 또 은비님은 어떻게 패야 될지 좀 더 공지를 해서
그런 식으로 또 말씀드리면 제가 곤란하죠.
어쩌라는 거예요 그러면 저한테.
예능이고 작가 있고 대본 읽는 겁니다 라고 하시는데 저거 진짜 찐이에요. 그래서 제가
진짜
썼어요.
진짜 어쩌라는 거지 나한테?
맞아요.
해가지고 근데 저는 막 사실 막 그렇게 화는 건 아니에요. 친했던 때가 아니다 보니까
네.
은비님이 이제 상처가 됐나 봐요. 근데 저는 사실 상처를 주고 싶었어요. 근데 사실 좀 원래 상처가 딱
이
생기고
말이 더 상처야.
아물면서 더 단단해지는 거 아닙니까?
근데 이때 어쩌라는 걸 하기 전에 어떻게 은비님 펼지 고민한다고 하셨잖아요.
네.
그러니까요. 말이 너무 세긴 했어요.
좀 더 상냥하게 말해볼게요.
이제 끝났는데.
저도 이제 피드백 받아들일 건 받아들여야 되니까.
네. 그래도 많이 친해졌습니다. 우리 친해요.
그래요. 친해요.
아닌가?
시작할 때 아이언으로 끝날 시 코스프레를 하겠다.
네.
코스프레 준비가 진짜 너무 오래 걸려가지고 3달 전부터 준비를 했거든요.
제가 아이언으로 끝낼 줄 알고 준비를 하신 거구나.
해야 되겠죠?
팩이요? 준비 다 돼 있어요?
준비는 다 돼 있어요.
그럼 하죠.
내심 하고 싶어 하셨잖아요.
은비님이 진짜 하고 싶어 하는 것 같아요. 제가 봤을 때는.
쌤 매일 하고 싶어 하셨잖아요.
아니에요. 저는 사실 세라핀을 더 하고 싶어요.
어쨌든 아이언으로 끝나지 않았지만 그래도 팬분들이 너무 즐거워하실 것 같아요. 네,
해버리죠
하겠습니다.
그냥. 네.
시작 전에 이제 마지막이니까 서로에게 한마디씩 써달라고.
네. 편지 쓰셨어요? 저한테 잘?
펜을 잡은 지도 고등학생 이후로 거의 처음인 것 같아요. 이거.
진짜요?
먼저 읽어보실까요? 은비님의 편지.
읽어드릴게요.
네.
큐베쌤께
네.
안녕하세요 선생님. 이렇게
네.
편지로 인사드리려니 또 웃기고 어색하군요. 이번 솔랭한타스를 계기로 이렇게 인연이 되어 기쁩니다. 솔직히 처음에는 거침없는 입담에 당황한 적도 많지만 다 배우고 나니 너무 많은 가르침을 주셔서 감사만 했습니다. 쌤이 싫어하셔도 저는 큐베쌤의 제자라고 아주 당당하게 이야기하고 다닐 거니까요. 이제 쌤도 저를 조금이나마 자랑스러워 해주셨으면 좋겠네요. 늘 감사했습니다. 저에겐 늘 레전드 선수이자 쌤이십니다. 화이팅!
감동이에요.
진짜요? 눈물 나죠? 또르르 안 하는데요?
또르르. 또르르.
이제 쌤도 저한테 편지를 쓰셨을 거 아니에요.
저는 나비를 접어드렸어요. 제가.
오, 그 나비를 접어주셨네요.
멋있어 보이려고.
기대돼.
은비님 아이언에서 발버둥 치시는 게 감명스럽습니다. 그래도 처음에 비하면 상대도 때리고 정말 다행인 것 같습니다. 은비님 덕에 제 솔로 랭크 순위도 한 단계 더 올라갔고요. 은비님을 보고 더 많은 유저들이 유입이 되면 정말 좋을 것 같다는 생각을 들었습니다. 3달 동안 참 수고하셨습니다.
감사합니다. 고맙습니다.
왜? 뭐요? 이거 제 건데?
아니 제가 이걸 받아야죠.
그런 거예요?
아니 그러면
맞아, 편지를 주고받아본 적이 없어가지고 제가 마지막으로 이런 우편 받은 게 그 플랜소라고.
아무튼 큐베쌤의 편지를 받았습니다. 아주 뜻인데요. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
제가 사장님 브론즈 하시면
호캉스.
그렇죠. 쾅스.
호캉스를 가요? 호캉스 어디로 가요? 뭐요? 진짜로?
우와!
5성급? 저는 뭐 없어요?
와! 선생님 감사합니다.
은비님 원하시는 날짜에 원하시는 뭐
우와.
거덜 내버리죠 예산력이. 네.
큐베님도 하나 받으셔야겠죠?
뭐죠 저는?
와!
먹는 것처럼 생겼는데?
우와!
오, 케이크!
저희가 있어요.
그니까.
고생
이거
많았다.
먹는 건가 봐 이거.
마음에 드시나 봐요.
전 먹는 게 좋죠.
진짜 진심이시다.
맨 위에 건 먹는 게 아닌데? 이거 종인데 이거?
쌤은 케이크 드시느라 바쁘지만 이제 쌤을 놓아드리겠습니다. 저희의 여정을 지켜봐 주셔서 너무너무 감사드리고요. 큐베쌤 어떠셨나요?
굉장히 맛있습니다.
이거 말고요.
솔랭헌터스.
솔랭헌터스 하시는
저도 이제 아이언에 대해서 많이 배웠고 저도 한뜻 성장한 것 같아가지고 정말 기쁩니다.
저 같은 경우에도 브론즈에서 끝난 게 개인적으로 좀 아쉽긴 하지만 그래도 성장을 했다는 점 확실히 느꼈어요 이번에.
그렇죠. 확실히 늘었어요.
그리고 같이 즐겨주시는 분들이 되게 많았어요. 그것도 너무 뜻깊었고요. 그래서 프로그램은 여기서 끝나지만 저의 솔랭은 계속되니까요. 끝까지 여러분도 함께 지켜봐 주시길 바라면서 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 여러분도 협곡을 함께 누벼요. 솔랭헌터스!
한입 드실래요?
아니요.
네. 나 혼자 다 먹어야지. 이거.
Everybody get up, up, all around. Jump into the night. Everybody get up, up, go to work.
딱 기다리세요. 큐백쌤의 멜. 어떠세요?
나쁘지 않은 것 같아요.
왜 세금이 묻었어?
이게 뭐예요?
보람이 있는 거? 세팅한 보람이 있는데
쌤 계시니까 하나도 안 부담이에요. 가서 시세를 바꿔볼까? 세연님 이걸로 해도 될 것 같아요. 여기 맞다. 제가 완전히 아이돌 같아요. 완전.
센터는 저예요.
함께 해드릴까요?
기다릴게요.
제대로인데?
네 미래야.
뭐 이제 일이야.
세라피입니다. 받았어요.
너무 예쁘고 너무 잘 어울리고 근데 시선은 저예요.
지금까지 솔랭헌터스 시즌2를 사랑해주셔서 감사합니다. 안녕. 솔헌 야호.
In the shadow of thunder, breath shallow, caught under what you don't know or wonder. Steady tempo, my hunter. So I don't show my hunger outnumbered. In this illusion, every word gets lost. I wanna find the truth, but at what cost? Hey, concrete ghosts, they float like stones.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final Saturday showdown of round number 2 before we move from spring to the road to MSI and into summer. Digon here alongside Huni and Yankos to break down KT Rolster versus the DN Supers. Guys, this one has a couple of storylines there that might link the two teams together.
Yeah, there's some, the old team, old teammates, former team, former teammates. That's where you get hype, right? Yankos?
Yeah, absolutely. This is where everybody's tryharding because PDD wants to beat his former teammates, but then Dogna and Pitach wants to beat their former team.
Don't forget, aiming as well, is on there and has his
Aiming.
Pioshik, that's what it is. Pioshik as well was over there on KT. So let's take a look at the big showdown here. It's the 2025 World's runner-up duo, Dugdam and Peter, against their former team, KT. Obviously, these squads kind of on the opposite sides of the standings, but still trying to right the wrongs from the past. It's a 2-game losing streak here for KT Rolster, and the historic 16 games losses here for DNS. They did stop the game losing streak, though.
They did stop the game losing streak. They did win a game the last few days ago. Actually, I feel like this is where you start with a blank sheet. You want to finish the season with a win, because then in the next round, well, first of all, standings will be similar when you start the next round, right? So if you lose all the games, you're kind of cooked for the next season already after MSI. But also, if you win right now, you can kind of have this break for MSI as DNS to really relax and to really kind of try hard for next season with a positive attitude of winning the last game.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's like it matters you're individually too, like how much you're gonna be confident for the the rest of our season left, and also it matters that as you said, you want to win as much as you can to continue for round 3 and round 4.
Yeah, and for the supers, here's the reason why there's hope. KT is the only top 3 team or top 4 team to lose to teams through 6 through 10, right? Bro's got to win against them. BNK Fearex got to win against them as well. And so, you know, maybe there's an angle there, Huni.
There's a chance, you know, you never know. They lose against Eastern team. It's the only one.
Okay, but the thing is, they're also coming out of a lose against Genji and T1. So this is where they also want to end on a win, right? Because, I mean, for them, they are there for the road of MSI. So they also want to win to kind of be like, okay, the last game we played, we won, and now we got to face the better teams than DNS, but at least we won and we are all happy.
Yeah, again, the next time we'll see KT after this will be in the road to MSI. They are locked in 4th place and will play the winner of D plus Kia and whoever ends up in the 6th place spot. As we take a look at the match record here between the squads since 2025, it is 5-1. But remember, that play-in round 1 during the LCK Cup, the DN Supers swept them and sent KT to 9th place.
9th place!
9th place! So kind of, again, kind of crazy. It's changed since then, and it was different before that, but they did do that this year.
But still, it's important. It actually happened.
It happened. It did happen. And, you know, if it's going to happen again, the winning will be going through the top side of the map. Dudu and Perfect have been key to their successes, no matter how small it's been for DNS and how far away it's been for KT.
I think LCK had this meme, not a meme actually, where Dudu is the star of the roster, right? And like, it's the year of Dudu, even though they won 1 out of 17 games and might be 1 out of 18. Hopefully not! You know, always nice to see the underdogs win. But yeah, Dudu been rather stellar in the top lane. What do you think, Huni?
Yeah, I mean, as a top lane, I think as a top lane perspective, like especially when you get like the comfort matchup on top side, I think there's a lot of time that he's been performing really well, like especially with the highlight clips. Like he was a really comfortable playing as a hand into Zion or Nara interaction, like those kind of matchups that, especially if it becomes isolated on top side, he always just show like strong performances and actually just leading the team, and it helps so much for the mid jungle get the prio, and then it opens up the map. And that's how they snowball, how they want to approach the game.
I feel like often how DNS wants to play the game also is carry jungle for Pyosik, but I feel like Dudu in these counter matchups, right? Because a hand gets to free scale against Sion, Nar gets to free scale against Renekton, and then he can make a difference in team fights. For me, Dudu is a player that has really strong laning phase, but he also needs to step up in team fights, especially for his team.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, Perfect, he had a fantastic start to the regular season, slowed down near the end of round 1, and then showed up huge here against T1. They ultimately did lose the telecom war, but Perfect played so well.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, I mean, this series was so important for him, and I think it's so well proved that he's really strong and really solid top laner right there. Like, sure, there's a little bit underperforming enemy top lane, but he's the one that he actually abused. Like, he's so skilled. Like, it was not even against only top, right? Like, he played this one so perfectly against the Faker, and it's like, Faker was so surprised. Oh, this guy's so close!
Yeah, the flash away from the Akali Q was just so clean. I really like watching Perfect. I feel like he's one of the stronger mechanical top players in the LCK right now, and he's so strong in lane. He's very versatile as a player, and I mean, him against Dudu, man, that's a matchup we have to watch. The tail of the top lane.
Yeah, again, one of the things that stands out to me is the CS difference here for Dudu. And you take a look at his CSD at 14, he's 4th amongst top laners, 4th in terms of gold. Like, it is solid given the fact that this team generally hasn't had a lot to latch onto. And then on the opposite side, Perfect has been taking those solo kills to an absolutely another level.
For me, the stat that is very interesting to see is 24% of damage percentage for his team on the side of Dudu. I think that means that the top laner is either playing a lot of carry champions and he essentially can put out all that damage, or maybe he's so talented and he participates in teamfights so much that his damage percentage raises naturally.
Or maybe, Yankos, it's because the team has a couple of problems.
No, we don't go there.
We gotta go there. We have to take a look at some of the problems that DNS have had, and it generally starts on the bottom side of the map, not connecting with everyone else.
And you know, when we were watching this game, it's just so free. So what happened beforehand is that they got the brilliant gank from Piosik and they got that cheese kill onto Yunara. But DNS is too greedy and they just want to pick up the wave without the jungler, and they get punished.
Just tell the jungler push together.
Let the junglers push, or just don't let them freeze. You're gonna lose like 3-4 minions, but you're not gonna drop 2 kills.
But I mean, it's just like how they're playing. Like, sure, they're not. You know, clearly they're not the best team, right? But the macro, if you see the macro play, they're so greedy. They're doing so many different things at the same time that cause the game. Like, what is this?
Like, Arrow hits in the mid lane, but Piosik goes Q over the wall.
Are they talking? They have to talk.
They have to talk. Yeah, it reminds me of Korean solo queue a little bit. I've been enjoying Korean solo queue for the last couple of days.
You mean little bit or a lot?
No, okay, a little bit, because you kind of don't want to compare pro game to Korean solo queue, but in Korean solo queue, everybody is playing with their hands, but nobody's playing with their mind. I don't know if you have the same experience, just like a lot of plays, and that's how it looks like, right? DNS has these plays, they have these moments of brilliance, but then nobody talks to each other and everybody's inting.
Yeah, and that's what it looks like, that's what it feels like, but they did break their loss streak earlier this week against Nongshim. So as we take a look at what went well, it seems like we had proactivity in terms of the draft from mid-jungle, and they were able to dive onto plays together.
And guess what? Doesn't that just kind of confirm my point? Look at the champions. LeBlanc, Lee Sin, Caitlyn, but so much agency, each one of them. Maybe besides Caitlyn that has this brilliant, well, okay, she has an extremely good early game, also scales very well at 4 items with the crit. But look at the playmaking. Lee Sin, LeBlanc, Bart, Zahen, all of them can shine in team fights, all of them can pull the trigger, all of them can initiate a fight. There's like so much action going on, and this is the kind of games they win. They need these champions that can be active.
Yeah, guys, this is the power of the friendship. Guys, let's talk. Just talk to each other. What do you want?
And like, I still really like the Piosik. Like, he makes the really, like, as you said, he makes.
Look at this one.
Yeah, he makes the really good play. Like, he makes the good play, like, especially in early game. Like, that's where the lead actually started from, the DN Supers. But the thing is, like, they have to keep doing it, like, until Nexus exploded. That's the point.
Well, both of you have had long careers. Were there times in your career where the talking was maybe a little bit less than what it should be? And what did you do to get the talking back on up?
That's a good question. I had experience in my team where we actually tried to play scrims without talking because we were talking too much. But then everyone would get really tilted because you couldn't communicate, right? So when enemy team is playing with comms, you're playing with no comms, it just shows how important are comms. So that means somebody has to take responsibility and step up as a team leader.
Huni?
Yeah, I mean, also, I've been through the last places too. Like, I think the most important thing is, like, do not lose your friendship, right? Like, as long as like, you're still close with your friends, with your teammate, you can keep talking. I think that's the most important one.
Okay, I have a question. Can you be close friends when you're 117? 16. Like, you know, when you lose so much,
you gotta try.
You gotta try.
You gotta give a shot. You have to
keep trying. You gotta keep trying. And there are a lot of friends on this DN Automotive Super
And then you see this.
as we take a look at all the different amalgamations of supers that have been there. You know, you started with Perfect, and then Quantum came in, and then Life came in, and then they tried the Doiv Enosh thing, and then Odin resigned, and then Piosik came back on in, and we're back to where we started.
It's good to see at least they're back to OG. You know what I mean? Like, they're back to OG. They're still close friend. I hope so. And I think it's good. They figured it out.
This is the roster that has the most world champions and world finals, right? They have Dogdam, they have Pitach, they have Piosik. These are the guys who won before, or well, some of them almost. One of them won already. So as soon as Odin resigned, they have this star roster. This is also the roster that they got the one win, right?
Yeah.
The one match win they had is
Yes.
Dogdam, Piosik, Peter. So, I mean, for me, if this is the roster they want to keep for after Messiah, they got to step up.
Yes.
friend, as we take a look at the predictions now of our crew here at the LCK. It's not surprising, but kind of surprising.
Pony! What are you doing, Pony?
Again, our philosopher, who has some of the best comments here, goes with the DN Automotive Supers. And so we were confused. We were like, Pony, what's going on? How? Why? And
not here.
He did back it up with, please, shouldn't they at least win by now? So it's not quite a logical argument here, but he's asking a question. He's asking the league, the LCK gods.
Please?
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 He's polite about it? Yeah, so that's Pony's one-liner.
Maybe. Like, please, maybe.
Time to go into my one-liner, as I believe KT Rolster should win. We do have two teams here. We do spend a lot of time talking about DNS, but it's because we will see KT Rolster in the road to MSI as a 4th seed no matter what. And for me, the first ride after maintenance is the scariest. This is the KT roller coaster that we were all riding in round number 1 when they were the number 1 team. They had a bit of a bump on the road. They had Fenrir in, aiming was sick. They played some tough opponents. This team can be great, but right after you had a couple of losses, it's okay. Just do your job. Huni?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be the first person also, too. But, I mean, mine is like straightforward. It's just, lock in the basics. You have to focus on the fundamental. Just be you. Just not,
You must have better fundamentals than enemy team, right? When you won so many games and...
Yeah, I mean,
fundamentals is the basics.
You're clearly upper team, but like one-liners are just so shaky.
Chat, we saw and have confirmed, no, Pony did not misclick. He is sticking by. But for the DN Automotive Supers, we do have someone who knows a thing or two about being pumped up, about motivating, about positivity. Coach Yankos, what would you say?
Back him up.
Automotive Supers.
Dudu! You are the star of your team. You, at your best, guarantees a win.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember 2022?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember when nobody expected DRX to make it to Worlds?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember when everybody said DRX is gonna be out by groups?
Whoop. Yeah.
Do you guys remember when Piosik lifted a trophy?
Yeah.
Dogdam and Peter!
Yeah. Peter!
In fact, your team, with your positivity,
They're positive.
show KT what they lost by losing you!
Yeah!
Closer!
Closer!
Your player is one of the greatest LCK mid laners!
Yeah!
You have nothing to lose!
Nothing to lose!
You gotta play fearlessly!
Yeah!
Go! You gotta take them to the sky!
Go! Yeah! Yeah!
KT 2-0. I think there's no hope, guys. I think there's just no hope. I think KT is gonna take the series.
Bro, it could be 2-1. They could drop the game.
No, they won't. But I'm here. I'm here to watch them play, and I'm here to watch them do their best as they take on one of the West Side teams, as they take on KT, as they take on the ones that made it to World Finals last year with Dogdam and Peter.
Well, we'll see what happens. It is a story of two teams looking for wins in the face of adversity. It is a 16-series loss streak here for the DN Automotive Supers. A 2-game loss streak for KT Rolster as they try to climb their way to form in the road to MSI. It is this week's Saturday Showdown, KT Rolster versus DNS. We'll see you after game number 1.
To go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Every just when I carve my name into the stone against a flame. That's when I lift my mic into the storm.
오늘 나는 다시 태어난다. 개막전이라 생각하는 게 되게 중요할 것 같거든요. 그래서 지금 무조건 이겨야 되는 게 DNS 슈퍼스입니다. 위기를 어떻게 넘기느냐, 그런 부분에서 또 한 번 자연이 해주네요. 여기서 한 발 더 나아가지 않는다면 사실 로드 MSI 쉽지 않을 수도 있습니다. 페이싱이 승이 아직도 정말 중요합니다.
KT 파이팅! 덕담 파이팅!
저도 표식 DNS 파이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for Saturday Showdown, which is KT Rolster up against the DN Supers. KT Rolster in a very good spot on the western side of the standings, enjoying their Legend Group spot up against the team that has one series win and is struggling to get that second one. They at least got a game win, Wolf.
Yeah, they got the game win. It's Saturday Showdown. It's KT Rolster. Wouldn't it be, as they say, the most KT thing ever to lose on Saturday Showdown to the DN Supers and give them their first win? It feels like maybe that's why this is Saturday Showdown in the first place, right? Like, this matchup doesn't on paper seem like it's going to be that hype, doesn't seem that exciting, but maybe KT has some weird plot twists in store for us. As I do think that on any day here in the LCK, even the worst team, which is currently DNS, can beat any other LCK team if they have a large enough lead, if they play disrespectfully, if they fall too far behind in an early game. As
what did the fans mean by this?
That's a lot of DNS votes.
Yeah, I wonder if those are additional KT votes, and they're like, no, I'm not going to vote for KT because if I do that, KT's going to lose. As you can see on the Korean side, they don't necessarily have the same memes that we do. Rebank has gone 98% for KT Rolster.
Yeah, that's similar to what we see here for Chijijik and Soup as well. A very one-sided Saturday Showdown is what is on the minds of most, except Pony, who then basically admitted he was just begging and saying they were due or something like that. But it is...
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
I mean, that sign on the side, the left side there also says, please win. And not one in the sense of please in English, it's like, I'm begging you. As we have the teams walk out now, you never want to be in the position that the DN Supers are in right now. It is every team's nightmare. It is every player's nightmare. Huni and Yankos mentioned earlier, you got to try to stay friends. You got to try to keep the synergy there. You've got to stay motivated. But even though Peter's got a huge grin on his face as he walks out here against his former team, you've got to keep in mind that right now momentum might be at an all-time high because they got that win over Nongshim. It might be because you're starting to figure out some of your early games, you're starting to figure out your play style a little bit here, that you walk into a matchup against the top Legend group and you're like, well, no one expects us to win, but we're looking better these days. Maybe we could take another game. Maybe that's where the momentum comes, because you got a long year ahead of you. You're not going to the Legend Group. You're not going to Road to MSI, but you could still go to Worlds. You could still win the World Championship. You could still win the LCK, but you've got to fix it now. You've got to fix it as fast as possible, because otherwise you're going to have quite the streak of losses. You're going to have a season where you're moving into halfway through round 3 being like, I just want out. I want a new roster, right?
Yeah.
And maybe
please
these players
end the pain.
Like maybe some of these players are already feeling that way. We don't know, but
well,
it doesn't look that way.
Yeah, I was coming out of makeup and I actually got a glimpse into the DNS room, which is generally, you know, people don't get to sort of really see what happens behind the curtain. But I saw Peter. He had a big smile on his face. He was laughing, right? So I don't know if that really can reflect everything, but at least they're not, you know, sitting in silence on their phones individually or anything like that. So I do think that while they're not having a lot of success on the Rift, perhaps they're still keeping it together as a squad. Also helps that Peter, you know, Jankos, even though at the end of his big speech he said, yeah, they have no chance. Still, he said one thing that was right, which is Peter is a big, you know, confidence booster or guy that can really get
He's a morale booster.
Up. The morale booster is actually what he is. So definitely, I feel like the right choice as the support for this team right now.
I agree. And it does kind of, for the most part, we had the graph earlier that showed all the different iterations of this roster and how many subs we've had. It feels like they've kind of, I don't want to like finish the sentence, but it seems like they have solidified this as the 5-man starting roster. And before we do see Doivin in game 2, but
Quantum's back.
I think that this is the roster that has the highest potential, myself. And I think, obviously, since it is the one we've seen the most, the one that at this point you've got to stick with, I don't think you change your roster in round 3. Also, what talent can you pick up? Who's available? It's just too late. You know, you've got to make this work.
Yeah. Got to make it work.
You don't want to...
Maybe that can be a little bit of a, I don't know, like a boost, right? Where it's like, okay, we've kind of, there's no escape now. We kind of just have to make it work from here, so.
We have had so many teams have rough seasons. Like, remember that Hanwha Life roster with Karis that did real bad, but it wasn't this bad, right? But it was still pretty bad. But a lot of rosters like that I mentioned it, you kind of remember it, right? But that were forgettable. These teams that go down in history as nobody even remembered that year, what they did, what they played. And this team's season has been so poor that they're going down in a historic season route where, like, they'll be mentioned in the same conversation as Shanghai Dragons and Spinu Sonic Boom, right? Like, that's not where you want to be. That's not where you want to end up.
Yeah.
And I feel like we have had such a resurgence of DNS fans, as we've talked about a few times over the last few weeks, because they're in that legendary loss streak, and people just want to see them win. It's so interesting to follow this team, and you're like, I want to be there when they get out. I want to be, I mean, like Life is right here backstage. He wants to be there when they get out, when they do win. Maybe they could beat KT tonight.
I mean, there was that guy that was, you know, fist pumping on camera. His sign was saying, you know, don't lose your focus, don't lose your energy, stand up, you can do it. I have a long time, I have a lot of time, I can wait for the win, it's okay. A lot of people are still waiting for the win. And maybe Pony's right, he's gonna look like a time traveler if he gets this prediction right. Or maybe just, you know, coin flipper, which sometimes that's what you gotta do when it is KT.
All right, let's jump into this draft, Valdez, as I want to see the proactive early game draft from DN Supers again. I want to see Pyoshik on Lee Sin. I want to see Annie if we can for closer. That kind of stuff. That's the kind of draft I want to see. Keep it simple. I know we have the Keep It Simple Rise group, but I think DN Supers are in a category of their own right now.
Kisurg.
Yeah. Kisdun in this case. As we'll see what this final ban is. The Rumble is still available. Caitlyn ban. It's been one of DuckDom's favorites, even though he hasn't found a lot of success. They haven't found a lot of success with anything, so I still think if you look at his stats, you're like, wow, he's not great at Caitlyn, but I think it's one of his better picks. This leaves the Rumble up, and I think they are inclined to take it. However, going for the Rise here instead, which is starting to find a lot more success recently. Win rate going up to close to 50 here.
Yeah, I think Rise is very solid. He can go with any composition, really, so it's a good first pick. Rumble has found a lot of counter picks nowadays in Cassante and Yorick and all sorts of different things, so I suppose just a little bit safer to go for the Rise.
I mean that if they wanted to play Vi Rumble, they could take that away, but instead we're looking at the Lucian priority here, which we have seen quite a lot of as of late, and when you do it in this spot in the draft, when they get the first pick Rise, though, they do get to have the counter pick 2v2 lane. There's no Karma, but there are a lot of other picks, like Bard, for example, that are available that can help you tackle this lane a little bit more directly. The Caitlyn ban makes a lot more sense, though, now that we see the Lucian come through. And instead of going for the Emilio pick here, they want to get the counter pick for BDD first, which will be a Talia to match the global rotation. Pretty high priority in game one of a series like this with so much left available, but he is going to lock that one in early. I don't think, even though DuckDom is known specifically for Aphelios, that they will go for Emilio pick away here, and instead it'll be the Misfortune Nautilus.
Yeah, you already say the Nautilus because we already know that it is going to be Nautilus. That is just the way it goes nowadays, and you kind of have to pick the Melio here if you do want to have Melio. I suppose there's a way that you could go for the Braum, which
this is so smart by KT, because I think it was D+ who played this Lucian Braum just yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And this is so smart, though, because you split the supports, but you know they're not going to pick the Melio away, but you're like, are they going to run the Nautilus? Now I have the better option. Instead of playing the Melio, I have the Braum into that matchup to make the lane better. I actually really like this ban, I'm super into, because Pioshik got that one on Lee Sin. It has been his best pick.
He didn't like that, Wolf. We put him on camera right as he was like, oh man, they figured me out. Has been his best pick. Pioshik's had other picks that he's looked good on, you know, the Fury. But the Lee Sin is definitely the big one.
We need some additional setup here, I think, for the Misfortune, for the DN Supers. Some kind of CC or lockdown that can allow the bullet time to continue to do damage, right? Obviously, the Nautilus is the best one for this in terms of the support pool right now, so that's why it's picked with it. But I think they want a little bit more. The Lee Sin doesn't necessarily fit that archetype, but it is certainly Pioshik's best pick and can be quite proactive early. They'll ban the Rumble, actually, which has made it this deep into the draft.
Yeah, Dudu, definitely a dangerous player who can play all sorts of different kind of champions. We saw Zahen take over in that game against Gnome, so they do want to take at least that away, as there's the Zahen. Perfect, definitely the main guy for the Zahen, has a undefeated streak on it right now.
I think blind picking Jace is really risky. They're going to go for the Xin pick here. The jungle's pool is pretty thinned out, so they'll get this one first. And now we can get counter pick. And jungle counter pick isn't always the most important thing in League of Legends, but it will go over here to Pioshik, who will have a little bit more lockdown for this Misfortune ultimate if he goes this route. The Sion seemed like it was going to be the direction they were going with the Zahen ban, as Zahen is such a strong counter pick to the Sion. And this dissuades the Jace quite substantially here for Perfect. Now, okay, I was going to say maybe they're considering something else because they used that time and then locked the Wukong, but they do lock both of them in ultimately. So is it going to be the Jace here or something else entirely? Considering the Gwen counter pick, which would be a lot of consistent damage and side lane threat, they already have the Talia, but instead keeping it a little bit more standard here.
I like the double circles. You know, the Gwen and Zhao definitely very good into Misfortune, especially. And Gwen is another one of those picks that can really take advantage of the Sion. I feel like Gnar nowadays, maybe with a Lethal Tempo build, could do it.
I think Lethal Tempo is going 100% in this game. You've got to apply that pressure. You need to be a secondary damage threat with Lucian Talia. If the Lucian isn't, you know, in the supreme late game and just one-tapping people, or two-tapping, I guess, as he often does. Double tapping, there you go.
Yeah.
Then there needs to be some other form of damage, because Talia, even with some of the more aggressive builds we've seen here and there, just doesn't actually output the same amount of damage a Ryze will. And so you do want to have a little bit more. And I think having the ability to, as Gnar, help cut through the Sion is so huge, and why we do see this Lethal Tempo build so often, because you basically get to, as you charge Mega, do massive amounts of damage. Then you have your Mega set, and it is a new way to play Gnar. A lot of the time we'd see Gnar in the past, like, just charge on even jungle camps or the minion wave and then join the fight. And now Gnar is just like, I'm up in the face of this Sion, and he's my battery pack.
Especially later on in the game when he gets that extra range, and, you know, he is essentially a different kind of AD carry. You know, he's kind of like a transformer in that way, and very curious to see Perfect's kind of free Gnar into the Sion in this game number 1 up against the DN Supers.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Alrighty, game number 1. We're here for Saturday's Showdown. Tomorrow, the last day of round 2 before we do move into the road to MSI.
Feels like it just came and went, like, you know?
Yeah.
I guess because we had so many 2-0s, maybe that's why, but...
Yeah, well, you know, the script writers, they were like, well, we had a lot of 4-0s, well, 4-game days, I suppose you should say. Now we're going to get a bunch of 6-gamers and 5-gamers and longer days and more interesting back-and-forth series.
The scriptwriters didn't figure out that, like, before all the stakes are set, you know, like when you're still, or when all the stakes are done, like when they're still alive, when we're fighting for Rise and Legend, like maybe that's when they should have been like, you know, I think it's time for some 6-gamers. Yeah. They're like pulling them out here at the end where we're like, all right, well, it's KT against DNS. DNS going to get an upset win, but not win the series like they did against Nongshan. That would be terrible. Don't do that, scriptwriters. That's not the tension everyone wants. If you're going to do that, you better have DNS picking up the W at the end.
Yeah.
No offense to KT, but, like, let's be real.
I really do feel like that's what we all wanted to see. You were talking about the fans just waiting for DNS's series win. They're still waiting, and they're multiplying. There's a lot of people here for DNS. It's great to see all the support coming out, especially for a team that's struggling. I mean, even beyond just the amount of people, the passion with which they cheer, where, you know, when we have the walkouts, they're just, like, hooping and hollering. Like, they're going crazy trying to really... I think, you know, get the player's mindset into a good space.
There's nothing more I've seen in Wall Park than, no louder cheers I've seen than when fans are supporting someone who's in a tough situation or a player that's struggling or a team that's struggling. I'll never forget when Poby played in for Faker, how loud the fans were when he walked back from his break after a loss in Game 1, and everyone was chanting his name in like unison, and how excited they were to try to give him some space. BDD.
He's in a lot of trouble here as he is going to use everything, but Sun comes through and he will just actually walk it off with the Ghost, but still a good trade for DNS here in the mid lane.
BDD does not have teleport because he opted to match the Ghost here of the Rise for some additional pick power, but that means that he's not going to be able to get back to this lane anytime soon. Closer's very healthy. I'll push this wave through as soon as possible. We do have a bit of a fight around the Scuttle Crab right now, even though there's mid-prio there, because the Braum actually left the lane. Looks like the control will go over to Cuz. So there's a little scrap that was happening there while Perfect is using this lethal tempo Gnar to try to push the Scion out, and ultimately Pioshik will go towards the top Scuttle a little bit later. So a little bit delayed, actually. Good play there from Effort with the prio they had there to actually secure that for his jungler and get him a better back.
And we immediately go down to the bot lane. Duckdom taking essentially max damage that you can take from Aleutian in that sort of a trade. And unfortunately, when you're Misfortune, kind of funny that that's her name, but you can't really trade back if the double up doesn't hit, which it didn't. So a lot of pressure right now for KT in the bottom lane. They're winning there.
You just gave me an idea for a new AD carry champion, right? Could just put in the lore. Her sister is called Unfortune.
Not unfortunate.
But her first name is like Sally, like, you know, because Miss Fortune's real name is Sarah, yeah.
Yeah.
But she goes by Unfortune.
Honestly, I'm kind of into it. I like the idea.
She could have a kit, you know, it's very opposite of Misfortune, like Neela's kit, where she pulls you in a cone instead of, you know, just shooting bullets through there, and then she does something else, I don't know, cool with a gun. Maybe it's a shotgun. She pulls you in and shoots back, like kind of like
that's
Graves.
Just Graves.
But, man, I guess
need to do
it's
some
hard
work
to
on
design
this,
champions, man. I don't know. They keep putting them out, but I can't do it.
Well, they don't do it in the span of 20 seconds on a broadcast, so that certainly puts you at a bit of a disadvantage, Wolf.
Guess so.
But I like the basic concept.
Yeah, Unfortunate. Give it a thought.
Yeah.
Right.
We had Graves hovered a couple times, you know. I was a little bit excited to see him at some point here in the first couple of rounds of LCK, but we have not.
They've been hovered a lot.
Yeah.
Puzz is, speaking of hovering,
yeah, trying to make a play here on a closer who does not have his flash, but he is able to walk away from the knockback, and that will save his life. I think if he gets knocked back, stunned, the Xinjiao's right there, you're just dead.
Yeah, if BDD had his Ghost there, probably would have been able to set that up, but didn't have it from the previous play. Which closer also would have had his Ghost if he hadn't used it, so it's all fair in the end. But we have seen so many disastrous moments for Cuz and BDD here in round 2 with that type of play being overforced. This time, they commit the ult from BDD, but they decide, you know what, let's just walk away. It's been a quiet early game. I mean, KT are generally some small lane leads. Obviously, the prio they have with the Gnar and this Lucian, but nothing crazy. As this is still a... Well, by the way, I say this because more often than not in DNS games, you know, we're not looking at like the 6 to 8 minute mark. The game has had some sort of wrong turn. Looking great so far, and they're getting through the early game of this Wukong that's a little bit weaker than the Xin in terms of early lane impact. Pyosik, don't cast or curse me right now.
Yeah.
As Effort in trouble.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble here. Might be forced to flash away, but actually the peel is good enough, and the stun was going down onto Duckdom as the Q did land, and now we got a 2v2 in the upper river, but looks like Cuz kind of got the jump on a Pyosik, and with the prio from top lane, it doesn't look like DNS can do much about getting Pyosik level 6 on that.
Now, BDD already used his Weaver's Wall, so it's not like they can try to go and take his red buff away from him and look for a fight there, but he is not going to get level 6 off of the Scuttle that he wanted, because that would have allowed them, like if he was able to smite that Scuttle and get 6, they actually could have taken a team fight there for sure, but just didn't have enough control. Closer, speaking of level 6, he has his ultimate available. Was looking to maybe make an aggressive play bot there, but decides not to. And we end up still in this very passive early game. Unless you're BDD, in which case you're being proactive and getting some chunks out of Closer.
Taliyah does take a decent amount of spam in terms of actually playing the champion. And also he's been involved in pretty much all the action. So he's been... through all of it so far. Did go for the Deathfire Touch rune, which I'm not sure if that's just standard on Taliyah nowadays, but feels like an interesting one. You're definitely doing a lot of poking, so you can proc it quite a lot. As here goes Peter, gonna go and face check the Braum and decide, well, I guess I'll unlock my Hex Flash now.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That play there, that was a little janky. It feels like he's remembered a few times in this lane that he is laning into a Braum, and so it's very, very dangerous. If you commit, you're not getting away. If you don't end up getting that pick. You're going to see the turtle port here from Effort as a late Dragon contest is canceled. They go for Closer.
And Closer does have his flash. He's just going to ghost away. And it's an interesting contest because Aiming was backing and he was lower than half health, and DNS had already started the Dragon. And KT knew about it, so I don't think there's any world in which they really were going to contest the Dragon, so...
You know what?
At least they get the Ghost of Closer.
Butterfly effect. Peter sacrificing his flash, delaying the back slightly, gets Effort's turtle port a little bit delayed, you know? That it got them the Dragon, kind of, sort of. You know, great play there from Peter. Dragon lead.
Good play, good play. Level 6 here for Peter, and Effort not level 6. And Effort is going to die. They're so deep in the enemy jungle, and now Cuz has to flash away. You have the follow-up coming in here. Aiming trying to peel as just a Lucian. I don't think he's able to do anything. As the Crescent Guard, it helps a little bit, but only for a minuscule amount of time. Down he will go. It's 2 kills to start off for DNS.
So you know how I said any team could beat any other team if the other team is disrespectful? DNS punishing pretty hard here in this early game, getting the early Dragon, but then getting way more as KT were way out of their depth there in the enemy jungle into a Nautilus that doesn't have flash, but when you're in his face, it doesn't matter because he will just press R and target you, and then you won't be able to get away. So pretty frustrating situation all around here, I think, for KT Rolster in this early game. And this Misfortune, who has a Cull in inventory, picking up a kill in an early scrap, or Rise picking up a kill in an early scrap. I mean, these are things that as KT, you absolutely cannot allow to happen if your comp is going to function properly. At least they have this wave in a good spot here in the bottom lane. That's really the only great news here for KT.
Yeah, I'm really not sure why they went so aggressive into the enemy jungle. It has been something that Cuz has been doing more often here in round 2. You were talking about him and BDD kind of just going a little bit too far. They got so much confidence from round 1 that maybe they're turning into overconfidence, and perhaps that's what they're struggling with nowadays. Definitely looks like that from an observer point of view. As KT is going to go ahead and challenge here for the grubs. Pyosik says, well, we still don't have prio on top, so I'm just going to run away.
Yeah, this is a pretty smart decision, I think, from Pyosik there, as there's just no top prio at all. The lead here for Perfect is the only one for KT Rolster right now. They've really been doing a great job of freezing this wave away from Duckdom and Peter, which is why there's a 20 CS lead here for the Lucian, despite the early kill and assist for Duckdom, which is the one, or this is the reason why he's ahead in this game. It's not of the 2v2 lane. As we do have Pyosik coming over here with a Cyclone coming up right now. No flash for Cuz, but I don't think there's much he can do. Guess we'll walk away.
Yeah. Looks like he got all the Raptors, so feeling pretty good about that. Dudu. I do like that Blind Scion is getting punished nowadays. It's been an interesting season, I feel like, so far for top laners, because at the beginning, you know, in round 1, it was very much like, well, you don't really have a lot of good blind pick options, but then tanks got a little bit of a buff, and we saw Dorn's Helm come in, and a lot more tanks like Asante were getting value, and it felt like they weren't going to be punished. But now I feel like we're going back to some of those blind picks getting punished again.
Yeah, and I mean, with the rise of the lethal tempo Nara as well, I think that tech has really made it even more annoying to lane into. And we're seeing adaptations. Like we saw, like, okay, all these blind picks are annoying. We're playing Vayne now as well, and Trista on the top. And so top laners have been a little bit creative this season, trying to get around some of these tank picks that are just brick walls.
Trying to force it here. There's the concussive blow, but it is a Braum. So if you're going to do that, okay, they get the knock up here on a Duckdom, and now the wall comes in. Flash away from Duckdom. He's exhausted, and that means he will not get away, although he does a ton of damage before he goes down. It's 2 kills into the bot lane of KT. As now Cuz in a really rough spot, and Closer's running down BDD. Cuz eventually will fall, and you imagine BDD will do the same. The response here from DNS in the bot lane is fantastic.
Yeah, that was really poorly executed by KT. The KT regression almost feels like it needs to be studied, because watching this play happen, okay, so the reason why they set this up the way they do is because they looked for BDD getting in. It's BDD's closer to Duckdom, but they're going on Peter on the other side at the same time. And then there's a Wukong that shows up here to set up the bullet time. And even though it only ticks for just a second, it buys so much space here. The turret aggro is picked up. It's just a whole disaster here. And KT are just so committed to the play, so deep, and they cannot get away with this Nautilus. Like, if you're in the fight like this and you're that far forward, everyone dies if you lose the fight the way they did. So now DNS with a real solid 2,000 gold lead here. Peter should be able to get away.
Yeah, gets his hook a little bit canceled halfway, and now the concussive blows are going to land. I think Peter might be forced to flash. He elects not to, and will fall instead. So that's a kill given back over to Cuz. I was about to read the disclaimer paper that I have right in front of me, which says DNS actually gets some good leads early on. It's about finishing through the mid and late game that, you know, we cannot guarantee.
Peter likes to read the papers, so sometimes you gotta let him do it, and it's okay. As this is a bit much. Like, look at where Braum is on the minimap as well. It's just he was like, okay, we got a little bit of control. I want to get more information. I want to know where Cuz is. He found out.
He has flash.
Yeah, no, he should have flashed there.
And he has Hex Flash, too. Just flash. You made a mistake. It happens. You're Nautilus. I don't know. Just use that ability.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Flash can be very helpful for Nautilus to set up really long-range engages, or to flash into range of the ultimate to get a guaranteed knockup on an upcoming fight, for example, Herald. So maybe that's where his mind is at. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to give this money over, but it'll be worth it. And if he doesn't flash on this next Herald fight, then I will completely 100% with you agree that it was not worth it. But maybe, you know, there's the Schrodinger's flash of, like, we don't know if it was actually useful or not until we get to the next team fight. And it's an interesting conversation to have. I think it was definitely an intentional choice by Peter. I mean, if he doesn't get hit by that Braum Q, maybe he gets away, so maybe he just thought he was fine also, but he wasn't.
Got a couple of junglers in the top side, actually 3v3 at the moment, as they're going in on a Cuz, but with the Crescent Guard, I mean, the follow-up is just not going to be there from the Rise, so not the best fight for Pyosik to take, and he does pay for it.
Yeah, the target they were trying to punish there has Crescent Guard, so as a result, they don't win that 3v3 the way they played it. Needed to go on a different target, and since they started with the Xin, it kind of ended with the Xin, as Pyosik burns his ultimate feebly, try to get away. And that Herald fight we were talking about, kind of just not a fight anymore because they ended up losing their jungler right away. And I think a lot of what I've seen for DNS, this, especially in round 2, that I find frustrating is these small mistakes, right? Like we could talk about coordination problems like the Space did with like the Ash Arrow and Pioshik's like doing Raptors, but it's a lot of like face checking. It's a lot of disrespect about, okay, I'm not sure if they're there, but I'm going to go in anyways. Like Peter's death right before this, these small moments that just wash your gold lead away. And now it's like, oh, well, now we're going to have to really be coordinating our team fights.
They're trying to find Peter. Maybe this is where he uses his flash, but honestly, not a good spot to anymore as he's going to go down. Again, this can kind of just happen to Nautiluses that get out of position, but yeah, that's a couple of kills now that KT have essentially farmed off of Peter.
The gold lead is just gone completely now. And it's 1-to-1 Drakes. They have Herald, so Herald will likely just get them the gold as, yeah, production's on the same page. They're kind of like, well, it was there, and then it's gone now. The graph does indicate that they once had it, and they no longer have it.
That's why you got to read the disclaimer paper.
Yeah.
You got to know.
We all signed the waiver before this cast today of like, you know, if you do cast DNS, you make sure not to hype up too much any gold lead that's less than 5,000 before 15 minutes. It says on the paper that if it's above 5,000, we can get a little bit excited.
Yeah.
But it didn't get to that point, which is why our tone was a little bit muted.
Might be number 3 here for Peter. He's got some help from Closer, but with the Crescent Guard, again, same situation as top lane where it's like, yeah, I mean, the Ryze cannot deal damage to the Xin Zhao, so you're just dead. And that's the 3rd time now that Peter in a row has gotten caught with no recourse.
This just feels like tunnel vision almost for Peter in this game. Like he's just not locked in. As we are going to see the Herald I mentioned dropped here. A little bit early for the Dragon timing. It's not going to be used for combat, but they just want to get some extra money, and they know there's no defense of this. Might even be able to get the whole turret depending on if we see a group here or not. As these top laners have not, they have just been in the top lane only. They're like, well, that's what we do. And we're getting plates on bottom lane, getting plates in mid. Because there's been no jungle attention to this Gnar, he wins the matchup. He continues to win the matchup. His gold lead has tripled, 1,200 at 0-0-0. As they're going to try to punish with Hexgate. Maybe this time Peter gets something done. No.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, you're trying to engage into the Braum, which can be very punishing, which is why it was such a good play from KT in the draft to wait and see the Nautilus and then pick the Braum, which is something you highlighted, Wolf. And certainly going to help out there that he is Braum and not something like Emilio.
And this top side just doesn't get easier. You know, like he gets tougher to kill, but Perfect just keeps hitting the turret. He just doesn't care. He has Gnar.
Yeah.
Dude is like, I want you to stop that. And Perfect just like goes, okay, and pushes him away as he leaves. And then like, oh, by the way, another wave is coming.
Yeah, this turret's gone. And this is the first turret of the game.
Like, there are 2 plates left on the map. Like, both mid and bottom lane, because of the charge of the Herald in the mid lane, are basically dead.
DNS, I mean, they're going to get position here on the Drake. It looks like KT, they just say, you know what? I mean, it's just one Drake. We're going to get the mid turret. I think that's a lot more valuable at this point in the game, assuming they get the turret, which, yes, they will. The culling will come out here. Aiming's like, oh, yeah, got to kill that turret, which he will.
There was no call to try to set up for a play. Like, Peter has his ult. He has flash.
I think Closer might just be dead here. Flash over the wall. There's the knock-up already primed from Cuz as the slow comes in. And a little bit of help, actually, from Pioshik. He will get there, but the 2 mid laners, both of them, will fall down in the trade. We got a TP coming in.
Yeah, Dudu here wants to make this happen.
And Cuz with the Crescent Guard, but I think up against all 4 of these guys after the stun will be pretty easy to take him down.
And Amy makes the call to push. Obviously can't really do anything there. There's too much CC between him and trying to save that play, which is the correct call. He's got a huge wave there, so might even pick up some additional plates on the inner turret. So initially here I was like, what I was about to explain was I thought DNS could have looked for a Realmore play during the Dragon to try to punish KT's pull-off there, but they didn't. Instead, they are able to get the wraparound here as Closer kind of baits them in. TP comes down just for extra secure here from Dudu, and Cuz does end up getting slowed, knocked up, and then taken out. So really good play from Dudu there on the Scion after so much time locked in Gnar jail. But the end result still is like KT get all 3 outer turrets, and the gold lead remains.
Look at the top lane gold lead right now.
Yeah.
He has 2 items. Black Cleaver, very nice. When you're attacking a Scion 1,000,000 times a minute, and the Scion has no option to trade back. You see aiming there, he was like, nah, you know, actually, I'd rather not get that cannon. He was like, nah, it's not feeling it right now.
He's also like waiting for DNS's first win.
He could have easily autoed that cannon. I don't know why.
They're doing Baron, by the way, practically on spawn here at 21 minutes as they 2-man it, trying to hide information. They made DNS think that was the Lucian backed, and now he's doing a Dragon 2-man here with aiming, but they see it. Or sorry, Baron, I think I said Dragon, but either way.
I mean, there's vision here. Pyosik is Wukong. It's going to be pretty difficult to avoid him getting into the pit. They're just going to flip it, I guess, as they try to pull off of the Baron, but it's a little bit too little, too late. The damage is already done. Pyosik takes a free Baron, and KT now trying to take a weird fight here as they will go down, aiming, trying to kite it out at least. And Perfect, very fed. He's going to throw a boulder at Pyosik, and BDD still able to kite it here against Peter as he takes him down due to the last one left, and it's a triple kill for Perfect's Gnar. And aiming looks like he should be able to eventually finish off Dudu in about 18 years. And he will be able to finally get it done with BDD. It's an ace. Not a clean one, but KT still win.
So Perfect is ready to fight, right? He's got his Narbar charged up here. And so I think this is part of the plan for KT. They just did not actually, like if the Baron was seen a little bit later, you know, maybe the rotation is a little bit slower, or if it's not seen at all, obviously they get it, but they were confident that even if DNS responded, they could have the pinch with the Gnar, and Perfect does so much damage in this fight, and once the core is down, you win. And I think what also KT understood about this call was that they're playing into a misfortune comp. Ryze isn't that fed yet. He's not actually that successful in terms of team fight damage and throughput, and if they can focus him down, the misfortune isn't going to do that much damage either. She's more of a hold them in place and I press ultimate button in this type of game state as well. So they were like, we've got great turn in this situation. We've got a pinching Gnar. I think it's kind of checkmate on this Baron. I think the call was, like the timing of it made it look a little bit shaky for KT. It got stolen, but when you watch the fight happen, even after the steal comes through, you're like, well, did DNS really win out of this? And ultimately, the Baron is already gone, and we know what happened. We know the answer. So, cool steal, but a great play from KT overall, and they end up basically, it feels like in this moment, winning the game off of the Baron call is what they did.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they're in major control at this point in time. I mean, you can see that they didn't get the Baron buff, but the map kind of looks like they did, where they're pushing in mid and in bot and trying to control the map as much as possible. Some great deep vision around the blue buff of DNS, which will allow them to take down this Hextech Drake, no doubt. DNS maybe could have tried to force a fight on it, but just like KT gave up the last one, I think DNS are also like, well, it's just one Drake. We don't necessarily have to when we're not in a good spot on the map.
There's definitely a lot of bigger issues they're focused on right now, like making sure that they're not going to have their inhibitor turrets started to be whittled away out with that mid push. Closer's got some extra free time to try to work towards his actualizer here on the top side. It does get level 16 as well, but they are going to need his help eventually here. You have to think Dudu's just trying to buy space and actually doing a great job weak siding here for him to take this turret. I think he is going to be able to get the first turret here for DNS this game, and like you said, you're not going to fight for this dragon. You absolutely cannot. You have no prio in mid or bottom lane, and you're just getting your Ryze towards that third item that's so critical for him to be able to have that damage output that you don't have with your misfortune right now. So, good call. I mean, he's 2 levels up on BDD right now as a result of his extra time spent. Will he get punished, though, is the question.
Looks like he might.
Weaver's Wall is ready for BDD to follow, but he's too far away.
You can see the idea for KT trying to chase him, but doesn't quite line up. I think the Ghost coming out from Closer as well going to help out a lot. Gets him enough distance. Maybe so, now we slow down once again, Wolf.
I was just going to say, like, that overall, that move from DNS was pretty much a net positive. Like, they got a lot of money on their Ryze. He escapes. KT get nothing. They weren't able to even get that bottom inner turret down. They weren't able to damage the mid inhibitor turret since the inner is already gone. Like, there isn't much for KT to get besides, oh, I guess let's try to get Ryze, and he gets away. So, I mean, I think DNS are doing the best they can in this situation. I think should be very happy with the amount of money that Closer just picked up. Again, the game state is pretty rough, but You're going to need that rise. He has been their big win con for a lot of this game, even though it hasn't actualized yet.
Yeah.
Pun intended.
Soon it will actualize, surely. And, I mean, if you look at all the gold leads across the map, really, the current gold lead that KT have as a team is just the top laner. So if you could maybe fight when Perfect's not there because he is a top laner, or if you are able to match your carries to the bottom 2 carries, perhaps you can still win. You know, if Dudu just stands in the front, takes up a lot of the damage from aiming or something, and then maybe you take him out. There are still ways for DNS to play, even though, you know, the gold lead, the map control not necessarily in their favor. As Piosik's looking for an angle, he is going to show. They go in on to effort, and now the Realm Morph comes in. Closer goes directly into 4 people and will go down. As now you got the knock-up here from the Scion. They take down the Lucian. As now Duckdom in a little bit of trouble, but Perfect going very deep to try to take him out. And I think eventually BDD might be able to get the job done. They take down Piosik, and BDD just barely is going to be able to take out the Misfortune. As we do see going in onto Peter here. He is quite low himself. As Dudu trying to peel actually up against Cuz, who's getting low himself. And eventually he barely gets away. At the end of the day, Perfect still looking to try to push the envelope here.
Perfect, I think, wins this eventually, right? Like, Dudu, I need to be careful.
Yeah. I think he does, yes, as nearly takes him down. We got a
that lethal tempo is rolling, and you just cannot actually get on top of him. He was able to hit a few of those Qs. So looking at this initial play here, it's actually kind of, and when you look at Closer, I'm like, okay, what are you doing? But it actually kind of works out because he baits, he buys a lot of space, he gets his Seraph shield, and then Dudu is able to collapse it, and you're sure he dies, but the Misfortune ultimate is set up because of him. I'm not trying to say, please try this at home or anything like that, but it ended up working out. Duckdom also, with his red buff, is also able to kill BDD here, which is really huge because if BDD lives, then I think this fight gets even more complicated for DNS, and they might end up losing their inhibitors. Duckdom?
Yeah, he doesn't have flash, and you saw Effort right at the beginning of that play just flash and land a Q. And now that Duckdom's dead, kind of backing in certainly a dangerous spot, even if you have a little bit of vision there. That should mean Baron for KT.
It certainly should. KT, this time, completely uncontested on Baron, this time with full control, not a risky Baron or anything of the sort. As Effort just gets the Q, gets the slow, aiming blows him up. Vision there with the ward. And I guess that's what Duckdom just didn't account for.
That's a very common ward that you see placed down in mid lane after a team pushes up to an inhibitor. Specifically because, you know, sometimes they can take that path from mid lane directly into a jungle, and it can give you a good idea of where they're going on the map. And I think Duckdom definitely should have considered that when he backed around that area.
You always feel so safe as Misfortune. You shouldn't in this game state, but when you have your BF and your shield and you're just, or Bloodthirster, sorry, BT.
Yeah.
And you're just kind of saying, well, I'm clearing waves, I'm trying to get us back in this game, looking for the next setup. And as long as you don't expect the flash Braum Q. I don't know how many points he has in it, and Ox isn't here today, but
yeah,
it can be the deadliest, actually.
He's probably still shaking his fists at the clouds, and the clouds in this case being the points in Q from home, assuming he is watching this game. And KT with this Baron, it feels still pretty good for them. Like, yes, this game has not been the, okay, we're going to get a lead and crush you in 25 minutes kind of LCK style with no mistakes kind of game. It's definitely been a more KT style up and down wild ride, but they're still very much in control right now.
He is 3 points in Q, by the way, confirmed.
Wow.
So Ox actually probably just like praising the cloud, or like, I don't know, saying it's nice weather today. Sieging Weaving Wall.
Yeah, and engage Braum as well. As they're going to throw something into aiming, but also Closer on the left side taking a lot of damage. Look at the Gnar, just autoing him down. This is the best AD carry you could have in the top lane, it feels like at times. As a nice bullet time going to get maximum value, but into a Xin Zhao not feeling very good. As it is only Duckdom now that is left. You can imagine that eventually a dive will come through. As Duckdom pretty fast, but he's just going to retreat to the fountain, and that should do it for game number 1. Aiming trying to get some more KDA, some more gold into his pockets as the king of gold. But it will be Cuz who takes him down, and KT who take the first Nexus.
Well, it was interesting until errors were made, right? And like, you could see the frustration on some of the fans. That one fan had his head on presumably his girlfriend's shoulder. You know, it was a good start for DNS. They punished, especially that bottom side play for KT that was really sloppy, and they had a lead. And their Scion was like very, very significantly behind, but was hopefully going to be able to set up a lot of plays later. Which we did see that one really nice play, the flank there with Closer's Realm War. Closer had some time farming, but just Peter dying 3 times. You know, it felt like on repeat. Stepping into the wrong zones that just gave KT the money back, you know? And then Perfect is like, well, there's no jungle attention up in the top lane. Like, Perfect had a great game, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of supposed to go that way. And if no jungler comes, like, he should be pumping numbers. Like, he should be getting that turret. And piercing on this Wukong was trying to put out fires elsewhere. This game, see that small red bump from 12 to 17 minutes or so is all DNS had. But I think if they can patch some of those holes, there's definitely something turning on this team, right? The early game looking a lot better. The punish was real, but we've got to finish the race. At this point, I think that's what the coaching staff is probably saying.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the side of KT, even the coaching staff there kind of getting into it, saying that was not clean enough, guys. There were a lot of mistakes made that a better team would have taken advantage of. DNS not able to do it this time as KT 1-0 as we head into the break.
한 볼게. 야 이거 쌈 봐도 돼 천천히.
공복해.
타워 봐.
타워 보자. 앞라인부터 사이부터.
아주인 한대. 라이즈 볼게. 여기 봐. 라이즈 볼게 우리.
앞에 줘.
앞에부터 볼게. 앞에부터.
사이부터. 50 빼고 단어풀이야.
아 이거 홍 맞을래? 홍 봐줄게.
미포공.
노틸 봐줄게.
라인 쓰자. 미포 노플이야.
야 노플인데. 나 미포 이번에 볼게.
나 방패 있고.
끝.
이제 풀 돌았어 이제. 풀 돌아.
그래? 오케이.
풀 돌만해.
me going on. I just didn't see all the signs in time. It was going on for so long. Girl, go on with your little thing. Gotta do what you wanna do. Guess I hadn't seen the danger signs. Guess I should've been one on you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I've gotta see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you clean, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Fire my bed, you tried to put out, but I lit it up. Yes, I lit it up. Yes, I lit it. You said it's on me if I feel put out, but your time's up. No way, can you feel it? Girl, go on with your little thing. You gotta do what you wanna do. Guess I hadn't seen the danger signs. Should've been one hanging off you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I've gotta see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you clean, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Gone and I'm moving on. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Is that Veigar?
Yes, it is Veigar.
Veigar.
It is Veigar. I think the mics were open. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space. It is the Saturday Showdown. The DN Automotive Supers had a good lead, but KT Rolster clawed it back and found the victory in game number 1. Digon here alongside Huni and Yankos.
Is it Veigar?
The Veigar, the Veigar founder.
Very cute Veigar.
The Veigar founder, Yankus. It's
Yes,
so cute.
It is indeed Veigar. As guys, this one just, it feels tough because the Supers, they had the early start they wanted. They punished KT, but as we've seen so many times, and we'll show you here in just a second, they just couldn't coordinate the plans in the mid game.
Yeah, I really think the early game is really, it was really DN Super's favor. Like, it's how actually they want it. Like, this is what they want.
Exactly, and as you can showcase right now, KT here aiming is trying to get the wave. Meanwhile, KT is invading, so they are also not really playing that well early game. DNS then punishes as they are 4v3 on this side of the jungle, so they just end up picking a couple of kills. So even though KT won this game, you can see that DNS has these moments where they can read the map, they know that they are in a favorable position, and they punish KT.
Yeah, and this was after the first Drake, so you can see what KT's thinking was. It was, we punished their timer, but with home guards that came right back on the map, and then yet again, another fight that they force here, Huni.
It's just like, it showcased so well. The KTs are so desperate for making the play, but they're not really coordinated. I feel like the maintenance is not fully
over yet. I feel like they're not coordinated. It's not organized. Like the fundamental. They're not there because they're not counting the number. They don't know where is enemy jungle, but they just send it. And this is like consequences of like. It's also good to see like the DNS Supers like actually knows how to punish this if KT overstep.
Yeah. Well, here's the cope, right? The cope was the first highlight we showed was KT were doing two different things. The second one was they were on the same page. It was just the wrong page, and DNS showing they could punish. But they have trouble transitioning those early leads into the future plays, and here are great examples.
And this is the classic reel of jungle support being completely disconnected. How many times did Pitach go for vision this game, and how many times did he get punished because Piosik was farming jungle camps? And this is something that you cannot do as a good team, as a LCK level team, even though, well, I mean, you lost lots of series, so it explains it. But look at Piosik, he's going in 1v3. Pretty much there is no follow-up from Peter. When Peter arrives, Piosik is already dead. In the previous clip we saw Peter dying, and now again, I mean, this time they are together, but they just don't count well.
Yeah, I mean they're so ahead in this game. Like it's so crazy to me. Like KT makes so many mistakes in early game, and then it was really well played by DNS Supers. The consequences, the punishment was there, and it's like this is 4-minute window straight up having 4 deaths with the support jungle. They straight up lost the 4 times in a row.
Look at all the free gold. Yeah, look at all the free gold. What do you do when your support and your jungler are so disconnected? It's just always separately on the map.
Yeah, and Wolf called it out on the cast. It just makes it very difficult to get that forward momentum going because although you had those early kills early on, the gold lead wasn't big enough that KT couldn't come back, and they were just waiting for a fight at equal footing, and that is the big play here in at the Baron Pit. KT started up, and DNS tried to find a fight, but this is where Perfect goes huge here.
Okay, but this is just so insane. I just don't... KT wants to start the Baron, and then they leave the pit at 3,000. They all just left. Kaz is still getting engaged on. He cannot go back in the pit, so Piosik just steals the Baron. And even so, the positioning from DNS is not good enough as Dogdam gets collapsed on, and Perfect just goes absolutely god mode in this fight on the Nar.
Yeah, I mean, so I think it's just like I kind of have to talk about like about the draft as well. Like I think the Talia and Braum is so working well against the Wukong, and I also didn't really like the Rise in the early game. The snowball is not, you can't snowball anything with the MF Nolus into the Lucian Braum lane, and also you're playing topside. If you want to play topside, it's a Sion against an Arc. There's nothing you can do with the Rise, so like it's so hard to play like from the middle game.
And I feel like this is something that people need to look out for in the draft, because normally when you pick Lucian, often people pick Milio or Nami with it. Most often Milio now, as it's such a strong lane. But people also try to pick Nautilus into Milio, but then if you drop Lucian and they already pick the Nautilus, and then you get the Braum, which is such a good combo, it makes the draft very hard.
Yeah, all of a sudden the priority on Lucian starting to go on up, as it is KT Rolster putting a little wrinkle on the support pool that has gotten a bit stale, gets them game number 1. The DN Automotive Supers, if they're going to get themselves a series win here, have to go back-to-back. Let's send it back on over to the casters for game 2.
Thank you, Spacers, as we're getting ready. Yes, I think that is Veigar, by the way.
Yeah,
based on what I could tell.
I've always wondered, though, when we have that shot, why is Veigar caging himself? You know, that's normally not
Maybe
what
he's protecting himself, you know?
But there doesn't seem to be any enemies in sight. I think
maybe we can't see them. Maybe, you know, the charm from Evelyn just came up. We'd probably be able to see that. Maybe like a Shaco just jumped and he's like, oh, I got to put up my cage.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm just thinking of like potential, you know, scenarios where he might just cage himself.
I like to play Veigar aggressively. I like to cage the bad guys.
Yeah, that's how BDD liked to do it in the past as well.
That's why he's the best Veigar player in the LCK.
Yes.
Probably.
Probably.
He's the one who's played it the most in recent times.
We haven't seen too much Veigar.
All right, Valdez. Let's see what happens in game 2, because game 1, I don't know. You know, I've never been in a situation. I feel like in a lot of people's minds, I think DNS is a relatable team because they struggle in their solo queue games. DNS is struggling in the LCK, but I find it very difficult to relate to these types of games where I've never been in a situation as a competitive gamer where I'm like on such a loss streak, right, in such a competitive league, and I won a game a few days ago, right, and now I'm like I almost won a second game against a really good team and then lost it. Like, what is your headspace coming into this game? Because I can imagine a lot of things, but I mean, this is so extreme that I can't pretend to know how these players are feeling right now.
Closest we can get is like a really long solo queue loss streak, but even that, like, nobody's watching that really, especially not on this level, of course. So it's difficult for sure. That's really all we can say. As a lot of the same bands come through, except this time Jace instead of Karma.
The Scion is gone, so take Perfect's Jace away. I guess that kind of makes sense. I mean, we saw what Perfect did to T1 on Jace, despite the loss, man. It was actually insane in that telecom war earlier this week. Looking like a first pick Karma angle. However, instead, Caitlyn Bard looks like is what they want to play.
Yeah. And if they do go like Jin Karma, you could potentially go like Kate Lux, right? If you wanted something just a little bit more aggressive that could potentially trade back. The issue is that Lux doesn't have the greatest time into Karma, but if you do land a binding, then you're having a good time.
Yeah. I think both are strong options. I would prefer the Bard into the Karma specifically that I think we are going to get here, but we'll see what they choose. They opt for. Kind of a tricky play here from DN Supers to kind of turn this on its head and say, aha, now you have to play the Karma Jin. And they look like they're considering potentially another option here, but I just don't think it's wise. Like, they could have played Jin Bard into Caitlyn Karma, but I think that's probably not what they want. And it is going to be the Lee Sin that goes through this time, so this feels like basically Pyosik is just saying, I'm going to do my best with what I like to play. And when you're sitting at the scoreline that DNS is sitting at right now, I think that's a fair option. They'll take the Annie, which is something I was calling for in draft in game 1 for closer, so he won't have his hands on it here. Sets up the Jin Karma really well. When you have the Karma, you want to find all forms of aggressive CC that you can in your draft because the Karma doesn't have as much of that built into her kit. Moving into the second phase, we're looking at topside, the soul lanes here for DN Supers. Yeah, Kali taken away from closer, so more comfort bans.
Yeah, definitely a good call. Dudu, I think it's pretty difficult to ban out. I mean, maybe they want to take away Aurora from closer. I feel like we always talk about the Aurora into Annie, but as of the last couple of weeks, I feel like we haven't seen it as much as we used to. Even just the Aurora in general. Still decently common, but used to see this matchup like all the time. Like if Annie was picked and Aurora was a ban, that was like the slam lock-in we always got.
Yeah. I think it will likely be banned. I mean, otherwise, we have seen a few mid laners experiment with the Victor pick. Ban Cassante, actually. Which is not necessarily telling of what we will see in this game, but maybe looking for a Rumble pick is what I would guess.
Yeah.
As it seems like the Cassante specifically into Rumble has done very well because you have to be in such close range. The Cassante, it's really easy to hit your Q knockup and knockback. So will they ban Rumble here, or will we see something else entirely is the question. They're not in a position here where the jungle pool, I think, is what you want to be focusing. Pantheon makes sense because it's global, but they will otherwise say, cuz we don't need to ban jungle because so much is already gone in terms of what's meta here. The Rumble will go through as a result of that Renekton ban, though, and it feels like this is what Dudu wants, but why? We're about to find out. Could go for... Okay, it's going to be the Ambessa, so I was going to say it could be a flexible Aurora. Said it's going to be Galio into the Annie, which we've seen so many times. It's okay in this comp. They have a lot of engage. There's so much of it for Ducktime to follow up on. Damage-wise, though, it's just Duckers. Okay, that's the only one who could really hurt the bad guys.
Yeah. The Fury seems pretty good.
Yeah, it looks really good in this draft, actually, with the Jin and the Annie setup.
Yeah, just avoid, the top. Might just go Trundle, too. I think Trundle's pretty good as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not a whole lot of things that can hurt you while you're trying to set up for fights. So you don't really need to pick something tanky. Yeah. And their comp is not necessarily dive. And the fact that, like, if you go into Fury, you can follow up on a good equalizer and burst somebody down and get a reset. And obviously, you're very sticky. You can avoid any sort of CC that's trying to peel when you go up into the air and avoid it. with your W. But the Rumble Pillar in itself can make a choke point for an equalizer, can disrupt the front line. If the Galio's trying to set up for a taunt, maybe you put that pillar up and then he can't get out while the rest of the team is kind of floundering, trying to get away. This makes this composition feel a lot more sticky. Feels like the Rumble and the Tibbers value is going to go up with the pillar as well. This Trundle is just so difficult to take down. The Ambassador, who's already not that tanky, you know, just ends up getting ulted by the Trundle and having a rough time as well when she's trying to go in.
Yeah.
So I like it, actually. I'm with you.
Also, Pillar Deadly Flourish is like really kind of funny because it's insanely long root potential. You know, you don't even have to commit at all. You could be like nearly a screen away, just throw up a pillar and set up a Deadly Flourish potential, and then maybe you can follow up with an equalizer. Definitely a lot of annoying stuff here on the side of KT, and we'll see how they do put it together. Game 1 was a little bit messy, but they still got the win. This time on the side of DNS, a pretty easy comp, I would say. If everybody goes in all together, we'll see what happens as we hop on the ref for Game 2. And you can hear we're on the DNS side. They are desperate once again to try to get another win on the board.
Absolutely.
I was hoping that one game win would kind of revitalize them a little bit and kind of teach them what it's like to win once again, especially because it was 30 games in a row that they lost. But unfortunately, still not able to seal the deal.
I mean, the early game
in Game 1
was fine, right? But yeah, like you said, couldn't close it out. But having a good start there, which is more than we could say for a majority of those 30 losses. As we did mention, you know, I was like, when we were rolling around 8 minutes, I was like, hey, wait a second. As the one thing I think that Nefiri does that this Trundle does not do in this draft is we're going to have a bit of a barrier trade, is to blow up the Caitlyn instantly, right? Like with a lot of damage. And if the Caitlyn dies in this draft for DNS, DNS also dies. They cannot really win the fights. The Ambassador later on kind of does damage, right? We've seen this in Galio, depending on the build, can do a little bit as well. I'm not trying to say they do 0 damage, but into the face of everything that is KT right now, you aren't going to win that fight if you don't have the Caitlyn almost every single time.
Yeah.
Unless they go like so deep to kill the Caitlyn that everybody, you know, gets CC'd by the Galio taunt, etc. while they're doing it. But my point really being here that Duckdom has a huge responsibility in this game. His flash cooldown is something we're going to be tracking very carefully. The Caitlyn trough in the mid game is going to be where he's most vulnerable. And if they consistently focus him down, then this composition just doesn't work for DNS.
Yeah. It really feels like a very fun game for aiming in this one, as Pyosik just going to get pillared. He's like, well, not much I can do about that. And this is a very common thing we see nowadays in the LCK is you do the bot side of your jungle. If you have prio on the bot side of the map and you know that the enemy jungler is starting on the top side of the map, you just go in and take the blue. And there's really not much that they can do unless you kind of mess it up.
This is why teams pick blue side, for this specific reason. Amongst, obviously, Baron and other things, but that in particular is so valuable when you are on blue side and you have a winning lane. They have the Karma lane because DNS opted to go for the Caitlyn Bard, and so far, CS-wise, fairly even there, but you know, you can see that's what you use the prio for in this early game to get advantages elsewhere. Pyosik does even things out, of course, and is actually looking for potentially an aggressive play down here. They have control vision, but, I mean, he's Lee Sin, so if he goes on to effort there, he will just walk away. Doesn't have CC at this moment in time.
Yeah, we've kind of in an awkward spot. As Jin and Karma, you know, I was talking about the pillar, but Karma can set up the Deadly Flourishes amazingly. The Rumble even, you know, if the Jin gets there a little bit later, you throw an equalizer down. You can catch someone if they're out of position. I feel like aiming will be feasting in this one as long as he doesn't... I mean, even if he does fall behind, you know, they don't even necessarily need him to do a ton of damage with the Rumble in the composition.
Yeah. Agreed. See how much of a lead Perfect can get this time, because this is a matchup that has gone both ways. But generally, Rumbles do end up winning out and generating small advantages. We haven't talked about it in a while because Rumble's been permabanned and Perfect has evolved as a player, but this was like his one-trick pick for a really long time, and it's cool that we get to see him play it again here now that it is very relevant. and he gets a chance to because Rumble's priority has dropped a little bit, so isn't just banned every single game. But I expect that he's going to have a good performance on this pick because he's so known for it. It was that in the Udyr that I've always mentioned, but he has really broadened his horizons. Now he's arguably the scariest Zahin that LCK has.
He's definitely played it the most. As Closer is going to... Okay, they're going to try to turn this one around as double flash comes out for BD, and Cuz they say, you know what gets us in trouble is early game shenanigans. Let's just not even engage.
Yeah, they definitely pressed F to opt out in this situation.
Well, actually, BDD pressed D.
Yeah, you're right. He's
assuming that... I think now you can change... Honestly, I don't even know because I just used the defaults with F on, flash on F, obviously.
Yeah, I'm not a Delasher. I used to be. But
that's crazy. You changed like halfway through your career?
It was only like a year I was a Delasher.
No.
I was
like you realized you were wrong?
Works. Yeah, I realized the error of my ways.
Yeah.
I mean, look, BDD is the only Delasher I accept.
What about
his nickname? His nickname is B the Delasher. So...
What about
I don't accept Def being a Delasher. I like Def as a person, but I'm like, he's not perfect. Like, he has some things he can work on still.
Yeah, perfect also a Delasher, so I'm glad you do mention it. No Pillar Steal here. No 1 damage Dragon take from Cuz. And, yeah, Pishik just going to take down the Dragon. Not really able to keep the pressure on down the bottom side.
Yeah. I don't know what that zoom-in was all about. I guess seeing if Closer could deny Tibbers and get the gold. Like, zoomed way in as if BD was about to drop a Tibbers or something.
BD stunned him. Maybe Closer missed the cannon. I actually didn't see
that might have been it.
What the wave was at, but I don't see a cannon, so perhaps. Just guessing.
Maybe.
Mayhem.
Mayhem.
You play a lot of Aram Mayhem?
I haven't really played that much of it, no.
But you have so much time nowadays.
Yeah.
I can't even get through the sentence without just losing it.
I did just move, and I have spent a majority of my time that is not with my daughter cleaning my room.
Yeah.
And I'm actually getting close. I've made real progress.
Wow.
Today I finished my shelves.
Hasn't it been like 2 weeks?
It's been a month.
It's been a month, wait. You're still cleaning your room?
Well, I mean, for those who don't know, I have a lot of old esports memorabilia and old retro games and stuff. Like, I have a very hefty collection of old things that need to be carefully categorized and put, which normally I didn't, but this time I've decided I'm actually doing a really good job of organizing this. We're going to see Aiming try to kill Peter.
Yeah.
And or just get tempo here.
Harass ult. I mean, it does a lot. It's going to get ducked on pretty low. Jin has very nice wave clear, so I think, nothing really happening. He just ults and says, well, I'm just going to force you to back.
Yeah, so pretty successful, and they will push this wave in. Duckdom, they have a lot of vision control here, actually, and I don't know, Duckdom, he's going to choose to stay, but it could have been a risky. They're playing into a Trundle. It's not like he's going to die, so it ends up being okay for DNS's bottom laners.
Well, if you have a big collection of many different things, I'm curious, do you have like one of those tiny little dust brushes?
I've actually been looking into buying one.
Really?
Because dusting them off with a duster and or like trying to basically prevent dust from getting into all storage boxes is very annoying and challenging. And I'm ready to see if maybe there's a way to make sure that it's easier to clean when dust does occur.
That makes sense. When I think of like a big collector, I always imagine like they have the glasses on and like the tiny little brush in between their pointer and thumb. Wolf, also, do you say wait in line or wait online?
I definitely say wait in line. Unless
Why
I'm
are
like
New Yorkers so strange?
If I was, for example, waiting for pre-orders to open for something I was going to buy, and I was pressing F5 or staying on my keyboard, then I would wait online. Like, I'm online shopping, waiting for something. But otherwise, yeah, I'm in line.
I feel like rationally it makes sense. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a New York thing. I still don't know. Or if it's just like me. but everybody I know says online. Nobody else does.
Well, I actually, weirdly enough, recently, after living abroad for so long, and I've been around so many people who are not American who speak English, right? Like, international English ends up being kind of its own language. I've started saying in queue, or being in queue, or queue up, and instead of saying line, because I find that most people around me say that instead of line. So I feel like I'm trying to hide my Americanness. I'm like, no, I'm cool. I say the international thing.
You say football as well. You're like, oh yes, we use our feet on the ball.
The thing is, like,
so clearly
we got to talk
football.
about that, because as an American, we say soccer. Okay, that's how it is. And I don't actually, every time I say soccer, no matter where I am in the world that isn't America, someone has to go, you call it soccer, though?
Yeah.
And you guys need to stop that, all right? That's annoying, all right? Like, seriously. Like, I just don't even want to bring it up. I don't even want to talk about football anymore because somebody's going to say that.
You mean soccer, right?
And if I say football, somebody will also be like, isn't it weird that you said football?
You're American? Like, don't you say soccer?
I don't want to talk about the sport because of people like you.
Especially it's because I'm an American, and I'm like, do you mean like the NFL? Or like, that will also happen in reverse.
Yeah.
So it's like, there's no winning. So, and in short, that's why Americans don't pay attention to soccer. Football. I don't know. There's not a lot happening in this game, guys.
No, but it's good to. It was good to get that off my chest.
Yeah.
To be honest with you,
It felt like you've been holding on to
I have
for a long
just,
time.
Just stop it. There's no reason for you to just assume that because I'm American, either of those things that I've said is something that you need to try to criticize me for. All right?
Yeah. I heard as well, I'm not sure if it's true, but that British people came up with the term soccer, and then they stopped saying it at some point after we started saying it.
So
it's like kind of their fault, but not really.
Curious, but aiming, that's a quick flash. He prevents the flash kick. Good call. And then we're back to podcast mode.
I'm like, yeah, take it away, Wolf. Get in there.
I just felt kind of guilty. We weren't doing the game casting that much, so I felt like I needed to step in real quick.
There are some new viewers that are very upset about that. It is what it is. They don't get it. They will soon. If this happens enough, they'll understand.
In terms of the game that's happening, we do have a Dragon contest here. BDD.
Perfect. Okay. It's going to flash away. Looks like he has Nimbus Cloak, so he gets out of range.
He used his equalizer on the wave, I guess. That's what it looks like earlier. So didn't have it, and he has teleport advantage. So he thought, okay, I'll just TP back with a huge advantage, but ended up kind of backfiring, and now he's going to lose a plate and his flash. Longest time without first blood.
We're close. We haven't gotten there yet, actually. 12 minutes and 31 seconds. But unless we get a kill in the next 10 seconds, I think we're going to beat it. Hextech Soul again. Last game, it didn't really have much of a impact on the way the game was played.
It will matter a lot, though, in this game with DNS having a 2-Drake lead in a really slow game state where the Caitlyn is just getting more and more dangerous as the game goes on. Obviously, we haven't really hit the point where she's going to be in the most threat yet, but does have first item collector here. And I think given the enemy composition, I like first item collector here for the Caitlyn, even though it's pretty common and standard. Feels like it's a good buy. It might actually be relevant in an early fight that we have upcoming here on Soul Point. As otherwise, we're back to not doing the killing of the champions or fighting for objectives until that Herald does spawn. A lot of damage done to this turret, as Dudu did not have teleport, and it looked like they just struggled to figure out, are they just going to lose this? No, they'll save it. Right?
I mean, Bard's there. I suppose Peter could ult it. Duckdom's alone in mid because Bard is bot, as I just mentioned. He's trying to take down BDD, but one stun will get the kill. Very curious about why he was just there by himself in a precarious situation.
I think DNS were very curious about a lot of things, and then Duckdom got the first look in, as they didn't respond to the turret push until very late without having either of their solo laners teleports. Duckdom was mid. So if you look at the map right now as well, Duckdom is like well, I guess since we kind of messed it up, it's like he's greeting here to try to get this wave without information. And tries to go for the barrier outplay. I don't think really can do it. I don't think there's a flash angle there where he avoids the cone and gets a kill onto BDD there. So he just goes down. It's our latest First Blood, but it is now First Blood.
All right, we have some lore about online. We might have to wait on that, though. As Pioshik goes in, immediately gets rooted by kind of everything. Aiming just Ghost Blades out of the way of the Bard ult. It's definitely a good item against that champion. And there's going to be the pillar. I mean, that's going to be another root that comes down. And again, the catch potential so good. Oh no, they just move out of the way and Pioshik just dies. They just let him die, and now they don't have a Lee Sin, and Closer's by himself. And it just falls apart early here for DNS.
Rough one. I mean, it's like KT just waiting for a fish to bite the line. You know, we bite the bait and they pull the line up, and they're just reeling. And DNS are reeling after that lost fight. Now 0-3 in this game. And I mean, the step away there, it's so tragic because they don't get he doesn't live. Like, the Galio dies anyways.
Yeah.
It doesn't really impact anything. But I guess in the heat of the moment, it's just a lot of chaos, a lot of struggles in terms of shot calling. As it's pillar into Pioshik, right? Then the follow-up stun is there. Isn't live. We're just dive onto perfect.
Yeah, Equalizer not going to do a whole lot here, as there's the ult from the Mbessa. Peter tanks a lot and does get a kill at the very last a heal at the very last moment. No kill for him, as the kill did go over to Dudu. I mean, maybe that's where their bread will be buttered in this game.
Yeah, a Herald here drop in the mid lane as a response. Pillar just denying the attempted defense here, and Cuz is going to charge.
He went in, hit the turret for the overgrowth, went out into the Rift Herald.
That was
I'll
slick.
take that Q.
Maximize damage, do not. He doesn't. All right, so killed the Rumble, lost 4 plates in mid total. Got the Rumble's TP now. Hextech Soul Point. This is it. DNS need to get this. I think this is really quintessential for a possible win in a possible Game 3. This perfect clears the wave here, but there are 4 members. Peter ends up taking a ton of damage, chugs his potion, gets the last minute heal. Barely survives there, otherwise Perfect gets a kill back, which would have kind of nullified the play in itself because it didn't even get the turret. And this is, in 30 seconds here, I feel like where we're going to see DNS either win or lose this game. Because I don't think with everything else that's going on the map, you could just go, well, we have a 2 dragon lead, we'll give this up. Because then you've just given all your tempo and all the control. I think you have to fight, but Caitlyn's sitting on a BF sword like, I'm deep in the trough. I'm not ready to do the team fighting yet.
Yeah, she's pretty far away from that. I mean, the Jhin, as we mentioned before, he can just kind of enable the team at this point and find so many ways to catch the opponents and do a bit of damage. They have other pieces of damage. In goes Cuz. He's just running into them. Like, DNS are like, oh yeah, you can just come in here and clear our ward, sure. No recourse. They don't want to go all in onto the Trundle, understandably. So, pretty difficult, I suppose, for DNS, as that will be the Tempered Fate, but it's only onto the Rumble. That is a massive equalizer, as Duckdom and Peter are already super low, and they have to get out of there. I mean, they just have to leave. Duckdom gonna flash out with the barrier. Perfect. Oh no, he hits both shots to Zaming, and another one into Dudu. As, man, he is just lining them up. The Jhin is having so much fun in this game, and you were saying it, Wolf, this fight will dictate what will happen in this game, and I think we know where it's going.
This is why they call him aiming. He aims the shots and he lands them. As, I mean, initially it's the flourish here, doesn't matter too much, but DNS, this equalizer. Like, now what do? Do you like stay in the fight? You can't really walk forward. This ended up eating so much damage. Like, they should have been more decisive on the call to either leave, which I think was the right call, or to just kind of send it into the fight. Is this one,
2,
this one, and then
3,
one more,
and flash.
So he hits it effectively.
Yeah.
And there's just no, I mean, you flashed the Jhin ult, like you didn't get hit by the curtain call, but you still died. And 5,000 gold lead now. And I don't think this will be the second win for DNS this season.
Yeah, I think Perfect actually might just be fine. We do have the kick coming in here, the Karma right there, and they don't have the damage to chunk through even a Rumble at this point. BDD does come in. Man advantage at the moment for DNS, but now the Trundle shows up, and all of a sudden, they are on the run. The stun goes in onto Closer as he's not able to heroically exit the fight, and he will be now exiting the fight in a different manner.
Completely dismantled, and it looks like what you said about KT and the coaching staff being like, hey, play the early game a little bit cleaner. We had a late first blood. KT had that double flash for Cuz and BDD. They opted out. They did not go for any sort of crazy dive attempts early on to get a huge lead. They just kind of played it slow and waited for DNS to make a mistake. And a few mistakes stacked up. And now KT are just so big that this proactive play here for DNS, which is a great call to try to pinch Perfect, this doesn't work out because they're able to match the rotation here. And Bessa on the opposite side of the map does not have teleport as well. So you've got this gold lead, you've got the man advantage, and Perfect's itemization allows him just enough health to walk it off. And I mean, insult to injury, Closer gets interrupted like you mentioned with his ultimate. And now it's 5,000, the gold lead, and maybe DNS are in or online for their next match to see if that one will be the one that breaks the streak. But there are no more matches, by the way. For them.
Well, yeah.
They are not going to, like, by the way, just to put this into perspective.
Here's round 3.
Well, here's what I'm saying. They will not play professional League of Legends for weeks and weeks after this game right here if they lose this game. They will, I mean, they will be scrimming, right, practicing, preparing. But all of the good teams you want to scrim against from the opposite group aren't going to be in Korea. They're going to be traveling around the world doing all the stuff that you're not doing because you're 1-16. So this is the last time to play in front of the stage to give those fans what they've been waiting for in a long time. It starts to feel like that is just not happening here.
I liked that we got a little taste of the Wolf harsh truth speech, which sometimes we do get. And it is very true, and that's why it's the harsh truth. The 1-in-16 moment. Yeah, they're going to try to send it. We'll see what happens as they're going to catch Efforts. The Sonic Wave is going to miss. Effort doesn't have flash. As there is a massive Tibbers on it too. Duck Dom in a lot of trouble. He's actually able to get peeled on, and down does go the Annie. He's now up a man here is DNS, but they're still backing away. The shots ringing true as they line up. Bishop going to block that last one.
Closer look like you're just giving everybody a hug as they get the kill onto the Annie. The ultimate there from Closer was pretty good. Helps peel for him, and then they are able to, with his damage, get out. So watch this again. Dudu comes for the flank here. Fight is somewhat split, right? Effort gets away, and BDD stun comes through, but he's alone. Like, he flashes over, and Cuz is denying them entry, or denying their exit. They have to kind of regroup there. And then they block for Duckers after the Annie kill. So, I mean, one step in the right direction, I suppose.
Yeah.
Supposing they take a second step in the right direction, Valdez.
Yeah.
Look at that gold graph. That's going in the direction of the DN Supers. That's going down. It's a downward trend.
Yes. For KT Rolster.
Yes.
Specifically.
An upward trend for DNS.
Yeah, you just got to flip the graph upside down, which actually does make sense.
It's all about how you display the data.
Yeah.
And since KT's the ones that had the previous lead, it goes down.
Yes. BDD's in top lane. He's holding onto his stun. He has TP. If DNS want to fight this, they have a lot of work to do. And this being the Hextech Drake, of course, in 30 seconds. You can still give a second one away. I think it might actually be the right call, especially when your Caitlyn has now a Storm Razor. Instead, we are going to have Closer TPing in. He has his Rift Maker, and they do want to fight for this.
Okay, here comes a BDD flank as well. Pioshik maybe unaware. Pioshik!
Just going to go in on a Pioshik. Yeah, that is a bunch of damage into the Lee Sin, and even the Lee Sin will be squishy enough to be burst down here.
Yeah, and even the root went off for Effort there as well as he's trying to get away. And this is looking like a second Hextech Dragon here for KT Rolster. No jungler to challenge a smite, and DNS also can't do Baron. There is no play, actually, except to just walk away and hope you can get some more farm for Duckers. and hold on tightly, clutch tightly to your 2 Drake lead. At least you know that KT will only have 2 Hextech Dragons after this.
Peter's going in, trying to get aiming. And I feel like they almost scared KT. Like, I think they could have maybe turned and killed the Bard, but instead they're like, oh, whoa, what's going on? Like, why is he doing that?
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt, because we did have all the information, but nothing crazy does happen. There is no punish. And when you're this far behind, sometimes making a odd call like that can be the right one. It can be what saves you. Surprising call that no one expects. Pyosik did not expect BDD to be that close rotating down, and he died.
Yeah, maybe assumed that he is Lee Sin. He can jump out of the way if need be, but coming out of the shadows there was BDD. I also like that the pillar went on to Duck Dom, so it was like, oh, they're going for Duck Dom. And so maybe Pyosik was just not expecting them to just kill him instead. We did have that Drake go down, and KT, I suppose they could try to go for a start on the Baron.
Yeah. You know, I keep thinking about Pony's prediction. I just keep thinking about it. I feel like I'm looking at this and I'm like, Pony, you got some explaining to do.
I keep thinking about the 98-2.
Yeah.
From, where was that?
I thought that was Uribank, I think.
Yeah, I think it was. Uribank. As now they're going to throw everything, this time in a heater. And they say, well, it's just a Bard. DNS don't really have a way to get out, but Pyosik going to attempt to. Immediately he just gets stunned up and will kick, but he has to flash and then does go down anyway. As there are the curtains opened up once again.
You know, in horse racing, obviously there's
I know all about that,
who like hedge their bets, you know, and they're like, I think this horse. I feel like the way I'm imagining this right now is like a bunch of really thoroughbred, like well-trained horses that have a lot of experience racing, and then one pony, who's actually just Pony the caster. But it makes sense because his name was Pony, and he's trying to get this prediction to work, and he's like, no, trust me, bet on Pony, bet on Pony. There it is.
Don't bet on the Pony.
Look, he may be young,
horses,
but this Pony's got a world championship in 2022.
Yeah,
and actually isn't young, but yeah. This year is just, it's a gold lead. It's an impressive composition. Pyosik is desperate, and like you said before, I guess we have to make a lot of assumptions. Like maybe he thought he's Lee Sin, he's really mobile, he can make this happen, but
yeah. You got to find the angles, you know. We don't have a sheet for that.
No.
We don't really have a disclaimer sheet for KT. We have a different kind of sheet for KT.
Yeah, it's actually like about 27 pages long. It's not really a sheet.
More of a short story.
Which is also a manual.
Yeah, you need to like take an evening to get that. As the taunt comes in, where's the rest of the team? As we do have the Ambessa, but now the Temper Fate actually helps, as that's actually just going to peel for aiming, who flashes away. And that's why Bard is a very difficult champion, and not everybody can pilot it to a high level. I mean, they're pretty far behind, so I'm not sure if 100% they still take down aiming, but it allows him a pause for him to just flash away.
They gave the Jhin Azonias.
Yeah.
That's what the Jhin wants. But yeah, it was, like you said, it's a difficult situation.
Remember when 80 carries all took stopwatch?
Yeah.
That was a rune in the past?
Yeah.
Glad
Gale
that's not a
Force.
thing. Oh! Magical Journey, Duck Dom. Get in it. Get on the line.
Perfect. He wants to hit perfect. He wants to do the carrying, and maybe he can with a little help. Maybe.
Look at the pillar slow. It's like, what? Are they even moving?
I mean, come on, Duck Dom, at least do like the solidarity ult.
Yeah.
It's not going to kill him. We all know it. He knows it. But like at least do the animation of the ultimate, you know, and do the little. I shot him. Oh, he was so close. We were so close. Get the fans.
Nice
the
try,
fans like, maybe clap while it's in the air. As looking for Annie here, or sorry, for aiming here. Sorry, I don't know why I said Annie. As Annie is here, and then the Tempered Fate buys time for perfect to come over and equalize. Duck Dom's pushed away, and once again Pyosik thinks he's mobile. He's on Lee Sin, and I don't know. It's a hard game to commentate. I liked it more when we were in the part of talking about soccer.
Yeah.
and not the tragedy of a 1-17 squad is playing their very last game of competitive League of Legends for a very long time.
Yeah, we won't be seeing them until after MSI.
You know the old saying
is in July.
The old saying, Yoshi.
Hey, he's Lee Sin, he's mobile. I think he gets away here.
He got away! He was mobile!
A man can dream. Yeah, TP comes in, Dudu's like, man, I really wish it were my year. But unfortunately it's not. BDD just TPs to his doom. I guess he trades his life for Dudu for being nice to BDD. And there's the roots. Closer just going to tank this up for a little bit until he moves out of the way.
I think it's a perfect palm angle. It's a great game for aiming, and he had some great shots, but after the Gnar performance and this Rumble, the equalizers we saw,
the
lanes, that he has played both generated advantages. I'm kind of perfect pilled today. I think it's him. I think he's the guy.
I think he deserves it, Palms are for one series, but also the way he's playing nowadays, even if they're lost to T1. Just playing really well. And,
yeah, like
he showed up here tonight as well.
Best player now? That's a...
I'd say form-wise, yeah.
It's definitely kind of a weird conversation that we might have to start having, but BDD's sacrifice is not in vain, but they cannot actually end the game. And so the hope is still alive. The dream is still alive. So yes, I am telling you there's a chance, DNS fans. It's only 3 Hextech souls, not 4.
Yeah.
It's only 3 Hextech dragons. 3 Hextech souls, that's not for sure. But I mean, it is a lot of attack speed and ability haste that the KT players have, which is not ideal. But it's not the slow.
Yeah.
That's the big one.
They have the pillar for that, I guess. There's the TP. Piosek's got
He's mobile. He's Lee Sin.
Maybe perfect. I mean, the taunt comes in, but he has reels on his, and he will utilize that. Also has a big shield from the Karma, as Cuz just tanks everything. The equalizer is fantastic. He does go in on a Cuz, though. Dudu finds the angle there. Now Perfect doesn't have his Zhonya's. He's going to go down. And an angle for DNS from this far behind. Closer, though, is going to be forced to flash away, and aiming is still full health. There's the one shot. Nice binding there from Peter. It's going to save, potentially, Duckdom's life.
I mean, for a second, I was like, aiming quadra angle? He has 4 shots. Like, we'll see. Does get another one to land here on Closer, the Flourish. All right, well, it got a little bit messy.
There was a chance, Wolf.
So, essentially, Lee Sin, easily Sin, he's mobile in the back line here, is able to threaten a lot. And then they are able to eventually figure out Perfect as the target. Even though he has Zhonya's, the rest of the team can't peel. And then they turn on to Cuz. And watch Pioshik here as Perfect goes in a little bit too deep. He's super low, but he's like, wait for it. I'm going to go in. They burst him down. And then this taunt attempt doesn't really go very well for Closer. But if he hits that 3-man, it's probably like a clean ace. And they end up getting a lot of money back off of all the bounties. But instead, it's just kind of a small win for DNS, but trending in the right direction again. The production today is just like, I know exactly what to show. I know exactly what to say when they show it too.
Our production is really good at their jobs, as it turns out. Closer is really good at being tanky. He's not the best at some things, but he is the best at being tanky.
Yeah, true. Any more teleport flanks? Closer's got TPs to clear that wave, but maybe he could find somewhere to be on Galio. That would be uncomfortable for KT. His ultimate's coming back online. KT Baron throw on the cards, maybe? I don't think so. They're actually really well set up here, but let's see what happens.
Perfect, okay. Could be in a little bit of trouble. Oh, that stun on a Dudu is big, as that does mean it's going to buy a lot of time for Dudu to not join the fight. And they do take down the Rumble, but eventually the other top laner will go down as well. Peter trying to tank up for the squad, and now Closer, who is the best at being very tanky, even as a Zhonya's potion goes in and gets shot down as he immediately dies to Aiming, who at this point, I said at the beginning of the game, Aiming's going to have a great time on Jhin in this game, and especially from this far ahead, he is just having a ball.
Yeah, he's making me reconsider my Perfect vote. I think I'm still going to go Perfect, but Aiming had a really good game on the Jhin here. And stay in the base.
It's so slow. It's not fair. Trundle too good. 2-0 to KT Rolster. Definitely what we expected when we saw this match for Saturday Showdown.
I think for the coaching staff, messy 2-0, a lot to see here looking at game one. But for KT fans and for everybody else, clean 2-0, nothing to see here. As KT take DNS out in their final game here before the break between rounds 2 and 3. And you know the old saying, started at the bottom, now we're here.
Yeah.
For DN Supers, it started at the top, and now we're here as they had their best performance across the last 2 years over the shortest period ever of LCK Cup and their very first win of the season before they went winless. If they had lost that first match, it would be 0-18. Crazy to think about that. A winless double round robin has only been done by a select few.
Yeah. 9 years since debut for Cuz. As a lot of the fans are celebrating that, he holds up the 9. And
it's been that long, wow.
Yeah. He started in 2017. And yeah, you can see on the side of KT, they're happy to get the victory.
Nobody's going to showboat after a win against DNS. I think not because it doesn't feel like they popped off or that they didn't earn it, but at this point it feels almost disrespectful.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably the right mindset to have if you are the winning team. Win gracefully, as it was a pretty quiet set of ceremonies or bows slash thumbs up slash salutes. That
slash holding up 9 fingers.
Yes. Which was like, you know, just a measurement of time and not really a diss to DNS in any way. This game just fell apart pretty quickly after we had first blood. And KT dominated teamfight after teamfight. This one was the real kicker. This one was the one where it was just done. And DNS looked lost in the fight, in the moment. This composition can work, absolutely. Like, they had a lot of setup for Duck Dom, but they were just too far behind and he can never get off the ground. Equalizers for Perfect this game. Just always super high value. Except the time where he used it and then died in the top lane. That one time, that's like the only time I think.
Yeah, and I mean,
he didn't die, he had the back, he had the flash.
At the end of the game, he kind of gotten himself into some rough spots, but I do think it was almost like him taunting the enemy team. And not in a disrespectful way, like in a Galio way, where he like gets in there, forces them to attack him, he's on yes, etc.
As we listen to the comms here, I just want to say 2 things. One is that I hope DNS used the off-season well. You know, I hope they use the time that they have to try to regroup and rebuild. This is a very hectic comms here for KT, more than I thought it was going to be. And the second thing, before we go to our break, before we go to second series, I want to say is I hope everybody, if they take one thing from this series away, it's please stop telling Americans like it's weird if they say football or like if they say soccer, it's weird. Like, come on, I think everybody can at least,
if you say either, right?
Yeah, I feel like people can at least take that away from this series. Right? I think we've put it out there. I feel very good about that. And good damage numbers, good gold graph here. You know, DNS took 2 bites out of it. Otherwise, it was just up and to the right and up into the enemy nexus went KT Rolster along with it. Fairly boring series that felt like it could have been an email. Perfect will get the deserved POM.
Yeah, you will. Again, at the end of that game, you know, he picked up a couple more deaths, but easily, if you were playing for KDA, could have been, you know, 4-1 and only had a couple of deaths in this one, as Perfect will join the many different players that are there with 400 points.
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever seen the graphic look like that. We have such a top-heavy palm graph this season. Like, everyone's starting to start competing and tying, and
yeah, starting to group up there at the bottom. And there's like Karia and Taeyun and Teddy, and it's just like Perfect is there now. Everybody's there. But guys, you're going to hear from Perfect on the stage, and we'll see what he has to say as I hand it over to Deer for the translation.
you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Perfect on the side of KT Roaster. Congratulations. Thank you.
잘생겼다 이렇게 막 소리를 쳐주시는 팬분들이
Someone
많이
just
계신데요.
shouted out, so handsome.
기분 좋은 승리로 장식하셨습니다.
You closed out the final match of round 2 with a win. How do you feel? You know, in the past matches against Genji and T1, it wasn't really good for us. So for the last match, we just wanted to win no matter what, and it was pretty clean. So feels nice. And the top lane matchup between you and Dudu drew a lot of attention, and Dudu's been in great form recently, so was there anything that you paid extra attention to? Dudu is a great player, so... But despite that, I feel like I just focus on my own plays. I just have to be more attentive to make sure that I play better. And in game 1, your Gnar play was outstanding. And that Baron play really sealed the momentum, so let's take a look at the replay. So since the enemy took the Baron, the teamfight was crucial, so what was your focus? Yeah, I just knew that the enemy will be so focused on their misfortune and they wanted to go front to back, so I really wanted to focus down the misfortune. I knew that just getting a pick off of her would actually be what seals everything in this teamfight. So Gnar really carried this teamfight, right? Do you agree? Yeah, watching it again, I feel like I played pretty well. And in game 1, you took lethal tempo. And with the Gnar, that's a rune that has been trending, so at which point did it feel like it was kicking in? Yeah, I think it felt a lot stronger in the early game using lethal tempo, so I think if it feels good and continues to work really well, I think I'll just stick with lethal tempo Gnar from now on. And so in game 2, DN Super's comp was one that became a bigger threat over time, so what was your approach? I think the Ambessa and Galio, they had a lot of really good wombo combos, so every time they engage, I knew that at least one of our teammates would get cut off, so I think thanks to our bot lane getting so fed, I think it was a pretty comfortable game to play out. And as the opponent set up the Drake control early, you guys also set a new record for the latest First Blood, which was 13 minutes and 30 seconds. So what was your plan for the macro? I think in this case, we just had to go ahead and, you know, in the early, we didn't really go in or anything like that, but we realized that we would actually have to be more fearless. So I think that's what really helped us in the end. So it looks like you got a unanimous POM today. Congratulations. So what were you most happy about today? I wasn't really happy about my laning phase, but I think it was just really the Baron play. Well, there's a lot of fan signs mentioning your ceremony, so can you reenact it? I'm sure that fan sign really paid off for that fan. So now you get to close out LCK rounds 1 and 2 in 4th place. And thinking back to what KT showed early in the season, this standing might feel a little disappointing. So what will you sharpen going forward? My team always has the confidence to win it all no matter what. But in the process, it was a little rocky, so I hope that this time around we can improve the process and also see a progress in the result as well. And KT will start in round 2 of the road to MSI. So with 1 win remaining to get to Wonju, what is your mindset? Even last year we went to Busan, so I just want to make sure that we make it again. Yeah, did you have a good time in Busan? Honestly, I had a really good time eating really yummy food. Congratulations once again, and that is all from Perfect. And back to the space. Thank you.
Perfect was good. You guys didn't do it with me. 1, 2, 3. Good.
Good.
Thank you. All right. Well, we'll work on that. Perfect gets the job done here. It is a 2-0 victory. And as spoiled to us by Deer's translations, thank you, Deer. It was a perfect 13 out of 13. We did it.
I'm
No
impressed.
sausage, Ian,
I'm
Elizabeth.
actually impressed.
Because, to be honest, like, he's not was game winning in that game 1. And in game 2, his rumbles were good, but at some point he started getting caught. So I was doubting my own, like, is he really the player of the game? But like, I kind of want to give it to him because we had this whole top lane showcase where Duda has to play against Perfect and who is the better one. And Perfect had great games against T1 as well, which this team is not T1, right? But like, I mean, he was working hard.
I mean, yeah, I didn't expect that everyone also like really has a, the clear knowledge of the League of Legends.
Like we do. I mean,
Like we do.
Like
yeah,
we do.
like we do.
But not Degon.
Of course not, because that's why he doesn't have a vote.
Why are we... I've gotten over the fact that I don't have a vote. And why are you reopening that wound?
If Degon is there, it's got to be 13 out of 14.
Yeah. I'll be like, oh, guys.
I was going to vote for Perfect. All right. Well, speaking of voting and ratings, we do have a Rumble game, which means it's time for the Mr. Wonderful connoisseur of Rumble, Hooney's review.
I think I really like his equalizer this game. Like, I think there was a lot of cases, like there was a direct team fight, there was a topside fight. I think the equalizer was a perfect. But the thing is, like, he had some, death in the lane, and there's some isolated death as well. But also he didn't really build. He built a second. I mean, the Zonia, kind of insecure. I would say insecure.
And not only he built Zonia, but he died.
What do you think of his grading skill? Because yesterday we were making his grading scale. We thought it was a little too strict. What do you think, Yankos?
Well, I feel like you gotta be strict if you are rating the best Rumbles in the world, right? Like, I mean, you gotta just kind of... Also, Hooney, legendary Rumble, and then Hooney being strict on all of the other Rumble players, I feel like that's like me rating Nidalee. What? What was that, Hooney? What was that?
I'm just saying, I'm the best Rumble player in the world.
Yeah, and I'm like...
In League of Legends history.
What? What about... I can think at least about one Rumble player that's better than you.
But I'm just saying, whatever. Let's just move on.
Being strict is good.
This is the type of fighting that was happening off camera.
That's true. That's what happened.
Hooney literally brought up highlights of him 1v3ing against Yankos' Rocket team back in the day, 2015, Olj. Anyways, okay. Hooney, here's your comment.
Perfect yodeling around.
Yodeling around? Like,
please do that again. Please do that again. That was so good, though. That was so good.
That was really good. That was so good. That was so good.
I'm kind of impressed.
Why?
You don't have to be. I think it was amazing.
Friends at home, reinforce Hooney positively with his singing skills. That was good, right?
Yeah.
Right?
If he could be a pro player, he could be a singer.
Yodel? You mean yodel singer?
Yeah, like yodeling singer. Yeah. All right.
It's its own category. Yankos, what do you have here for us?
Is it the year of perfect? Question mark. Question mark because, well, we had a lot of years of Closer and the year of Dudu, and then now is the year of perfect, possibly. I mean, he had so many great games. I feel like he's really shaping up to be one of the strongest opponents in the LCK, and I feel like if KT has a chance of making it to MSI, then it has to be through him. It has to be his strong laning phase. Maybe not on Rumble, at least not by Hooney, not in his opinion, but I think perfect has to step up.
As much as everyone was saying the comments about your singing were beautiful. Can we get some comments here for this photo? Look at that.
Wait, what?
You look so professional.
Photo.
New one? It's a new
one, actually. Yeah.
It's so fresh. Your hair looks so good.
Yeah.
The
LCK
Korean makeup making you look so young?
No, it's the Korean air. It's natural. There's no makeup. There's no makeup. No. I don't spend 2 hours in the dress-up room to look.
All right, Ankh. We're taking it back. We're taking it. Oh, look, they made it bigger.
Oh! Now I'm like, why is as big as perfect this?
All right.
You look like K-pop idol.
Wow. What would the Yankos K-pop...
Okay. Come on. Okay.
3 times bigger.
Now we are going like, now it's like too many details. So now it look worse. It look better when I was...
What do you mean? It's the flawless Korean makeup. You can't just be saying it's all you. One more time. Make the same face.
Shout out to the makeup ladies. Thank you so much for making me look presentable on the broadcast. As my viewers do say on my stream, that I look homeless.
All right, let's see what else that we have here. Wolf, it's time for some Wolf comments. Perfection. What's going? I bet he did that one all on his own. Got the capitalization correct and the coloring correct as well. Good job, Wolf. Let's move to the Korean side here, as we will all be talking about how great Perfect was today. He's telling I can do better with his play. I love that. I love that Pony can read the language of League of Legends. He cannot read the language of predictions, but he can read the language of League of Legends. Again, Pony, the only DN Automotive Supers predictor here. Helios saying Perfect's getting more perfect.
I like this. It's very cheesy, but
You like this?
yeah!
What?
Like Perfect's getting more perfect, you know? This is the kind of joke I'd make.
Yankos is getting more Yankos. What does it mean?
Okay, but Yankos doesn't mean
Is he getting bigger? Is that what that means?
Oh yeah, maybe. Like Yankosing around.
Yankosing
Yankosing around.
Okay, can we next prediction? Next.
All right. Let's go to the next comment here. Claude Templar saying he's definitely leveled up. Incredibly good. Incredibly good. Claude Templar is already in summer form with his comments.
Incredibly good comment. Incredibly good comment.
I think we have one more, or is that the last one? Oh, that was the last one. Okay. With that said, KT Rolster get the job done. Go back to their winning ways. Thanks to Perfect. They do have that 4th place on lock. As we said, no matter how many wins they got, they weren't going to be able to catch T1. Neither was D+ going to catch them. And for the DN Automotive Supers, things to build upon. Early game leads, but then just that mid game now, transitioning out of the early game has been tough for them.
I mean, skipping the fact that DNS is now on a 17 lose streak, which is really rough. I feel like KT is looking a little bit better for the road to MSI, because that is what is coming next week for them, right? And even though it's just a win against DNS, I feel like it has to feel good, and you have that couple of days of practice now to look forward to face one of the stronger LCK teams.
Yeah, I mean, also the KT got the sweet spot, I would say, still like in terms of like their aura kind of shaking, but like the T1 potential has a 14 wins, HLE potential has a 15 wins, but it's only 2 wins away, behind. So I think it's gonna be really, exciting for next round.
Absolutely. Well, one of the teams that KT is chasing is T1. Oh, looks like we have Pony ready to react to Huni and his career. Let's take a look, and more important, a listen. One more second. We're going to listen. Listening. Just listen. Listening in the chat. Listening.
Is he scared?
Ready? Go. Let's listen.
뻔뻔하게요.
아니 잘하시는데요? 아니 원래 이거 아니에요? 요레이
맞습니다. 네, 어떤 의미인지는 잘 모르겠지만 아무튼
That's pretty good.
I think it was worse than you, Huni.
I think mine was better.
You put way more heart into it, and I think that's what matters. It's not about this.
It's about the emotion.
Yes, like you really like. Could you repeat it? What? It's so good, man! I got chills. I got chills, man. Chills in the chills.
It's the effortlessness is what makes yodeling, opera, those types of singing craft forms very enjoyable. That was quite effortless. We do have, he's just gonna have to pick himself up because we've got BNK FearX versus T1 later on. This one again, the standings do matter. BNK FearX able to chip off a couple games. They might be able to take the 6th seed from the Bros, and for T1, they still have the opportunity for that #1 spot. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the LCK. Yodelay-hee-hoo!
Yeah, no, please.
back into the storm.
나폴리 마피아님 계시네요? 뭐 만들고 계시는 거예요?
이번에 라이엇에서
네.
스파게티 벨코즈가 나와요. 스파게티 벨코즈를 만들어 왔습니다. 자, 문어, 벨코즈.
불가해한 맛을 상상함.
근데 이상한 거 하는 애들 진짜 싫어요. 그 막 정글 벨코즈 이런 거 하는 애들 진짜 싫어합니다. 벨코즈 정글 한번 돌아봐야겠다. 벨코즈. 미트볼을 살짝 만들 건데 문어도 좀 넣을 거예요. 소, 돼지 반반. 자, 이제 미트볼을 만들고 튀길 겁니다. 이거 봐요.
와 진짜 맛있겠다.
네, 파스타면 담아주고요. 와, 이거 잠깐만. 미쳤는데 이거?
야, 비주얼.
벨코즈를 좀 올려줄게요. 완성. 잘 되신다 근데 생각보다.
벨코즈가 들어가서 그런가?
그런 것 같아요.
그 정도로 맛있다고요?
아무래도 제가 했다 보니까 맛있을 수밖에 없긴 한데. 근데 클테님 괜찮으신가? 좀 지리신 것 같은데.
아니 저런 리액션이 음식 먹고 나올 수가 있나요?
위아래로 눈물을.
아니 이거
me going on. I just didn't see all the signs in time. It was going on for so long. Girl, go on with your little thing. Gotta do what you wanna do. Guess I hadn't seen the danger signs. Guess I should've been one on you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I'm gonna see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you clean, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Fire my bed, you tried to put out, but I lit it up. Yes, I lit it up. Yes, I lit it. You said it's on me if I feel put out, but your time's up. No way, can you feel it? Girl, go on with your little thing. You gotta do what you wanna do. 'Cause I hadn't seen the danger signs. Should've been one hanging off you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I'm gonna see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you clean, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Gone and I'm moving on. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on.
Heaven's not enough. I know that we have felt that rush. The places in between we tell ourselves is not enough. What separates our mind is not a thing that should divide. A changing of the time, a future that will draw no lines. Tick tock, waiting for the last drop, waiting till the time stops, till that's all that we've got. Tick tock, waiting for the last drop, waiting till the time stops, till that's all that we've got. Heaven's not enough. I know that we have felt that rush. Places in between we tell ourselves it's not enough. What separates our mind is not a thing that should divide. Changing of the time, a future that will draw no lines.
I walked where no one dared to go. a scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
BFX 파이팅! 아빠 파이팅! 파이팅! 오너! 페이카! 기란 파이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. BNK FearX versus T1. BNK FearX looking for that last chance ticket to make it into the road to MSI, whereas T1 trying to make it into the top 3. And does feel like T1, just like in our first series, we do have a big favorite. This does happen, especially before we do get into Legend and Rise, even after we do get into Legend and Rise, to be honest. But especially in this one, T1 looking really on form nowadays, Wolf.
Yeah, BNK FearX having a lot of problems despite Taeyun's resurgence for this squad, right? Like, they're 6-11, and I think being relegated to Rise Group and the situation they find themselves in right now, struggling to make that top 6 for Road to MSI, is a far cry from what I think everyone on the team thought they would be looking at right now with their dominance in LCK Cup and their run to making the LCK Cup finals, right? And so it feels like it's disappointing, but in reality, I mean, it's a really tough race to try to catch up to D+ for all these squads, right? In terms of standings, they won't be able to cross the divide, obviously, because they're relegated into Rise Group, but just trying to keep themselves as competitive as possible. As you can see, the odds here. And for...
This is the amount of scenarios,
yes,
right? Where they can actually make it into Road to MSI. It will require, I guess if Bro loses 0-2 and BNK win 2-0, that is one of the options. Also, if Bro just loses and BNK just wins, that's another way that they can make it in.
Now, the problem is that you have to beat T1 to win. As you can see, we were getting even more in-depth in terms of how T1 could place with a 2-0, 2-1, and a loss here from their first to third.
Yeah, you want to make it into the top 2 so that you don't have to play in the first round of matches in the road to MSI. And there's a chance that T1 actually gets third place. So definitely going to be trying very hard to win this match, which is just going to make it even more difficult for BNK FearX to get the win.
If Bro, upset Hanwha, there is a chance for them to get first place, actually, which is kind of wild. T1 could actually end up being the top team here in the LCK, considering it was a kind of slow burn for them to get to be a dominant team, with KT having the great start, then Hanwha being incredibly dominant for the rest of the time. As we move into this matchup today, there's a lot to discuss, right? The bottom lane dominance of Keria and FaZe, I think, cannot really be overstated. We had a duo that has so much flexibility there. They're playing through FaZe. He is getting a lot done. And then it's up against Taeyun and Kellen. And Kellen has consistently been one of the most successful supports, whether he was playing with Diablo earlier this year or now Taeyun and winning 2v2s. But if that's your strong point and you're playing against FaZe Keria, feels like it's not a strong point necessarily anymore. Doran has been somewhat of a weak point for T1, maybe exploitable, but even, you know, Doran's starting to get the new kind of nuggery thing where it's like he's got a 0-2 power spike where he pops off in the mid game. And I think something is going to have to change here for BNK Furex if they're going to get the upset win tonight. I mean, it is going to be a really tough ask for them to do it. Raptors' inconsistencies have been a problem. Vikla is back to, it's definitely the year of not Vikla.
Yeah.
And Faker, by the way, crazy form right now. Like, he is, like, his Akali game, he was like limit testing himself the entire time against Perfect's Jace in the side lanes. Very, very fun gameplay to watch. They might need to ban his Akali.
Yeah, his Akali, his Anivia were a couple that were... Actually, he played both of those in their last series in the win up against KT Rolster. He did a lot of taking very aggressive 1v1s versus Perfects that he did not win, but you could see the angles, and he almost won a lot of them, and the pressure was real, and obviously his Anivia play was great in Game 1 as well for that series. So, yeah, he's on form. It does feel like, you know, everybody on the side of T1 is having good form nowadays, and just as a team, they're really firing on all cylinders. BNK Furex, I feel like just a little bit too much weakness early on in the season and a little bit too much catching up to do. Still a chance that they get right in as the door is about to close if Bro lose and they are able to take the win against T1, but it's not likely.
I think the real difference maker between our top 3 teams right now and the rest of the LCK is how quickly they can move around the map, how quickly and seamlessly they're able to either set up for an objective, punish an objective setup, or make a call to not fight and get map wins. Like, it's the macro, it's the movements. Micro things, you know, like Taeyun is incredibly good at, right? He has a really, really high cap in terms of what he's capable of as an AD carry. Those things are great and can sometimes win you games, but when you're just getting outclassed in what I believe to be like 80% of the LCK's real winning conditions, which is those movements, right? Having the 5 versus the 4 is more important than having, you know, one of those 4 players be incredibly good. Is where like T1 is at, you know, because all their players are good and they're at the right place at the right time. And that's why when you come into a series like this, it feels so impossible, right? It feels like that upset is just out of reach because, you know, T1, even if they fall behind, they're going to find that in. They're going to find that angle. They're going to have that map call. They're going to have that Faker shot call where, you know, they end up giving a dragon and taking the Baron, and suddenly their gold lead explodes and you're just out of the game. You know, they'll make those decisions so fast and you cannot hesitate. And if you're making mechanical mistakes in the mid lane matchup and getting Faker ahead on top of it all, or your jungler overextends, the bottom lane gets ahead, then you're going to deal with the gold lead and the mechanics and the map, and it's just too much.
Yeah. I think our top teams in the LCK are very good at taking one mistake, not even 2, just like 1, and winning the game off of it, or nearly winning the game off of it. So, got to be very careful in what you do. You have to play really clean League of Legends if you want to hope to take some games off of one of our top 3 teams. Varus and Lucian already going to be taken away. Taeyun has definitely been prioritizing that Lucian pick quite a lot nowadays, as have a lot of our AD carries.
Yeah, the Karma pretty mandatory, as Faker will not be playing Cassiopeia or Orianna. See if they ban Ashe here, or if they want to ban the Rumble. Ash Seraphine hasn't been played yet today. Still very powerful, as Kerry has showcased in that big win earlier this week.
They didn't ban Bard against Carrier Wolf.
Yeah, he's like, the thing about Caitlyn Bard for us is it's the Bard part, not the Caitlyn part.
I don't understand. I mean, Taeyeon's reaction almost makes me feel like they forgot, because this is not a thing you can do. It's not a winning strategy. I'll tell you that right now. We've figured it out already. You can't do this.
Let's see what AD carry they want to play with it, because Bard's strong pairings are Caitlyn, right? The Ezreal we've seen sometimes, and Jhin, which I guess they are just going to opt into here with the Anivia. Faker's picked up. We mentioned maybe banning that away from him, but I don't think you can afford to ban Anivia in the first 3. Can't afford to ban Caitlyn when you leave Bard either. We'll see how this game does play out, as the Rise priority is really high this week, and it is going to be in the hands of Vikla here in this matchup. The Anivia is a counter pick and helps set up the Jhin in a lot of ways, so a little bit scary as, oh no. Oh, that was our answer. Okay.
Yeah.
Nico's not in a good spot.
Ezreal Nico really struggled for a while, got like 1 win and then disappeared, and now it's back, unfortunately. What it isn't here today, he was definitely the biggest guy who was against it. It's because, you know, unless the Ezreal is hitting everything, you're not really winning lane, and the Nico doesn't necessarily win against a lot of the other range supports.
Not to mention, I just don't think we're in a meta where Nico Pop Blossom combo setups are how you're playing team fights. It's more about single target CC more often than not, an extra utility that Nico doesn't have. So she doesn't empower your AD carry. She's not an enchanter. She's an engaged support that's also ranged, which helps you in lane, but isn't that powerful right now. So even if you, like, how many games have we seen when Nico gets like a 3-man Pop Blossom and the other team is just like, and now we're out of it and we're going to team fight. It often does not hit prio targets. So see the jungle pool thinned out here in the second ban phase with all the meta picks still available, since we had none of them in the first phase and no jungle priority was shown by other teams. So we end up getting the big 4 out here. Lee Sin kind of in that conversation right now because he is just so strong and being piloted by some of the best Lee Sins in the world, including Owner, but no ban it away from him.
LCK junglers are just stupid good at that champion. Like, you could go down the list of pretty much every single jungler. Even like Pioshik on DNS, the most losing team. Like, he's also excellent on the pick.
I would go as far as to say that also a lot of LCK top-end support players are really good at Lee Sins. We also do see this occasionally flexed to a great degree.
Or twice.
At least once in the LCK. I think he played it more overseas with like some Senna lanes, but I do remember that, as Wukong will budget a lot of power away from the jungle early here. So this Ezreal Nico lane needs to be a little bit more self-sufficient, as the Rumble will be the choice here for the side of T1. I'll blind this top lane pick, and what will come with it in the jungle to respond to this Wukong? I don't think it's a Nocturne angle, but you could play it because it really disrupts everything that BNK are trying to do and gives you a little bit more power around your zoning with the Jhin.
Yeah.
He thinks it's a Nocturne angle.
He likes his Nocturne. I don't actually know if Owner has played Nefiri. Doesn't feel like the greatest Nefiri angle, but if we were going by tier list, she was definitely up there. He's played 1 game to a win. This feels like a Cassante angle. Has been the main response to Rumble nowadays.
Yeah.
And it's clear.
I don't know how I feel about how it works with this comp. Like, obviously the Rise does well with the front line. They have a really strong front line Wukong, and the Cassante, it's very robust, the setup. But the Ezreal, I never really think of Ezreal as a hide behind Cassante champion, just because he does damage from so long away, and he does damage very slowly, but it eventually adds up. So I guess it can be fine. It can work really well. T1's front line is pretty weak. Like, they don't really have one, but they have a lot of setup, and the fact that Anivia can wall can kind of be a pseudo front line and help find, identify, catch single targets. The Equalizer, when it gets dropped, one of the things that we don't talk about too often because this is such a weird pairing, we very rarely see Rumble and Anivia in the same game, but when you drop an equalizer that's well placed, the enemy team's like, well, we'll just walk out of that. The Anivia has something to say about it. Putting the wall down can often just prevent people from getting out of the equalizer and making it so they either have to walk towards your team and then get killed that way, or continue to be an equalizer and eat all that damage and then also lose the fight. So very powerful combo that is very rarely seen, but I imagine that Faker and Doran can do some nasty stuff with it here in this first game.
Yep, would not be surprised. They are known for doing exactly that. As pretty interesting comp here. We are going to see Ezreal Nico. Curious to see how that's going to get through the Keria Bard lane with the Pays Jin. Both of those fantastic. As we are ready, let's hop into the rift for game number 1. Alrighty, here we go, game number 1. As once again, we are going to test whether it's okay to leave Keria's Bard open. And yes, I do understand you don't want to let Faker play Orianna or Cassiopeia. You don't want to let anyone play Cassiopeia right now. Orianna's kind of in that conversation as well. And then Caitlyn has been a more common ban, especially as the second picking team. We saw it in our first series as well. So I understand. I do think the Bard should have been in the Caitlyn spot, though.
I would agree, and that's where most teams put it, especially when you end up with a Ezreal Nico lane. You know, sometimes when I see a ban go through that and a pick goes through, you're like, oh, they've got a creative answer. They did not have a creative answer. I mean, you pointed out, you know, kind of anecdotally looking at the laughs on the players' faces. It might not have been that they were like, oh, we forgot to ban Bard, or oh, this was a mistake.
Could have been about anything.
Might have just
Maybe
been
somebody burped into the mic.
Yeah, well, I mean, it also could have been that they're like laughing about how immediately it was locked in for T1. Like, that's the thing. I bet he's going to play it, and lock it in. Like, okay, this is unfortunate, but we make our choice, you know, whatever the case may be. Whereas Faker's Faker egging, which is a...
Nickla's not... It's not really playing the other side of the Faker egg too well. So now he is going to get it. And owner's bot, by the way. There's going to be the flash out of Kellen. As now Faker going to be forced to flash away. And Vikla actually will be able to handle that pretty well.
Yeah, he maybe egged a little too hard. He'll have to flash. That's a little bit annoying. But because it is a Wukong, not necessarily going to be punished for a lack of flash and passive early on in this game. A lot of other jungle matchups, you'd be like, ooh, that Nivea is going to have problems. Not so much here, necessarily. Faker is 6-0. Keria, notice that, by the way, this is T1's last game.
Taeun is really getting in there. That's going to be the flash forced out of Pays, looking for that last Mystic shot. He is going to hit Pays with that one. And now all summoners are gone for the T1 bot lane. Taeun still has barrier. And that is going to be, even with the gank, maybe overextending a little bit, putting them in a rough spot, and T1's bottom lane is behind.
Yeah. I wanted to point that stat out because it's crazy, though, that was shown on the picks there. This is T1's 18th game of regular season. This is their final round 2 game. Keria's first pick of Bard. So going back to your point about most teams.
That is crazy.
Most teams ban it. Like he
got one game.
He played it in LCK Cup a lot, and then teams were like, you know what? That's enough. I don't know. It's funny how perhaps to casual LCK fans, Keria's Bard is, at this point, I would say maybe this is not true, but for a while, to me, I think for casual LCK fans, I think about Keria's Bard one team fight where he like basically messed up all of T1's combos in that one fight, like a year and a half ago or something, which was very hilarious. And then look at where we are now.
Yeah.
It is just not allowed. Although the 2v2 is going really well. I mean, Kellen and Taeun, I consider Kellen to be one of the best range support players that we have in the LCK, despite the fact that his team is currently 6-11.
He's also really good at laning.
Yeah, his laning phases are so rock solid that I'm like, I guess if you just trust, I mean, it could work out, because Taeun's also, his best pick is Ezreal right now, and doing a good job.
Yeah, definitely can't take anything away from this duo. I think it was even more apparent about Kellen once Diablo got traded away, right? Because it was always Diablo and Kellen who were really good as a duo, especially last year. And then Taeun comes in and it kind of remains the same. And you're like, oh, I guess it was Kellen.
Yeah.
I mean, it can be both. But
I think it is both. I think Diablo and Taeun are very similar players in terms of their play style in lane. So I think it worked. It's for Kellen. He's like, I like either of these guys. They're crazy.
Yeah.
They're in my. That's my.
Give me the wackos.
He's like, I don't want to lane with like Teddy. And by the way, like, you know who doesn't play like that is like Deft, for example. And
yeah.
Kellen didn't have as much of a good time on that D plus Kia roster.
Raptor's going to get feared up here. He does get over the wall. And it looks like he will be okay, but not the best position. Carrier's like, no, I kill him, actually. I'm not quite going to do so, as Raptor gets away without having to use Flash.
His heal, Carrier's heal was coming back up in just a few seconds. I was like, is there an angle for him to chase further, but don't commit any deeper there. As, yeah, this lane is just not going well for Pace. He's not having a good time. Like, look at the CS difference. Obviously, there's a huge wave that will be picked up here, but he's got so much control right now. And Faker being flashless doesn't necessarily matter too much, but the prio is in mid. You can see that Vikler is threatening the idea of, like, if you eat another empowered Q from Ezreal, like, I'm realm up and down.
Yeah. This is where Ryze can struggle into Anivia, where it's like, yeah, I can do some nice burst damage into you, especially if there aren't too many minions in the way before I have my my stuff stacked on them.
Yeah, it's a cool matchup for Anivia because she can match your wave clear, but also she does the burst that you struggle with. So feels really good for Anivia, especially early, but not in this game so far. Not been able to generate those types of advantages. Faker had the awkward refillable potion back after the flash, and Mikla has just more stats in this one. Has some extra mana. That crystal.
Looks like Doran's doing just fine in top. He was able to get a plate. Owner trying to get level 6 on the wave, and now maybe looking for this. Doran trying to bait it.
He like stuck his pinky out of the bush and he's like, I'm level 6 now.
His one long claw is just like over the over the giant mountain.
Yeah, no Q3, but I don't think you can dive Exante under turret with ult.
He has flash as well. I mean, this feels very forced. And now, I mean, the Ryze is gonna have first move, so yeah, Raptor also gonna be able to hit that. Fun thing about the fear, it goes through the clone as Raptor is going to dodge that stun as well. As in goes Doran looking for the kill, sets it up for Owner. There's the alley-oop, because maybe Raptor thought he was out and so did Vikla, but he dies.
I mean, I think this is the kind of shot calling and decisive moment I was talking about for T1 is Doran, see what happens here. I think he's probably just dead.
Yeah, he's taking a decent amount of damage as eventually he will go down. Vikla struggling with just the Swifty boots and a tier.
Well, when you see the beginning of that play, especially with how Owner was hovering around there, I think a lot of people's initial thoughts are probably like, I don't think T1 can make this happen. Like, I don't think this is actually a fightable situation. And then they just send it so hard. Like, Doran's like, I'm dropping my equalizer. We're actually going to kill him. And there's no hesitation whatsoever. I think BNK are just kind of caught off guard by the Doran flash there, as Owner will have to use his smite to get the first of these. And they're considering a contest with the prio that Faker has right now, but I think they should probably just give these up.
They got the root there on a Taeun. He nearly takes Pace's head off. As there, the curtains will be called. Kellen gonna have to block all of these shots as he moves out of the way at the last moment.
Carry gets 6.
And now Carrier thinking about going in there. He's going to take a huge amount of damage. Taeun goes in and sits him down. Oh, man. As even the barrier going to be used just in case.
My God, that was some razor-thin margins both sides were playing by on that one. That was some good League of Legends right there. I was watching Carrier's XP bar because I was like, he's going to hit 6. There's actually definitely an angle. But they had to ult with Paze first to find that angle, so he didn't have the follow-up if he dropped Tempered Fate immediately. And I think he was just relying on his damage there and did not expect them to turn around, as he did not also have enough damage himself. So we're not going to watch the cool Doran flash play. We're going to skip to this one here, as Taeun eats a ton of damage, and Paze almost dies right to the burst of Kellen and the ult. But then he's like, all right, well, actually, this is our win now. Kellen eats all of these shots. Keria wants to follow up, but doesn't have his ult in time. As we don't watch what happened, but you guys saw it. He kind of walks forward and Taeun says, I kill you.
I think because Owner's bought with ults, but he wasn't bought with ult when we cut to live, so kind of interesting. But they are going to set up a play here as in they go. Faker also on the roam, coming in from the mid lane as they're going straight over the wall. They take down Taeun. As he did not have any summoners to get out of that one.
And it's, again, I'm going to keep going back to this, but okay, Raptor
is on the way, and now Raptor just kind of going the wrong way, stuck between a rock and a hard place as Faker and Owner were on the opposite side of him. He had to try to go through the river, and he will die.
These are the decisive moments where T1 have a play set up, they have an idea, they have a concept of it, and Vikla's like, oh yeah, by the way, I forgot to mention Faker's roaming. You know, like that's what it felt like watching this happen, because Vikla's like not in any position. Look at the map here. Okay, we're gonna watch this first.
I guess this is why we cut it short, because we wanted the POV.
He predicts the timing of the magical journey.
Oh.
I thought there was something more coming after that.
It looked like he wanted to say something.
But like, look at Faker wrapping around the left side here, and look at Ryze. No ult.
Yeah, how does Anivia get there first?
Like that's not supposed to happen. And the team is pushing up and forcing a fight where Faker he's not in the river, but he's coming down. Like, he's not at home. Maybe Faker did some trickery where he made it look like he was going to back, and then he went the long way around in the river or something like that. We don't know because we weren't watching it there. But like, you got to be ready for that.
Two junglers coming in here. Keria also making his way up. And I think after the beginning of the street, it doesn't really go the way of BNK for X. Meaning Owner shows his face. They're like, actually, never mind. We don't have any control. I mean, look at the bottom river.
Yeah.
Not really a lot of vision. There's the one ward over the wall, and that's it.
I think
take the dragon.
Kellen's going to need like 6 charges of sweeper to get that river cleaned up. As this dragon is going to go over here and put us at 1-1. We got Mountain and Ocean, so Hextech a third in a row? Surely not. I'm kind of getting bored of Hextech.
I think it's Chemtech. No.
Oh, come on! Like, I never thought I could be bored of Chemtech or Hextech, but I think I might be as Doran.
I think he gets, nope. The flash comes in, and he is very dead. Nearly trades it onto Raptor, but they do go for a nice little dive there. This does mean that Owner on the bottom side of the map is threatening. Doesn't really have the angle just yet, but certainly trying to find it.
This it's the situation a little bit scary here for Taeun and Kellen with the play made on the other side of the map. It looks like they are going to be able to fight their way out of this one, push the Nocturne away, and there won't be a Paranoia dive here, so good job from the really important lead here, right, is Taeun on this roster here for BNK for X. And so they are going to be able to turn that into a positive as they get this play here on the top side and deny the cross map. Just a flash forward here from Vikla to get the root and all that extra damage. Clean, really clean dive and setup here for BNK for X, and the fact that Taeun and Kellen are fine on the other side means T1 don't get any cross map, and the gold lead is still there for BNK for X.
Trying to set up here on the Vikla. That is going to be a Paranoia on in. You see the zoning ult literally from Kellen, just trying to save his mid laner as the fourth shot is going to hit onto Kellen. And they've got him kind of up against the ropes here. He doesn't have his flash. That is very unfortunate for him. He was just trying to save his mid laner.
Yeah, and you can see Vikla like started walking back towards T1 because he was like, maybe this will somehow buy time for Kellen to get out, and then Kellen still dies anyways. And it's a cacophony of errors.
Yeah, nobody's bought because he dies, and so Clear has to TP, which leaves Faker alone on the top lane.
It's exactly like what you said earlier, where it's like just one mistake means so much at this level. Like, it's like, oh wait, there's a bar there, oh we can't fight this. And the Pop Blossom, this is what I'm talking about Pop Blossom, by the way, where it's like, okay, well, all right, he spell shielded it, and it's not going to help, and not really feeling like Nico's in a good spot here with how the meta is being played right now, but definitely not in this 2v2 in isolation. Keria may get punished, but he has Flash and Magical Journey, so.
Ooh, that angle is actually pretty nice. Generally, those Magical Journeys would just get you into the red pit. Vikla is going to get stunned up here. Nice wall on a Raptor. So one of the ways you can keep the Wukong at bay as Doran gets pulled over the wall himself. The knockback comes in, and he is just dead. Clear. Very proficient on the Cassante, able to find a solo kill.
It just was able to somehow get into basically melee range with Doran there and just line up those Qs. And so he's able to now maybe even get the whole turret. I don't know if it had crystalline overgrowth on it or not, but that's first brick potentially on the cards here, as there's no other threat for T1 in terms of trading. Faker's going to come over here and clear this wave, and I think he's going to get it. Like, he has 2 grubs, and there's no response. Faker teleported to the top side. Doran just respawned. And so BNK going to get the gold lead back, I think, after this turret goes down. He's actually not committing for some reason. Because he just wanted to deny more minions? Weird. That was first break.
I think he wanted to back and take the gates up, but it's a bit late. As we have Paranoia, and Owner actually is going to take it in. As the spell shield not going to help him this time. They're looking for the turn as the shield on Owner keeps him alive for just a little bit more. And the Cassante is getting some work done here. Raptor will survive. And Clear's eventual roam up to the top side does amount to something.
I mean, you know what? I was unfamiliar with your late join of the team fight, Clear.
Owner could have just taken the magical journey. They didn't have to fight that at all. As now, Carey is going to set up another nice play here on Vikla, who really is not enjoying the Bard in this game.
No, I don't think anyone really is. I mean, Vikla is the one who dies here. I guess it was really Kellen and Taeyeon who were enjoying it, kind of. And you can finish him off, ults him. I would be really curious to see, and he says, I got him. I'd be really curious to see what he says about his call to join the fight. But we won't get that one because nobody dies. As, yeah, Owner, he really did send it. I mean, he had a lot of resources, including that shield coming through, so I guess T1 just really thought they had enough, but once he dies, Doran is also kind of priced in. As, yeah, it's Bard. Carey, he's good at it. He's going to hit you. You're going to die.
Yeah.
No. No. They did, in fact, we didn't show it, get the bottom turret, and so got first brick.
Yeah.
It's a pretty close game, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of dragons haven't taken one apiece. And now the Hextech Dragon going to be started up here by T1. The Raptor is in position to potentially go for this, as is Fake Raptor, a.k.a. Kellen. As that's the wall on the real Raptor. And Raptor does get zoned away. And it's just a free Hextech over to T1. You do see the TP coming in, and it's just a little bit too late.
Boring Dragon. Hextech, boring.
That's my LCK.
No fight on the Dragon, boring.
Clear's like, well, I gotta get something out of this TP that I used. So
walk
let's
away.
Get a plate.
Boring.
Doran says, I'll take the turret.
Yeah, this didn't really work out for BNK. They really wanted to force something, but the timing is just... It's these small things, right, that can cost you big. As now there's a Cassante without teleport. I mean, he did his job bottom side, right, got the kill. The gold situation is so lopsided as Doran... Yeah, he's
in a rough spot. He is going to elect a flash, but that just means he trades with Raptor, and now Owner flashes to the journey, makes it over the wall.
I am starting to wonder. I mean, this game is so weird because I was going to say it before Doran died, but he's continuing to be part of the problem. He's 1-5 in this game, so like this Cassante's lead is what nullifies Owner's lead, right, in terms of the money, and then you've got like Faker and Taeyeon balancing each other out, which is why the gold lead has just been like so dead even. And so the question becomes like, who do you favor? Who has the gold in this game? The Rumble being behind definitely doesn't feel great, but he still will be able to, from far away, drop equalizers and help his team out. The Cassante being very far ahead means that, especially with this itemization, that he can just keep bullying the Rumble, but I don't necessarily know what else it means for this comp unless Diablo can pop, or sorry, Taeyeon, wow.
That's a throwback.
Fast. Unless Henna can pop off. Unless Envy's got like...
Oh, no.
But yeah, no. I wonder if they can get it done in team fights. Because, like, every map movement, every proper fight, with the exception of Owner going in a bit too deep there earlier on, has been T1s. But the random overextension kills have been BNK's, right? So we've been talking about T1's confidence and the ability to make decisions quickly. Some of those decisions have backfired in this game, and so suddenly feels like it could be a winnable game. You talked about our disclaimer in our first series. I feel like there's definitely a shorter one for BNK having leads, and it's not a huge lead either, but feels like there is hope here as Clear.
Yeah, they're going to find Clear. He is very tanky, especially against magic damage, but he is so alone that it just doesn't matter. Doran is going to TP into literally everyone, but maybe it was a bait. I don't know. It's going to work like a bait, as now we do not have the binding actually hit. Keria goes over the wall, and they're going to get this root down onto Taeyun. Maybe a bit of damage does come through, but the Arcane Shift is there to get him to safety, as the Rift Herald just hanging out the whole time.
Yeah, Pays is going to help take out this turret.
Here goes Keria. He's trying to zone away Raptor from smiting it. Oh, it's going to stop some backs too.
Pays does have his ultimate, right?
Yes.
Like, I thought there were like about 7 times where he could have ulted to try to catch those low health members.
Did he not have mana or something?
Yeah, that was weird. I want to watch that again. As we're going to go all the way back to this catch on the Clear. You mentioned the magic resistance that he has actually feels really good because you're also playing into a Jhin. So there just isn't that many ways to kill you. But when you're 1v4, it's a little bit different. As Doran, we'll just ignore that part.
It was a bait. Zoning TP.
Kind of works, right? The Herald dropped in the river, so it takes a really long time. With Barrier here, Taeyun is able to survive. And I just thought, like, Pays should be ulting there. You know what I mean? Like, I felt like there was a pretty strong angle to get a serious amount of damage done, but he decided that he didn't agree.
Maybe it was, like, very close to being off cooldown, and then, oh, okay, so apparently Jhin didn't have mana after the Q into the minions, but he could have used it before the Q into the minions. Okay. As maybe he thought he had enough mana, so he dropped the Q kind of instinctually, and then it was like, oh.
I think that's exactly what happened.
I can't ult.
It looked like he had enough to me, like just from looking at the tiny bar, but I guess he didn't. So that's good to know. Good update from whoever gave that update. Thank you.
Thank you, production. Looks like Yundo.
Yundo's on point today. He's always on point, but like specifically
Is he online,
right now.
though?
No.
Oh. He's not from the northeast of America, then.
I mean, I guess he is online. Like, he just gave us the update through the internet.
True. Not on LAN.
He lived in North Carolina. He wanted us to know. That's why he's not.
Does
that's
that
why
count
he's
as the northeast?
No.
No.
That's southeast. Southeast! Come on, Valdez! That's what happens when
my point stands.
We have 2 Americans on the cast who don't know directions.
I only know Baron direction and Dragon direction. That's all I know. That's all my brain has been filled with for the last 15 years.
Is the Dragon Pit in the northeast?
Yeah, it's a good question. Is it in the east or is it the southeast? It's another.
It's much closer to North Carolina about it.
All right, well, we got Clear tanking up in the front line, actually, this time doing a good job, as when he's got some backup, he will be okay. They're trying to go in onto Vikla, and honestly, I think even with that shield, they might have the damage. Vikla trying to turn in an equalizer just for good measure. Taeyun trying to peel for his rise, but Vikla has just been taking a beating in this one. This time, Pays has mana, as the Bard ult's going to be dodged by everybody, and BNK Fearx do get away, but they got the Dragon.
Yeah, I think Clear actually got his Unstoppable to push him through that, which was pretty cool to see. Only the Rise dies. So BNK are in a position here where they have, it looks like they have firm control over the Dragon with this Cassante. The wall doesn't really help out T1, but then they decide, okay, well, we're killing Vikla. And Vikla almost gets away, but this equalizer placement is so good here for Doran. He doesn't need to look for a big wombo equalizer where it's like, I'm hitting everybody, the wall is good, I got a 4-man. He's like, no, I'm just going to kill one. This time, Pays has enough mana to ult, but just does not have the ability to hit those prior targets. If that Bard ultimate was a little bit better placed or was able to hit some of those targets there, maybe T1 could have actually looked for a longer fight follow-up there, but everybody gets out. T1 with a 1.3 thousand gold lead, which feels like it's fake low because the Cassante is 1.2 ahead. Like, I think T1 are in a much better position that gold shows because this Anivia is such a huge threat. And as we saw from Doran in that last fight, being 1.2k behind doesn't necessarily hurt his chances of making a big impact in this game.
Yeah, Rumble just going to do Rumble things. He's got his Bloodletter's cursed. He's just going to be sitting back, throwing some equalizer. And he's not taking over the game, but still does damage.
I think in this game state, I don't think that the Cassante does Cassante things necessarily for the Rise that's behind. You know, if the Rise was ahead also, I'd be like, yeah, I mean, this is going to be huge that Clear's this massive, because he could just stand near Vikla, and Vikla could do tons of damage, but it's not really quite there yet. It will eventually be, though, and if the Cassante continues to be ahead, and maybe we get to, like, the Soul fight, that could be massive, as we're looking for Soul Point in 3 minutes' time. I think this game is more playable for BNK than I had the expectation myself personally that we'd have in any of these games today. And, like, that's refreshing. It's looking good.
Yeah, there's been a couple of times where they made some mistakes, and we were saying, oh, this is the moment where, you know, one of our top teams in T1 is just going to run away with the game, and they got some nice little advantages, but I feel like BNK Fear X specifically did a good job of stemming the bleeding very early on before it got too out of hand. Speaking of which, Doran kind of in a rough spot here. Clear's not going to go all in on that, or all out in this case.
Or online.
He's literally online right now, Wolf. They're playing League of Legends.
Well, I mean, I think we're on a LAN setup here, though.
Yeah, well, true. They're going in on a Tay, and there's the flash, but he doesn't have Arcane Shift anymore. He's going to get it back, but now he's going to go golden thanks to Keria as the stun and the damage is there. The last shot comes in from Pays, and with Taeyun out, they just don't have any damage. I mean, Clear can be as tanky as he wants, but they're all just caught in their own jungle. And you can see Raptor and Clear are just running away, and Faker's just pushing mid.
Yeah, Faker's like, this is all we can get. I'm just going to push. I don't think they should push any more than this, because it's just diminishing returns, kind of a waste of time. Getting the jungle, though, and getting vision set there like they were doing instead is better. Pays is like, forget your diminishing returns. I'm going to hit that plate. And then he went up and hit that plate, actually, and got money. So he's like, listen, Wolf, there's some more money to be had. This situation was a little bit weird, right? Like, I thought initially they're kind of reaching here, because it's Ezreal who has flash, so he can get over the wall. He gets away, technically, right? But boom. Eventually, the timing is good here for Pays. And T1 just unrelenting. Like, they just keep pushing in. Like, well, you guys might escape, but I'm probably going to take a few of you down with on the way. And so, I mean, I guess Faker, he's like so 5D chess that he's like, I'm going to put this Anivia wall on an Ezreal with flash. And we're going to actually get sick value in this long fight because we have a Nocturne and a Rumble. And, like, I think Taylor was in the right to think he was pretty safe there, but I guess not.
Yeah, they're going in onto the Nico. Actually, his owner maybe not expecting that. He is immediately going to go down, and now Doran looks to follow up in going down. He is going to flash away, though. Does survive for now. Big stun on a 2 here from Faker, who's really just trying to control the whole pace of this game. As a couple of clones come through with the Nico and the Wukong, Keria decides, I'm going to try to make a super play, and just goes in and dies. As now Vikla's got the angle here on a Pays, as he should fall. And Faker very much left by his lonesome. Might be able to take out Vikla, though, as there he does. Taeyun goes in. Still a shield available for Faker. Lands another stun as the Q misses. And eventually, Kellen has to finish off the job, make it go into the egg, and now they will take down Faker.
Yeah. Let's see the beginning of this one, because did not look very solid on either side at the beginning of this fight, right? As Owner goes in without much follow-up. The equalizer is used super early. It hits that MR Cassante, right, that we've been talking about. Clears able to get away. The Faker's like, don't stand on my top laner, and he puts the kind of zoning ult there. Then he puts the second one up here. They all kind of get away. And now it's like, for Pays, there's a lot of low-health members here, but Clear, for example, is still pretty tanky. And Keria's attempt here, I think, doesn't really make sense. Because if he just kind of helps peel and back off the rest of his team, I think this could have gone way better for T1. Instead, Faker's only able to get Vikla. But a bit of a disjointed engage, I would say, is really the main problem here for T1. Yeah. Eventually he goes down. Doran pushed the mid wave. The team fight is over!
Yeah. Maybe a little bit too much TikTok highlight farming from Keria. It's like, we know you're really good. You don't have to do that. We've seen other highlights just naturally come up, you know?
I think there's like a lot of ways to look at how Keria has carried himself, like in some of these moments, right? Like his being really upset about the assist moment was quite funny. And I think in some ways, like especially when you look at like how he played that Seraphine ult and how he tried to play here, you might be like, well, I think he's just trying to get clips. I think he's just trying to aura farm. I don't think he should be playing like that. I think when you've been the best support player in the LCK, and by most people's assumptions, like the best support player in the world, and have been even in conversation with greatest support of all time with former T1 SK Telecom Wolf, like you kind of like gotta keep pushing your limits, right? Like at some point you have to be like, I'm gonna try this crazy thing every time, because like where is the ceiling? I respect it.
Well, if you keep trying it, maybe you get more consistent at it. The definition of limit testing, I guess, is T1 are trying to get in here, but Clear is going to have another thought about that. He's going to catch Faker immediately, pulls him very deep into the jungle, and immediately takes him out. And as we talked about, Faker's the main carry of T1 right now, and Clear says, I am the carry of this game.
Yeah, well, I mean, this Baron is going to get delayed here by Keria. Maybe they look for an owner steal.
Yeah, I mean, owner, he kind of ran out of vision. Now he has to go in onto Clear. Clear getting pretty low, though, as Clear will fall, and now it just kind of comes down to a flip, but they're not DPSing it. Got very close to being a flip, as Pays going to find himself face-to-face with a Nico. Down he does go. Doran says, I'm killing the bot lane turret, guys.
Right, this is starting to get a little bit concerning for T1. You know, sometimes the happy game is a true happy game, so I wouldn't call this that, where it's a weird draft and there's some funny decisions made. Not quite able to get the root to stop the TP here. That would have also been massive. And then sometimes there's games where, you know, you've limit tested, you're trying some things. Like in this case, just they're not fully set up. They don't have Doran, and they're trying to contest this Baron. It's a great Baron call from BNK. Like absolutely safe, as Doran is just not able to get here, and if he had TP'd in, it would have been super risky. And then they're trying to make this play. Keria's trying to get into set up vision. And then they're just like, I'm not going to hit the Baron. And Clear dies because of it, but it's the right call. And they secure the Baron. FaZe tries so hard. And it's like, you know, we've seen so many Gumayushi steals on Barons across his time on T1. You see FaZe is like on the edge of maybe getting one there. It's just because this is how T1 play. They play on the edge. That's why the Circus moniker continues to follow them. But right now, BNK have a lead. In this game, the Ryze doesn't have Actualizer because he itemized more defensively here against the low damage, which I actually kind of like. It really is, in a niche situation, very strong in this game in particular because Doran's so far behind. And
also, he kept dying, so...
yeah, well, that's also...
It's like he's evolving, right?
He's like, I don't want to die now anymore.
I'm evolving to not die further. I must extend the species of Ryze in this specific game.
Need more bald blue men in the future of League of Legends.
And, you know, he will be able to get away a little bit more with a belt and with an arm guard. And with other assorted clothing.
I kind of feel like with how T1's comp plays, like, now your two carries you're trying to dive have a Zhonya's or an arm guard, and also it's Ezreal, who has Flash and Arcane Shift, so it's really difficult to play out for T1 now because your primary targets are so difficult to kill, and then the rest of the targets are a Wukong, who has Cyclone, and a Cassante that itemized correctly and has Jack shows now, and it's very difficult to kill. So, like, it's hard to make the right move. They're going to try here, though.
Paranoia. I mean, Faker's very behind enemy lines, but they know where they're going, and they find Taeyun just somehow bending the rules to get the Ezreal. Although we'll see how this fight is going to go as it's very broken up. Kellen's getting low, but Raptor is able to get that kill onto the Jhin. As now Doran all by himself, essentially, trying to burn down Raptor over the wall, but Keria, this time, he will try to peel for the team. And with Faker alive and the walls available, Clear, though, able to dodge over that one, as this time T1 will win the fight.
It's a 7 elemental Drake game, it looks like. Here as T1 will get the 6th. The Sextech Soul is so valuable. This is one of those calls where it feels like Faker is like, don't press Paranoia till I'm in the air. You know what I mean? Like he's like, when I'm halfway there, I need you to ult, and then it's gonna line up with when I show up here, drop the equalizer. It's these moments, man, with this team where you're like, okay, this is insane. Like, they're actually going to Anivia flank, and it's going to look good. As, you know, obviously the fight gets a little bit broken up, pace is a little bit too deep here. Good punish from BNK in this incredibly close game, but then the Rise is just isolated on the backside of the fight because the fight got so split up. BNK trying to run back towards their base. Somebody's going to get left behind. Clear was able to use the dash here to Kellen to get away. This could have been worse, but T1 get a win, get the Dragon, and this game is as close as it gets, really, at this point. It's pretty insane.
Not sure about this one, Raptor. Just trying to get in onto that rotund hitbox, and he will find out that it is not working as well for him as it does for Nautilus. As now, Carrier trying to get in there with the flash, going to get the slow at least, and now Taeyoon gets locked up. And that might be the end of this one. T1, once again, just kind of bend the rules and mind control Raptor into going in onto Carrier.
Guess we're not going to have that 7th Elemental Drake, Valdez. This is going to be a dead Wukong and a dead BNK FearX as a TP. But the miraculous defense attempt, they got Rise Wave. Let's see how good it is. There's no Baron here, so maybe.
Clear is very tanky. I mean, he's sitting in the Anivia.
Actually,
ult.
With the Rise Wave Clear, I guess they defend for another wave. And that means Taeyoon's up in 20. He's got True Shot. I think T1, it's now or never. If they're going to stay, they're staying.
Clear trying to get in there, trying to peel, but they just go immediately onto Vikla as the timing on the stun not there. But Clear, literally 1v5, trying to make it happen. Is not quite able to. Kellen comes up. Raptor does come up as well. And, I mean, they're still sticking around. Raptor immediately goes in, just gets feared as he's trying to Cyclone, trying to clear the wave. Kellen with the follow-up gets the root on the page.
They're trying to focus the Nexus with Owner. It's not going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen this time around. T1, they stick around for too long.
Okay, circus time again here for T1. As I think that there were just too many reasons why ending was not likely there, as we're going to go all the way back to why they were able to potentially do it in the first place, as T1 are grouped around this Baron pit. Raptors trying to clear vision, get some information, their dies. Equalizer slows and then Taeyoon is dead, and they're like, okay, that's it, that's the game. And I thought so too. I thought, okay, well, I mean, with these members dead, it's not possible, but Clear is so huge as Jack shows is running. It's so difficult to kill him, and Vikla also is Rise. So they're like, wait for the wave. If we clear this, then we can actually potentially defend. They go in. Faker has his passive. So he's like, I think we win this no matter what. We just got to focus them down. And then the respawn.
BNK FearX are pushing the mid lane right now. Yeah. And 7 seconds on the death timers. They might just have enough time. Carrier trying to clear the wave, but the turrets are already down. Paranoia used, and they will clear them off of the Nexus easily. Not even close for BNK FearX as one throw into another. But T1, I think, will get the last laugh.
This is too much, Valdez.
There he goes.
Faker POM.
Oh, well, Clear is, yeah, he's dead. And Faker says, we like to make things interesting for our fans, and the fans are loving it.
I don't know what to say, but this game was on a knife's edge for a lot of it, and it ends like this. All right, a bird hits the Nexus, and a man drinks his coffee. I think that the call to end from T1 was based around the fact that Faker had his passive, as we were going to get into, but we had to go into live where the game was ending. He had his passive, and he's like, okay, we'll eventually just overwhelm them. The next wave will come through. Yes, they have an Ezreal that's going to be able to try to clear, but we just have too much. They couldn't do it. But the call to try to end on the other side wasn't necessary for BNK. Like, for BNK, I feel like you should have felt relieved that you survived. But I think they were just so concerned because Faker had TP. So if Faker has TP, they don't even necessarily know. There might be a ward on the base they couldn't check.
Look at the graph.
If there's a ward on the base that they didn't check, and Faker respawns, they lose the game, right? He TPs it, or somebody has to stay, and you'll never get that map control back. They believed in that moment they only had one choice, is to push the Nexus. I don't think that's true, but that's the decision they made. And when your Nexus is open, you often feel compelled to make that choice, and T1 respawned fast enough. They got wiped, and we had two fails, but on the third time of asking, Faker was able to TP in and end it like they were afraid of and take that 50 gold.
So T1 win game number 1. definitely threw us for a loop in that circus of a game. Do they take it a step further in game 2? Very curious to see how crazy it is going to get. As hoping for the 2-0 for T1. Well, at least they're able to win game 1. That's really all I can say, as it's 1-0 as we head into the break.
우리 10초기네?
막을만해.
무막이긴 해 이거.
나 진짜 안 죽나 그러면? 몸 되죠? 이렇게 할게.
이제 잡아야 돼 이제.
이제 잡아.
가자.
이제 CC 됐어. 이제 CC.
오케이. 이제 잡아.
이제 잡아. 5분 잡아야 돼. 5분 잡아야 돼.
오고.
라이즈. 얘 노플이야.
나 3초.
가자.
뭐야 이거?
이거 디테일스 우리.
그냥 가면 될 듯?
나 간다 이거.
가.
산타 없어서 산타 잘 봐줘야 돼. 막아줘.
야, 그냥 안 죽기만 해.
때려. 이거 나 혼자 끝내요, 형님들.
네.
가져와야 돼. 나이스요.
Guess the thought it was not going out of my mind. There was something really going on. I just didn't see all the signs in time. It was going on for so long. Girl, go on with your little thing. You gotta do what you wanna do. Guess I hadn't seen the danger signs. Guess there should have been one on you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I'm gonna see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you clean, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Fire my bed, you tried to put out, but I lit it up. Yes, I lit it up. Yes, I lit it. You said it's on me if I feel put out, but your time's up. No way, can you feel it? Girl, go on with your little thing. You gotta do what you wanna do. 'Cause I hadn't seen the danger signs. Should've been one hanging off you. Now I know what I've really got to do. I'm gonna see this through. You ain't gonna hold me back, 'cause I'm gone to a past you clean, and now I'm moving on. You might think the battle's already won, but it's really not. I'll prove you wrong. I'm gone and I'm moving on. Gone and I'm moving on. I'll prove Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
정확이긴 해 이거. 나 진짜 안 죽나 그러면? 범대죠. 이렇게 할게.
이제 잡아야 돼 이제.
이제 자.
가자.
이제 CC 됐어. 이제 CC.
오케이. 이제
잡아야 돼. 5공 잡아야 돼. 5공 잡아야 돼.
고고고고고.
라이즈. 얘 노플이야.
나 3초.
And you can see the amount of planning that was going into this one from T1 on the back foot. This was a great shot by BNK FearX, who had them on the ropes. But even in the most stressful moments, T1, Faker, and the rest of the squad continue to plan until that Nexus falls, and they get game one here on Saturday. Digon here alongside Huni and Yankos. It is just a treat to watch them continue to play here, Huni.
You mean the plan?
Oh, yeah.
Everything was about a plan by T1 Circus, right, Yankus?
Absolutely. As a very unbiased analyst, I have to say that I think T1 planned it from start to finish. That's why they went for the Nexus themselves, so to then bet enemy team.
They knew the future. They saw the
especially Faker knew the future.
Yeah, starting with the draft, I really still liked the drafted concept from the BNK, which is the Ryze. They have a Ryze. And also they have a Nico, Israel. They can actually make spicy bottom. At the same time, Wukong with the jungling, get level 6, you can actually make a play. And also it's a top, like even though K'Sante is a tank champion, is that you can actually make plays so easy on top. That's what happened this game.
Well, I feel like when you have champions like Ezreal, Nico pushing bot lane, Ryze having mid prio at least until 6, until Anivia 6, and then you play against Nocturne, you should be stacking dragons. And this is what we saw BFX BNK was trying to do in the early game. But then what happened? How come that BNK couldn't snowball it, couldn't get the soul by 25 minutes?
Yeah, well, let's take a look at it, because early on, it was a big tussle. BNK FearX were doing a great job. They were answering every call here, but T1 through Faker and Keria were fighting back.
And I feel like this is one of those things that a lot of LCK teams make this mistake, right? We have the previous series as well with DNS, and people just, I don't know if they don't call out the mid roams. How can Faker get behind BNK FearX bot lane without really being spotted, without being seen? That should never be possible. Well, now this is Keria's Bard, and we all know that he's the best Bard in the world, and he's absolutely insane, so he makes the pick happen onto Vikla right here with his beautiful ult, and then follows it up with a stun. But I feel like the first roam from Faker should have been called out, and it should the two kills early game should never happen. But how can you stop Keria?
Yeah, I mean, these two actually prevent the Drake so early from the BNK FearX, which is like they were ahead. Like as we said it from the draft, they have a Ryze who can actually beat Rome so easily, and the bot prio and the top was doing so well. So they had a potential just getting Drake over, but those two play prevent so well by T1.
Well, you asked earlier, who can stop Keria's Bard? Well, just like we saw in the early game, only Keria can stop Keria's Bard, because he overcooked early once in the lane. And then in this one, I mean, the cast did a great job calling it out. He tries to flank here rather than peel, and he gets punished.
Well, I feel like this one was maybe a little bit of overaction from Honor. He was not really on the same page with his team there, as Keria was trying to get out with his portal. Honor went in at the same time. Equalizer was eat away from by Ezreal, and then Ezreal didn't take any damage, so then fight became really difficult for T1, and it didn't really feel clean. And this one, yeah, Keria was cooking. Oh boy, he was cooking.
It's definitely burned.
But then you see who steps up? Do you see who steps up? Do you see him on the screen right now stepping up for T1? It's Faker.
Yeah, he tried, but he becomes the egg. But I mean, I think the most important for T1 competition, you have to play around the Nvidia wall, the ability that you press Q and E and R, the zone control, you have to play around Nvidia, but this one was way too fast for T1.
Yeah, and then finally, again, there were a lot of highlights here. Many different moments, but now we go to the next one here at the Bear.
I can take over, Digon, thank you so much.
Over.
Faker TPs! And he's there to come back. Owner, beautiful paranoia. And this is what I feel like T1 does very well. Even in these difficult moments, they find a way to come back in the game. And as BNK, Firex overcommitted to the mid lane, they didn't realize there's TP wards behind them. Anivia TPs flanks them, then Owner paranoias so that they don't see Anivia flanking. And it is Taeyun who gets caught. After Taeyun dies, I feel like losing the AD carry at, what, 30 minutes in the game, the fight becomes impossible.
Yeah, especially the long range AD carry champions that you can actually, who can actually deal with against the enemy, who really good at the zone control, which is it's only Israel can do that. And I think the T1 was like, it was like such a tough spot there, and then they find a way that the comeback angle, because the BNK FRX, they got the Baron. It was like the map was like so dark for T1, but they found one. It was only one opportunity, and they find a way.
And the thing is that, let's remember, if they had one more dragon from the early game, that was their soul point. But they could have maybe had the soul beforehand. So BNK was always in position to win this game, but they fell short. And even this spot, T1 was maybe being a little bit too greedy to try to end the game.
No, that's not the future.
But
that's what you said.
Yeah, well, maybe, possibly they have seen the future, but even right now, BNK doesn't really, the Firex think that they don't need to look to instantly end the game here. Of this fight, they can take map control, they can take tempo. In season 25, 26, we have all of these towers respawning, right? Inhibitor will come back, Nexus Rise will come back. They don't need to end the game, but I feel like they just feel so pressured by T1, and they know that T1 can always win the game, so they're trying to end the game right here, right now. And the rest is history.
Yeah, we saw it here at the top of the breakdown. You can see the thinking from BNK Firex. They came so close to it. Keria doing a great job slowing things down here. But the Circus continues to find a way to entertain. The damage comes through, and then T1 run it straight on back. It was bedlam here in Lowell Park, both in the arena, in the lobby, in the back, with the team's staff still watching as well, as T1, they complete the comeback here in game number 1.
And Faker TP to end the game.
Hey, I guess you're talking a lot about Faker here.
I mean, I am an unbiased analyst. I'm here for the LCK. We are, of course.
You are.
I am. No, I'm unbiased.
You're so
unbiased.
You're so big.
You are biased, or you're unbiased? You are biased.
BNK is one of my favorite LCK teams, and I'm cheering for them.
That's also biased.
But one is better. I like both. Let's have Great League of Legends. That was super entertaining, was it not? That was mega entertaining.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't take it away from them.
I agree. Let's have Great League of Legends. Valdez Wolf, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. And Yankos, really enjoying the Faker play. Very obviously. Hey, he had a good game. He had a good game for sure.
I have a question for you. Now, I'm going to put you on the spot, so if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. Who is the greatest League of Legends player of all time, the GOAT of League of Legends, in your opinion?
Faker.
Oh, okay, I was just checking. Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
He is the GOAT. I mean, it's okay to glaze the GOAT sometimes, especially considering he's 30 now. Like, he is like still doing these things. He is still performing. He is still winning world championships after playing for a decade. So I think it's okay. Like, Yankos is new here a little bit. Like, it's not that new, but he's still kind of new. And you know, to be in the presence of the GOAT, sometimes it can be overwhelming.
He's enjoying his time as a space guest, for sure. And it's wonderful to have him. Love the energy, especially the
speech earlier.
No, I loved the scream when Faker TP'd on the Anivia.
My favorite part was when he told Degon to stop talking. It was just like, I'm taking it from here. All right. I'm obviously not serious. I love to hear Degon talk. We have a podcast here to talk. That's what we do. But Yankos was right in that moment.
Well, we do have a game number 2, and I do wonder if it can top game 1.
I don't think so.
I mean, game 1 was... We've had, like, closer games, I feel like. But that one was just so crazy. It didn't feel like there were any rails, and we were just off of them if they did exist. So, can it get even more wonky? I'm curious.
Yeah, that is the question. As we are keeping the bans the same here. Trundogan, though. Looking like owner wants to play his favorite.
Looks like it.
See what this final ban is coming into this one. Could be a Lucian ban, actually, as well. If they could ban Xin if they're just like, oh, match your Trundle ban.
Could just be Caitlyn again.
It would be very funny if they ban Xin and then owner first picks Lee Sin.
Yeah.
He just first picks it.
I mean,
he's like, I'm first picking Lee Sin, by the way.
You can do that. You know, Annie's still up. Maybe it gets taken away. He's also a Vi player, so it's hard. You know, for a lot of our top teams, the players are just so good at having deep champion oceans.
Why is he always laughing about this Caitlyn shenaniganry?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, I really want context. I guess we'll never get it, but
we might. We have like
some content gets made.
Yeah, the content sometimes during the draft, sometimes not, because you know you don't want to give away.
Exactly. That's why usually we don't get the context for these moments. But I suppose if it's not strategic related, it might be in a I forget what this thing is called, the content piece where we do the reviewing of the games with the comms on. It's something with comms, but anyway.
Mic test?
Is it open mic? I don't know what it's called, but anyway, it's great content, and we might get it. Especially if BNK come back and make this an epic series. It already is epic in terms of the first game we got. Is Caitlyn Karma will go through. So let's see what the response is going to be here. I imagine the bottom duo will be locked in now. And it looks like it's going to be... Oh? Bit of a pivot? I thought it was just going to be Mel Pike. I was here for it. I was hyped
Mel
for Keria
Nautilus.
Pike. But after Keria lost to D plus Kia earlier this season on Pike, maybe he's a little bit less enthusiastic about it.
He's like, that champ's not good enough. Like, I did too much, and yet we still lost.
All right.
Never picking it again.
We know what champion goes in this spot normally. Does Pays have a different idea, or is he just going to use Misfortune? It's a flex Mel? Question mark. Maybe. Mel Nautilus sounds pretty okay. It's going to not have a lot of great trading patterns early on, though, because if like Nautilus hooks Mel's like, I'm a mage. I don't want to go in on that, but I think it's probably going to be a mid pick here. So still leaves you somewhat uncertain, but the Pantheon will be picked up here for Raptor. So we'll have jungles locked here for the second phase. And we're looking at solo lanes and or Pays' AD carry now in the second spot. Let's see if BNK also just assume that this is likely a Faker Mel and decide to put the focus on Pays.
I think, you know, if you have any kind of doubts, you can just throw an MF ban and say, okay, job's done, essentially. But that does mean that you're losing a mid lane ban, and they are going to throw an Akali ban at Faker. So seems like they're not 100% convinced.
Annie to be banned away here now for this comp for BNK Furix that would actually really do well with the Pantheon duo there. And any engage denial, making basically right now the solo engage being Pantheon in terms of setting up CC, hard CC, is it's a good idea. Faker's Akali I mentioned in game one, probably want to ban that away from this guy. They did in this second game, but he might just play Mel anyways, as Ahri is the other obvious Vi pairing pick. So those are gone.
So yeah, they're just saying, no, the Mel's bot.
Yeah, I was curious what their opinion
know it.
on it was, because I think my first impression was this is going bot, but thinking about how the matchup plays out, I'm like, I don't know if I'd want to play that, though. Somewhat unknown, the Nautilus Mel here in pro play.
Wasn't it played into Ashe Seraphine? That feels like, you know, it could just be a Mel thing.
I thought it was Nautilus MF only that we've seen into that. I can't remember a Mel Nautilus.
It was a Mel with a different kind of engaged support. Because I remember they kind of just left Mel down there.
I do kind of remember
I
this.
think it was on Thursday. Not 100% sure. Maybe the Nongshim DNS series.
Victor is going to come out here, though, for Vic Law. And
it's his champ.
Yeah. So it's going to be fine into Mel if that's what eventuates for Faker. But otherwise, a fairly safe blind pick, I think, with the bans they protected it with. You know, the Akali and the Ahri are gone, so those are the biggest ones to worry about. As we will see the reveal now. Sion comes through first. And what is Faker plan? What is Pei's plan?
Where is your attack damage?
It is a bot lane Mel, and looking like we are going all AP all the time. I feel like there's a world where you could have tried to play like Tristana mid, you know, or something like that, and damage profile would have been good. A lot of consistent damage works well with the Sion, but they opted away from that. And Faker's going to play his favorite. You know, we thought Owner was going to play his favorite, but we went all the way around.
Yeah. Thinking about the Gwen, and it will be locked in.
So we're all magic damage all the time, except Caitlyn in this draft.
Yeah.
Lots of AP sources. I do feel that T1's draft has a lot of single target for a composition that has 3 real damaging threats. Like, yes, the Azir ultimate can warp the entire team fight. Immobile, Victor, mid-game Caitlyn that needs to really be in the thick of things to do damage, and it's like very difficult to clean up fights at that point. Also very vulnerable to this draft, but if it goes to the late game, and if it's kind of the back and forth type style we saw in game 1, I kind of favor the late game here with the side lane win con of this Gwen here for B&K. Like if Faker has a rough time, like if the Victor gets ahead in this game, or the Gwen gets played through or gets ahead, I think T1 are going to have a really, really tough time clawing their way back into the mid game. But we'll see. T1 sexy play. Hashtag T1 win.
Yeah.
Hashtag an egg on the sign. For some reason, Faker egg mentioned? Sort of. I don't really know what that was about. Valdez.
I like this comp a lot for B&K Fear-X.
I hope they can play it well. I hope we go to 3, because I think after what happened in game 1, we kind of deserve it.
We might just get it. It might just happen as we are ready. T1 definitely an interesting comp as we do move on to the Rift for game number 2. All righty, game number 2. This game number 1 was a lot of fun. What is this one going to look like? I mean, there were a lot of times where B&K Fear-X actually looked like, you know, even though they had made some slight mistakes in the macro and in some of their decisions, they were still in a winning position. But
yeah.
T1 still made it theirs.
I think B&K Fear-X were in that game kind of, like their composition was a little bit easier to play with the game state, and so T1 were forced to make some really weird and aggressive decisions. The fact that Doran was as far behind as he was meant that he couldn't clean up kills very easily, and so Pei's, when he couldn't cut through the health bars, it was like, you know, it was a little bit rickety, let's say, for T1, even though I feel like they did have the better overall decision-making. And
Wolf, what do you think about Breadstick Aurelia? Because I've seen this thing pop up like 8 times today, so I'm like, we need to address it.
to be honest, when you said it, the first thing that came to my mind was it's available now.
It's working.
That's what I think about it.
It's working. Buy the skin.
Although, I don't know. Like there's a certain threshold of skin silliness for me that, like for example, I think Atlas, when the skin silliness threshold is reached like higher and higher, like he really likes that.
Yeah.
For me, it gets a little bit too weird. Like Aurelia's a like flying sword wielding, you know, terrifying top laner that, you know, if she gets 2 kills against you in the first 15 minutes of the game, you're like, oh, I'm just having a miserable time. But when she has breadsticks, I'm either like, I just feel like that doesn't make sense, and also like, I'm kind of like more mad that the breadsticks will. Like when she's killing me with swords, I'm like, that's kind of badass. With the breadsticks, I'm like, this is a little weird for me, and it makes me kind of even more upset that I'm losing to it. But I think that's not everyone thinks like me. So it's I don't dislike the skin, but it's not. I'd probably pick a different Aurelia skin.
We do have an aggressive trade in bot, and you can see that they're really trying to make Carrier's life, specifically Carrier's life, as the melee engage support, pretty difficult down on the bottom side of the map. And Raptor has pressure on the bottom side of the map as well, although Owner is also here. So it looks like they want to fight a 3v3 as they're going straight in onto Kellen. That single target access, they will get it as First Blood goes over to Pays, and now we got Faker moving down. Owner going pretty deep to take out Taeyun, but he will also bite the dust. As Taeyun's taking a lot of damage, gets rooted up by Pays, and that'll be another kill going over to Pays, who has 2 now. The rebut doesn't do a whole lot, and it looks like Pays eventually will fall to Raptor, as it's a lot of trades of kills, but Raptor, the jungler of BNK4X, lives.
The early game power of this composition, I think, is still there, like with this Pantheon pick. I thought Keria 100% goes on Taeyun. Like, I was like, I think he's going to go on Taeyun, but the reason why he doesn't is because the follow-up can't reach Taeyun. Like, Owner's not in position, so they want to get the support here first. Taeyun's able to get over the wall here, and even though Taeyun, like, he's not the one who, like, pops off in this team fight and does end up dying here to Pays ultimately, Pays has to commit so far to kill him that he dies, and also he did enough damage on the Caitlyn to where the cleanup was very possible. Like, Vikla comes down, gets the Q on Keria as...
They found Taeyun again. I mean, and after that fight in the river, not a lot of sums left available. Keria just waiting for the passive to come back up as Pays is stepping on every trap that exists in the entire universe, as there is another shield that does go the way of Keria, but he will fall. And now Kellen's like, well, I'm a Karma up against Pays, so maybe I can trade this one back. As Pays will respect it for now, but eventually some cooldowns come back. Pays trying to kite it out, trying to use the range of the Mel, but the Karma W does come through with the Mantra. And there's the big root as well. Pays in a rough spot, and eventually just getting autoed down. I think Kellen wins this as, ooh, the Q is going to sail to the left, and Kellen just autos him to death.
I actually think the correct play for Pays was probably to just die to the turret and reset as fast as possible, because Kellen has now just wasted an incredible amount of his time. And now there's a Caitlyn in the lane against the Nautilus, and Pays doesn't have teleport, so...
Dorn in a bit of trouble here. I mean, Flash available on Clear. He definitely could have looked to trade flashes, but just going to use the pressure.
He has a big wave here, and Dorn has already teleported, so... Just going to grab this plate. I guess he was also probably concerned about the fact that Doran's ult was an ambiguous amount of XP away. He probably knew like how close Doran was there and was like, ooh, if I flash in, then Doran just ults me and point blank I'm dead.
Another hook here on a Taeyun. This time he is alone. And this is what the Nautilus offers you. You land the hook, you can get some kills.
I guess that's true. All right, well, that's 3 deaths for Taeyun. Made a large impact in the first team fight. Has 4 assists, but it's not really in a good spot in this game. Is significantly behind in gold, as Pays is getting the kills, not the assists. So a little bit of a different story there. Kellen having 2 kills on a Karma doesn't really feel as good at all, even slightly.
A lot of shenanigans around the mid lane. And it's really just leading up to T1 looking to take this dragon down. I think when the Caitlyn doesn't really exist and Pays is around, not really much you can do as BNK4X.
I think it's not like that she doesn't exist. It's just that they don't have any way to get her in there, and it's a Victor. You know, Faker has his ultimate, so if Vikla wants to make a play, he's just going to get shoved out.
Oh boy. Do I win this? I think that's what he said.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit confused.
Meanwhile, there was an ult in mid. Faker was able to get Vikla under the turret. And now the junglers show up, as that is going to be the rebut on the Karma Q. Kellen taking a bunch of damage, but Taeyun is able to peel a decent amount for that. Another trap is going to come down after the root. Keria, he got his one moment. Yeah, not unless you get the hook, you got to back away.
Oh, and that's the thing with Mel. Like, the trading pattern is, like, I used my buttons. I can't do anything now. I'm a mage. And that's kind of what I was saying about this matchup is, like, if you don't burst somebody, you'll get your cooldowns back in a really, really long scrap. But during the interim, like, the enemy AD carry is just going to auto-attack. And it's not constrained by mana or cooldowns. And so you got to be careful about that. Kellen, in that replay, was question mark pinging. So maybe he actually asked, does he win this? I wanted to go back to that for just a second, but...
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit disappointed we didn't concede in that replay, but it makes sense because, you know, Azir doing Azir things.
Yeah. And... right now the game is, it's just like game one, where it's basically that even slight lead for BNK. And this game could be opened up in a matter of ways on some of these upcoming fights, like the Herald fight or this Dragon fight we might have as Keria is going in.
Yeah, Vikla, he is very close to getting his flashback, but looks like Owner and Faker were just a little bit too far away. Like, if they were just a slight bit closer, I think he just dies, especially because it's Vi. And he didn't quite have his flash up. He has it now. As we got another trade up in the top lane. Doran just experiencing Gwen things, but he's not that far behind. Faker in a bit of a rough spot, but he's able to dash underneath the turret as Raptor gets pretty low, but he does live.
Raptor did not stutter with that play. He was like, yeah, okay, whatever, I kill you. He did not panic, he just went in.
Does sound like something Pantheon would say.
Yeah. Pretty, like, probably a little bit louder than what I said.
Yeah.
And, he's fine. Okay. He's fine. He's got a jungle pet. Look at that little pet working on it.
He's trying his best. I remember when the jungle pets first came in and it was such a cool, refreshing idea.
Yeah. I honestly,
now we're just so used to it, but yeah.
It's crazy. Like, I first thought it was like really controversial. I was like, people are not going to like this pet thing, but it just opened up so much, the jungle for so much in low-level play, like how many different junglers you can play, how viable it is. But anyway, that was a good play there from Raptor. Faker with a really cool attempted outplay. Extremely well-timed, kind of eerily with his ultimate there, but still, Raptor does succeed. 3 kills on this early game Pantheon, and with the kill picked up earlier from Vikla as well, he still has a lead. It's really just the Mel that's keeping the gold lead as close as it is here for T1.
Got some more trading here. The root comes in, and now Taeyeon's in a bit of trouble. Has to flash away, but is it a bait as Raptor comes down? Keria not level 6 himself. He's just going to walk this one off.
Yeah, Keria, I don't think is going to be in danger because they know Raptor doesn't have his ult back up, and they're just going to catch this next wave and to play this defensively. Holding the wave here as well, actually. I didn't realize that was one more ranged minion there. So actually it's going to keep this very safe, very annoying for BNK. Yeah, I don't know. Owner. Keria has 6. They're going in again.
Oh, the flash hook is good, and Taeyeon no flash for him anymore. And even with Owner coming on down, he's just able to close the distance so easily. Kellen is going to flash to survive. But still a nice catch here by T1.
Yeah, that was a just snap call from Keria. Gets his ultimate, and he's like, let's go on this. And when you do have the ultimate to hold him in place that long, as well as then the guaranteed root from the Mel, and you have enough damage at this point to actually get that burst kill, it makes sense, right? Like, as Keria, you're low health, but it doesn't matter because you're going to get this damage done so quickly. With the follow-up there from the Vi as well, it's just extremely simple. And that was just a really nice decision that T1 made there with the setup that they had. And now the gold lead is like about 50% bigger. It went from 700 gold to 1,100 gold here for Pays.
Yeah, and Rocket Belt this early on with another lost chapter. Well, with a lost chapter. You're really going to be liking your spot. As Clear is going in, but Doran not scared to take these trades a little bit more aggressively now. Get some more grasp stacks. And now we got a little bit of a play on the bottom side as Raptor is going to go in. Still has that Aegis available. So he just hops in, throws it up, clears out the vision. Doing Pantheon things.
I guess that what's going to happen when we get to the late game for T1 is they're going to constantly be trying to decide which target they need to kill, as we're going to see a bit of a fight.
I mean, they're going in on a Kellen once again, trying to burst him down, as there is the boom boom from the Mel. As now Raptor, he gets that shield up once again, but they're able to just kite it out. And Taeyeon, he just doesn't do enough damage at this point in time. It's not even really his fault. A lot of low health members here, as another hook does come in, and it's a triple for Pace. He has 8 kills already.
Yeah, he's just been set up so well by T1 in this game, and they just have been camping the bottom lane. And that's where you play through your strong CC and your CC chain. And the Vi Nautilus is the threat that has been this root Taeyeon's day. He's 0-5. And I suppose this game may just very quickly be off the rails here for BNK so hard that I don't know if they could stabilize. You know, this might, it's talking about insurmountable leads at 1.8K is, you know, it might be a bit premature, but talking about a 2,000 gold lead for Amel into a Caitlyn that hasn't even, we haven't reached the game where she's really like in the hole, but as you can see in this team fight, as you mentioned, in these scrappy fights, she definitely is. As they just play this so well. Like they flash away here as well, just to make sure the owner gets away. And then he's here for the follow-up CC to make sure Taeyun can actually drop another Peacemaker. Just so clean. And obviously in these scrappy fights, as BD showed earlier this season, the kill threshold is so easy for the Mel. Like, you know, you just pop them like balloons, and that's why she secures a lot of the kills. She's got great kills secure, so you're not just picking up assists in a scrap like this because, you know, owner accidentally hit the enemy at the wrong time and then you didn't get the money. You get all the money. You have a Ludens at 14 minutes as a second item. And you're like, I'm ready to play mid lane. Who's joining? Taeyun, you ready to find out if you can get prio on Caitlyn? Caitlyn's pretty good prio, but you might be 2 levels down in just a second, and I'm pretty fed.
Yeah. It does feel like when a long-range control mage like this gets this far ahead and has enough protection, and it's not, you know, solo queue, you can really get a lot of work done. I mean, on the side of BNK Fearx as well, when you consider their ways of entering a fight, you got a Pantheon. You know, Raptor's really good at that. He can ult in, he can access the target, you know, land the stun. The follow-up, I mean, it's not really there. You don't have a Nautilus on your team. You don't have a Vi. T1 have all the engage. They have all these different options. They can use the Azir. They can even use the Scion. And on the side of BNK Fearx, it's a Pantheon or like a really good Gwen flank. So when you're behind especially, I feel like it's going to be very difficult to punish this Mel. Unless, you know, he's standing on a bush and, well, no, he's got Keria here, and he will be okay.
He has been rebutting Kellen a lot, as well. Kellen is really annoyed about the situation, you can imagine. And he was trying to set a trap because he's so far ahead that if he roots somebody and presses Q, and then his Q comes up and he presses it a second time on them, and the presses R, they die. Anyone, basically, at this point, will die to that. So he's like a LeBlanc at this point, you know, or something. Like he's an assassin mage. Is really what I'm saying. Like he's a control
burst mage.
He's a long-range burst assassin mage.
It's kind of sounding like old Ornn.
Yeah. Well, with
Assassin,
Rocket Belt, he's
mage,
kind of
warlock,
tanky.
tank.
Yeah, he's kind of tanky as well. So watch out. Not only does he has the mobility from the belt too, so he can like chase you and get away. And again,
Kellen, it's time to stop mantra queuing the Mel.
He's like, I got his cooldown. Somebody CC him.
It's a long cooldown. It is, but...
Raptor's just like, maybe I can get these. Nope.
But they are his Raptors.
Yeah.
His name is Raptor.
Yeah,
so.
well.
Oh no.
Headshot him pays.
Dan is just really not enjoying this.
Well, I mean, the game is at a spot where, like I was joking earlier, he's just like, I'm ready to party in the mid lane, and he's clearing these waves so quickly with his Ludens and the AP that he has. We just watch him do it, and then he's just like, you're trying to get your wave. I'm gonna hit you. You're under your turret. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna hit you. I'm gonna harass you. I'm going to annoy you. And now he's like, I'm roaming. And they're looking for more.
Wow, they're going all in on a Vikla, actually. Owner a little bit alone for now, but Faker will take that opportunity to miss both of them. Does put up a wall for Raptor to get stuck behind, I guess, as eventually he will go down. And they don't really have the follow-up just yet. Vikla trying to do some more, and even with some low health bars, again, from behind, there's really not a way for you to get back in there.
Yeah, Vikla trying to push on the Faker here, but fairly low on mana, and just isn't big enough himself in this game with the Rocket Belt he went for to do enough damage there. Doesn't have enough AP. So we go back and reset, as it looks like they've decided, Taeyun, I'm sorry, man, but you're no longer our carry. You're gonna be in the side lane, and I'm taking the money in mid. As you mentioned, Faker kind of with the whiff here. Vikla just sidesteps it. Doesn't hit Raptor, but there's just 4 T1 members here anyways. Raptor very dead. And at this point, BNK want to chase, want to get something back, but they're still outnumbered. Every time we jump out of a replay, Kellen's like,
please stop.
FaZe is like,
I can't watch it anymore.
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. I think this game is just, it's so difficult for BNK, and they are going to trade TPs here to try to hold this dragon. It'll be their first of the game.
I mean, at least if they set up on an objective, they don't need engage, as Doran is going to find the back line as the knockup from the Rift Herald should be taking down Taeun, and they do eventually get him. Owner pretty low, but there's the sweep on a 2 as he's inside the mist, as Faker will fall, but I think FaZe, the main carry here, doesn't really care. Flashes in, lands the root, and Doran finishes it off. That's 3 more kills for FaZe, by the way, as Owner. Congratulations. 3,500 assists for him, as T1 are running away with this game.
He has been assisting in this game quite a lot. 11 assists. And it's 11 out of 13 KP. So you can see in this fight how, what I was trying to talk about earlier before the game basically just ended, like minutes ago, about how if you kill one of these threats, like there are 3 real damage threats in this fight, it gets a little messy. Like it gets a little tricky here for T1 to play out because Vicla's doing so much damage, his ult is rolling, and the Gwen is quite terrifying, but they're just so far ahead that it just doesn't matter. And they're so up in experience, right? FaZe is so massive that they just get their cooldowns back and then they just do it again to the next target. And FaZe almost has 3 items with an Oblivion Orb. The Oblivion Orb is like his flex. He's like, yeah, he might as well just build like a Imperial Mandate and just hold it and be like, I've got this flex as well. I don't need this item, but, you know. They're going to try to kill him.
All right, this is the way. You got to use the Pantheon, but unfortunately, Owner was here. And there goes Kellen, just pops like a balloon. And the follow-up here on a Raptor could be there. He's pretty tanky, actually, with 2 items himself. Owner takes much more damage.
Good shield from Keria with the Locket to help keep him alive. Faker wants to do a Blast Cone shenanigan.
He's spotted. He's like, all right, I'm going to send it. And he does go in. He might die. No, he actually gets over the wall, and then he dies.
But he got him!
He got the kill. I think they're just trying to get FaZe like record-breaking numbers of kills. Like, that's my read on this game. But look at this flank now from Vikla. He's got an angle. Keria trying to sacrifice. FaZe! The rocket belt gets him away. And the, of course, mega disengage cone to help out just a bit.
He's tanky. He's got mobility. He can auto blast cones. He's crazy. 13 kills. Sorry, I thought he had 13 for some reason. 11 kills. Soon to be 13.
Lichbane.
Lichbane, again with the Oblivion Orb he's wearing as a necklace. Pretty obscene, as if they got his bounty, by the way, the gold lead for T1 would have shrunk massively. It already kind of did, as the fight was not great for them. And Vikla is really ahead in this game over Faker. You know, he had some good moments, but has otherwise been focused and isn't making the impact he would like. One more to Kellen's face, by the way. As yeah, they get the kill here. They're looking for Raptor, but then things get a little bit awkward as Taeun. It's that headshot. Locket has to come out, and Faker's just like, I think I have the angle. They did not have the angle.
FaZe is he's up to 12.
Yeah, like I said, soon to be 13.
Taeun is up to 7.
Soon to be 13. We don't know who will be unlucky number 13, but it's coming.
Yeah, it feels inevitable.
Remember when I said earlier, you're like hugging your turret, and he's just like, I don't care about that. Yeah. I'm just going to hit you anyways.
He has the range. We got a TP coming in. Doran just looking to play bouncer on the T1 Baron. It's not at 20 minutes, but at 22 minutes, T1 say, well, we killed one of their main sources of damage, even if it is just a 0-7 Caitlyn. It's enough with the lead that they have, and so they take down a very early Baron in this game.
With 7 deaths and 4,000 gold to deficit, Taeun is like 2 levels down, like 2 real levels down, like 2 full XP bars.
Aha. I got him, let's back.
Yeah, well, it wasn't as funny as I thought it was. I thought he just like hit a Q or 2 and then just pressed R slowly over time, but no, this was set up by Owner.
He told Owner, I can follow, and then they killed him. That was the story. Thank you, G-Sun.
Yeah.
And that is what happened.
Yeah, it wasn't just Taeyun getting blasted. It was Owner doing the hard CC. But he's 2 full levels down. So that doesn't help. As FaZe the same experience as Faker in this game. And this is a flanking Victor.
Yeah, the Victor, I'm not sure about this. They're just going to... Oh, God. There's a train behind you, sir. And he's dead. Faker's like, I'm not going to be outdone. Let me trade my flash with 8 flashes of the other enemy team. Zoner's like, I didn't get my chance to go in. Oh, that hook was disgusting. As Keria with the fadeaway depth charge on top of it all, and they just click their buttons in the general direction of the enemy players. It looks like they should get the job done. FaZe not going to get another kill there as Faker takes 2. And T1 continue to push.
There were too many errors in the bottom lane for BNK in this early game. And Taeyun just fell way too far behind, and the whole game is just unplayable as a result. Even though for a large portion of this game, Vikla had a gold lead and was doing a lot, it doesn't matter anymore. You have 3 threats that are just falling like paper to this Mel. As Doran's using camera hotkeys in a really creative way there, but yeah, I don't know about Victor flanking TPs. Actually, I do.
Yeah,
they're not good. Amazing reaction time there from Raptor and Kellen, by the way, but it does mean 2 flashes are on cooldown for the price of 1.
That hook is what?
It's crazy. That hitbox is like J-shaped or something.
He's got a cane. I mean, it is like an anchor, right?
I guess that's
like,
why.
Kind of makes sense.
I think that's why it's like that. Is Keria?
Yeah. Well, Keria not in a great spot here, as the damage from the Gwen should eventually get the kill. And now FaZe, maybe he gets taken out as Raptor on the chase, and the ult comes out, and look at the damage. It's just disgusting from miles away. And now we got Doran coming in from the south once again. Double kill comes through for FaZe. Does he pick up another Penta? There's no way. Do not give it to him, says BNK FearX. Run away as fast as we can. But that is going to be the knock-up, and it's a Quadra. And we've all seen this story before. Can they get another one? FaZe is like, I just want to push mid, guys. Like, I think he gets away.
FaZe is like, look, I hate Penta pays a dumb nickname. I'm out of here.
I have enough Pentas. It's okay, guys. Let's give the kill over to Keria, who actually does get the kill.
Sad Yumi. No pentakill for FaZe, but it all starts off with Vikla getting caught here by a blast cone engaging Nautilus. But then he kind of whiffs his dredge line, but it doesn't matter. And then we end up in this fight where BNK are priced in.
We're doing it again.
Yeah, we're doing it again.
No, it's just Faker. Okay. We're not doing it.
We're not doing it again. So FaZe just gets the fadeaway ult here, procs his loons one more time, and then at this point in the fight, once Doran shows up, what are you gonna do? You're just gonna get rolled and bowled over, bolted to the door, and then they slammed it into the wall.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean that's
brutal.
That's pretty nice tame compared to what's happening here.
True. He has 17 kills.
Yeah. 30,000 damage. Yeah.
This is obscene.
If you give a Mel a cookie.
She's gonna want a glass of milk. That's what I know is the next part.
Yeah. Dads know. Oh God. Well, I mean, there was a cool flash from Taeyun in the fight, but yeah, he didn't live. He died a 9th time.
I do wonder what the...
Don't do it to him!
What is the most kills by an individual player?
So FaZe has the record, right? For
I think
most
it is.
kills
I thought it was like
in an
22?
individual. I think it's like 27. It was like so
in
high.
LCK?
No, this was at
LPL.
MSI or Worlds. I don't remember what it was. I think FaZe has the record for most kills ever in a single pro League of Legends game. And I think that was on Gen G at the time, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know the exact number. Maybe a Spacer will pull that one up and give it to us.
Or Yundo.
Yeah, Yundo.
He's been on point. Yeah, that's Sion. You know, Doran, he's having the best Sion game where he does absolutely nothing for 20 minutes. And then all he does is train into the enemy line or away from the threats.
Yeah.
Like
Side laning Gwen, scary. Just kidding. Rock does beat Scissors, as it turns out. Doran is the Rock right now, so... This game is a tragedy. Like, I feel like I've gotten so many of these games this year where it's like, I'm supposed to do the commentary, however.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the fun, interesting back and forth.
Yeah, I would like to explain what
Legends.
B&K need to do here. Except it doesn't, there is no, like the computer said the probability is 0.
Yeah.
The AI decided that like their best choice is to walk away from their keyboards. Is there?
All right, well, the Rock is really gonna, yeah, he's actually unkillable.
He has a big shield too now.
Yeah, with the TP, he's feeling pretty good. I mean, Tatum's just not quite there yet.
Jack shows and Chemtech Soul.
All right, Clear's trying to kill the Mel, and he's alone. He will die. Raptor is going to get the angle, though, as he goes very deep. All they're trying to do is kill Pace. That's literally all they care about. They just want to kill Pace. They're not going to be successful about it. B&K Fearx are like, I don't care if we lose the fight. Go for the Mel, and it makes sense because she's super fed. It's not going to work out, and from 12,000 gold ahead, I think T1 has got this one in the bag, Wolf.
Yes, and the Rise Group team is in the bag. And I do think that there were a lot of interesting possibilities of how this game could have gone had the early game not been so disastrous for Taeyoon. And not just Taeyoon, it wasn't all his fault, but Keria just slapped him down. And then he got executed at the end of the game. But he slapped him down.
Yeah.
Some good Nautilus play.
Oh, Doran. You didn't have to do it to them. 30 kills for T1. 18 of those are in the pockets of that man there. As Pace is the... he's not the first one, but he's the second one behind Keria to go across.
How do we vote POM now when Faker had the game, okay, in game 1, but then missed like a lot of Emperor's Divides in this game and was very much overshadowed by Pace in game 2.
Is there a Keria angle?
Like, I've been thinking about, that's what I've been thinking about. Is
there a Keria angle?
Is it him? Because he had 2 great games and like obviously warped a lot.
I don't think it's Owner. Not that he had a bad series, but I don't think it's him. Generally, I like to tackle this as process of elimination.
It's also not Doran.
It's not
Man,
Doran.
Sorry, but
you picked top lane as your role. That's just the way it goes.
Well, he also had a pretty rough Rumble game, but
that too.
I think
you got 3 choices.
I think I'm gonna have to go. I think I'm gonna have to go Pace. I think it was too big. He was the player of the match.
Fair enough.
He's
a boom damage voter.
I don't like it because he was set up by everyone else, and then he did the boom boom. But like, when you think about,
but he did do the boom boom very well.
What will people will probably remember more than Faker's play in game 1? Yanko's yelling about it, and then everyone will remember the 18 kill Mel.
Yeah.
And so that makes him the player of the match in my mind. But I think for me, I wanted to tell everyone I wanted to vote for Faker. I thought after game 1 there was no way I wasn't going to. But I changed my mind. I'm a recency voter. A little recent.
We got to give you like a... You got to get like a cool, catchy URL, like one of the other streams, you know?
Like what?
Because your votes are kind of like theirs, you know? It's like, whoa! He did a really big number. I'm voting for him. Boom,
I'm
boom,
just kind of a recency Randy. Boom boom voter damage. Boom boom voter. Boom boom damage voter. Wow, eventually got there.
You're such a boom boom Bob.
I have been known to vote for boom boom.
Yeah. Time to time.
I think
some aiming votes here and there. I remember.
Honestly, 80 carry justice for 80 carries, because 80 carries have a tough job. They don't get a lot of credit because everyone's playing to set them up. It's an 80, and when it's an 80 carry meta, I feel like 80 carries never get the palms because everyone's playing through them and getting them fed. Everyone's like, well, he wouldn't have been fed if it wasn't for all these guys. And I'm like, well, but he did his job. Okay. Justice for 80 carries, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when we're talking about T1, because you can't do justice for supports for T1 because they have carry. And he always gets palms. Like, he has the most palms on the team. So.
Look at him here. Look at the play.
He did press that R button.
And then he pressed what? Like his 2 key or whatever he's got his Zonia set to? He gets the deflect?
Rebut.
He
Are they
pressed
calling for
B
that?
down in Smash Bros on Fox's reflector. Yeah, he rebutted him. Yeah, they're pretty quiet about this one.
Yeah.
Poor Kellen. He spent the entire game getting rebuttals to the face. And like was the last one to die in both of those team fights because he was not in the conversation.
Remember when he won that 1v1 with the guy that had 18 kills though? That was cool. It happened before he had 18 kills.
Yeah.
But it happened.
If all those
Same
rebuttals didn't happen, maybe Kellen could have been closer to carry his damage output.
Yeah. You know, he probably would have actually.
Well,
damage across the board.
Game 1 was interesting. We wondered if Game 2 would live up to it. We have our answer. It did not. No, it was not close.
It was different, okay? You know, some of our viewers really like the boom boom damage, and some of our palm voters as well. And Hayes is going to pick it up, so Wolf is correct.
Recency, Randy, give me that. I'm on the bottom row tonight. Give me that bottom row. The bottom row actually probably all voted for Faker. Thinking about it again, but
maybe yeah.
Justice for 80 carries, who are in this case AP carry mage players.
Yeah,
who got
awesome
18
dudes.
kills, who were set up by their teammates. But like, he was the player of the match.
Yeah, I mean his Jhin was pretty good too.
Okay, imagine if you took Pays out of that game, what would have happened? They would have lost the game.
Would they have? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean 5v4 probably they lose the game, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean, that does make sense.
But like, yeah,
if he was playing like an 80 carry, he probably wouldn't have 18 kills.
The POM vote doesn't necessarily mean that you have the hardest job. To me, that you're the player of the match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had a good series, as did some of our other players, and I'm sure that some of our other voters will vote for some of those other people. No
I
doubt.
think Carrier will get some votes. I think Faker will have a lot of votes as well.
Yeah. I think
That's
Carrier,
how I'm feeling.
You know, Carrier's game on Bard was solid. It wasn't like his best, and I think a lot of us will compare him to his best and say, oh, he didn't have as great of a Bard game as we were expecting, so he will not get it. As apparently, yeah, the Spaces said 23 kills is the most in a game ever.
By a player called Space.
By Space. I thought it was from our Spacers. CJ Space. Okay, shout out to him. And I assume that's an LCK.
Is that
stat.
domestic only? I assume?
Yeah, I think that's LCK, especially because it's CJ Space in this case. Well, either way, guys, we do have the Palm interview now. I'll hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Pays on the side of T1. With that victory today, you secured second place and get to head straight to Road to MSI First Seed Decider. How do you feel? I really wanted that 2-0 today and just being able to pull that off. And, you know, getting the second place, it feels amazing. But it actually doesn't mean that you will solidify second place. There is actually hope for first place too. In Game 1, during draft, the opponent unlocked all of T1 players' signature picks, which were the Bard, Nocturne, Anivia. They were all left open, so how did you guys react? There was no certain special reaction or anything like that, but, you know, I'm sure everyone had a really easy time playing their confident picks, so it was really nice. And FearX's resilience was also impressive, and the well-fed Ezreal could have made things uncomfortable for you guys, but you were able to turn everything around in this highlight. Here, I think we had the call to go mid, and then all of a sudden, Faker, he said he's going to flank with the TP. And, you know, made that play as one of the few Anivia players that would do a flanking TP play. So, Faker was the one who made that call, huh? Yeah, I think so. So, you thought Faker was really cool pulling this play off? Yeah, of course. And you pushed into the enemy base, got fended off, and then you had to defend your own base before ending the game yourself. And let's take a look. How did you feel here? I think we were all dead at one point, and all the players are just mentioning that it's not over yet. And the enemy were just so desperate, and they were so focused on trying to end the game. But, you know, yeah, it felt a little exhilarating. It was a little heart pounding, but I'm just really glad that it didn't end right there. And in game 2, we got a Mel Nautilus versus Caitlyn Karma matchup, and your bot was extremely ahead. So what did you want out of this comp? Hey, every time I play Mel bot, I try to take prio in bot during the lane so that I can snowball the game from that. So I always try to be a little more proactive in terms of trades. So every time you play Mel, you end up playing proactively. Yeah, I believe so. And yeah, in game 2, you just kept getting kills. There are a lot of highlights today. So let's take a look at this replay. This triple kill moment. So can you walk us through this moment? Yeah, I think I got all the kills funneled, and every time we were going to do the 3v3 fight and skirmish in the jungle, we just knew that we would be able to win. I just had the mindset that we would not be able to lose in this moment. And by 10 minutes, Mel had 8 kills, which is quite insane. So just like you said earlier, that means that every time you play Mel, this is something that will happen in the end, right? Yeah, honestly, I didn't realize that I would get this many kills, but I think I am quite confident that I can always play well. You know, yesterday Chovy actually got a POM with Mel, and now today you got a POM with Mel as well. So what is the difference between Mel mid and Mel bot? I think personally, I can't really say much about mid Mel because I didn't really play mid Mel. But in the bot lane, I feel like Mel's really easy to play. I feel like she has a very low difficulty in the lane. So, I mean, overall, she's just a really strong and OP champion. And tonight we have the Lolly night with you and Doran tonight. So, what kind of chemistry can we expect from you guys? You know, it's been such a long time that I forgot how to do Lolly Night, but I hope you guys have a lot of fun watching. And tomorrow, if Hanjin Brion takes HLE down, there is a chance for T1 to get first place. So what would you like to say to Hanjin Brion? Well, it would be so amazing. I would feel amazing to get first place. So Hanjin Brion fighting. And now, for Road to MSI, you will head over to Wonju. So what is your mindset for the first seed decider? There's a lot of time before we get to play for the first seed decider, but until then, we will watch all the matches carefully so that we can plan and prepare accordingly during MSI. And that is all from Pace, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for that perfect translation. 5 out of 5. And yes, again, Valdez struggled with it, but it's not us, the space, that got 23 kills and is the record within LCK/OGN. It was CJ Entis Space who had those kills. So 20, I know it can be confusing, even for LCK casters, but again, Pei's getting close and getting the palm here as T1 lock in that second seed. They are basically there, could be #1 seed if the Bros beat Hanwha Life Esports.
Possible, but not likely. Better not.
There's a couple of crazy voters that potentially believe in the Bros to make it happen.
I feel like there's one. Like Pony?
Not him. Not this guy. Not what did. One man. Currently, the active lead in kills is 19 kills from Aiming. KT Rolster Aiming has 19 as the most. As we take a look at the palm votes, it should be a
Well, I see some mid lane POMs.
By the way, I'm Pace, by the way. These guys.
Huni, give him the
Okay, don't
bottom
expose-
row treatment. He voted with the bottom row.
I'm just saying you're the bottom today.
Okay, but look, Korean analysts thought that Keria was the one who carried the game.
No. Don't try.
Oh,
don't try to
like,
move it.
clearly, it's so close. It's only 7 out of 13, guys.
You are with the bottom row voters.
I can see Media and Scoop and Soup and Cheese.
You should go down, like one more down. Move down.
Nah.
Chad, what do we think of Yankos with the bottom row voters? Yes.
But guys, you are exposing me, but maybe what I said makes perfect sense. Did you watch the game?
Analyst lol. Yep.
Analyst lol.
EU
Okay, well, wait, who added the unbiased part? wait, who added the unbiased part? Okay, my POM. 7th star will be for the Angs. So for the old people, Faker is still doing it. And even though he's 30 years old at this point, he's still delivering these beautiful performances. I feel like his Alcir game was a little bit more shaky, but his Anivia game was just beautiful. And without him, without his TP, without his calls, T1 would never come back in that game. So shout out to Faker. I think he was the pure man.
Again,
Unbiased, by the way.
You know, part of it was the 6th was for the fans. That was part of what T1 was pushing out a lot. The big question, though, Jason wrote it on the prompter. How old are you, Yankos?
He's older than Faker. We don't say it.
I was playing some in-houses with Korean players, the old players that retired because they were too old. I was the oldest.
Oh, you're the oldest?
From all the old
guys?
players, I was the
you're
oldest.
old.
Yeah, I'm like generational old.
He's like Anks, like the Egyptian jewelry that they find.
Yeah, you have like Roman Empire old,
Yeah.
and then you have like dinosaurs. So I
Yeah.
belong to the dinosaurs.
He's the Anks. There we go. Digon level Unk. Okay. Let's move on before. Again, to Huni, who's been cooking with the comments.
Where's my pentakill?
What is a pentakill?
It's a pace, mail, and pentakill. So it's
Pace,
where's my pentakills?
Pentakill. A peltakill.
Pentakills. You got it.
Is he cooking or is he cooked?
Do not make those kind of face to me.
Is he cooking or is he cooked?
Do not make those face to me.
I mean, he had a lot of kills. He almost got a penta.
Caught. We can see you, but I need you to vote now. Cooking or cooked? Peltakill. Pays.
It's pretty
Pel. Pays Mel Penta. Peltakill.
You know, usually it's 2, right? But my brain is too big, so I made a 3.
What? He's combining 3 things. Here you go.
I was too smart.
It's cooked. It's for sure cooked.
It's so cooked. It's so.
man,
I don't think there's a single cooking
GG.
in this one.
GG.
GG. Okay.
Sorry, guys.
If you agree, Faker.
Now,
I tried.
Finally, oh man. Finally, what was worse? Was it Peltakill or the Anks? This is a close head to head here. He gave me a good 18 reasons to vote for him. Yeah, I believe that. Again, 18 kills.
I mean, 18 kills is a lot of kills. That's true. And to be honest, I feel like you know, we didn't really like analyze the game deeply, but I felt like the game is going to be extremely hard to play for T1 if they go into late game, just because Gwen should be able to like really stomp that comp from T1. But Gwen never really had the chance to play the game because, well, you could see how well Faker and FaZe played the game.
Faker
and FaZe as well.
At the middle of the game, I saw his KDA was a 2-3-3. While
End of the game, he solo balled Victor in the middle lane.
Okay.
I don't think there's been a more biased Faker.
Unbiased Faker fan. Not fan, just analyst. By the way.
Look, he doesn't even know. He outed himself.
Get caught. Get caught.
Caught. All right. Thank you, Wolf. Let's see what we had on the Korean side as we guiltily look at Yanko some more. All right. 18 kill Mel can only be seen from Pays. Thank you, Umpty. I don't.
Really average, I'd say. I mean, it's like he stated a fact. He stated a fact.
Okay.
An umpty comment that should not be translated. You know, we shouldn't try to understand the umptant. As Keria is a real life Ambessa, he raises a QV level Mel. Ooh! Again, you see the lore? Do you see the lore? Pony is the philosopher, right? Do you understand?
He's kind of good.
He's cooking!
Yeah, he's kind of good.
He's really good.
He's kind of good.
All right. I love that. Again.
Sexy play.
It goes.
Wait, was I not supposed to say it?
Just the way you said it. Say it again.
Okay, thank you. Well, I mean, he did play very well with the Bard, and you know, he also step up, especially with the Bard.
Do it one more time.
Sexy.
No. Say it in the same.
No, I don't know how I said it though. I just said it naturally. I can't say it again.
Okay, close your eyes. You've never read it before, and then read it.
No, I'm unbiased, and I'm not biased towards Keria. Neither am towards Faker.
Get sexy play. There it is. You're welcome. See, I can't do it as good as you. To Pays or to Keria, that is the question like Hamlet. Ooh. So we go from philosopher to playwright. Literature, literary god, Cloud Templar. He also hits us with the greats like, I lost my diapers full, or whatever it is. He hits us with the high highs and the low lows of life.
I kind of feel bad making the Pelta
Why?
Why was I thinking about it? It was so long ago.
I don't know if we can do this, but do we know if the Korean side reacted to Peltakill?
Let's not talk about it. Let's move on.
Please, please, if we can do it.
No! Move on. Move next.
Love it. No, come on. That's yours. Enjoy it. Chat, you guys voted. He was cooked. As we take a look at the standings now, after this series, it is T1 locking down that number 2 spot. Unless, locking down that number 2 spot. Unless somehow, crazily, Hanwha Life Esports gets upset by Hanjin Brand. That would just be the craziest thing. There's no way that kind of thing would happen. Reverse caster cursed. Definitely not. The number 1 seed losing to the bros? Impossible, right? Chat?
Bad Santa's vibe.
Right? You just did the same laugh, Uni. What? Here's tomorrow's matchups. It is that crazy, impossible possibility that may or may not happen. Hanjin Brian, the bros, versus the number 1 team in the LCK, Hanwha Life Esports. Then afterwards, Nongshim Red Force will say goodbye to round 2 with the final matchup against D plus Kia, who are already locked in as the 5th seed in the road to MSI.
It's gotta be high.
Well, personally, I'm looking forward to wherever Nongshim can continue winning with their newest roster, right? Because they did win some games in the road to EWC, but then they also won 1 series now with Diablo in LCK, and I'm looking forward wherever they can actually like keep it up, or are they gonna be cooked again? And of course, HLA against Bro. I mean, yeah. It's gonna be a tough one to make it look equal.
Yeah, it's gotta be a rough one. We'll see.
This biased guy. This biased guy. He just picks the red teams and likes to glaze Faker whenever he has any opportunity.
It's not biased, based. Based. I mean, I was trying.
By the way.
Okay. You know what? Cut.
You got caught. Anyway.
Yeah, I did.
Any final thoughts?
It's kind of crazy. It's already last day.
I know.
This time flies.
Yes.
Time flies when you're having fun, and you guys had way more fun since I arrived.
That's what I was gonna say. You steal my context. Whatever.
Because we have the bromance.
You know what else was fun?
I hope Wadi is not watching it.
Wow. What did getting astray? The LCK Feud episode is up on YouTube as of right now. Make sure to go check that out. Also, LOL Park is still packed because Lolly Night is happening right now. You can go check that out on the Korean stream. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching. One more day of action here in round number 2 tomorrow. Bye-bye.
just when I lift my mic into the stars.